They're probably going to.
Yeah, that's maybe right.
Turkey hunting.
I'm not sure.
I just call it in my mouth.
They're actually pretty cool pets.
Welcome to day 2 of training. You've made it past J1. So objection.
Have we given out roses yet?
Like we said, half home, you haven't made it. We watched you bowl. You're gone. Just kidding.
That was a test.
Yeah, that was a test. In recapping some of the things from yesterday, I want to see, we'll go around the room for each person. I want to hear one or two takeaways, one or two things, and maybe it can help lock that stuff in for us going forward. So, here's some of the things.
I want that, I want the PDF for Quicksand. I like that.
Okay?
Yeah, me too, for sure. That's good.
Yeah, it's been really helpful.
For me, it was the page 4 in the consumer guide. I say all this, but I didn't know it was there in the book. So that was an eye opener for me.
Good.
To actually use it, or me say it, and I can use it at our show.
Good point. And a lot of times they'll be looking at you while you say it, but having it written there, something credible that takes you out of it, just makes it that much more real.
Yeah, seeing it twice.
Yeah.
For me, it was the master communication strategies, the body language, and really just paying attention to what we're doing during each conversation. It makes a big difference. So, body language.
And one thing I enjoy is paying attention to how I make people feel. And again, that goes on that same roller coaster too, because I'm using my own body language, but I'm reading that from them too. I'm seeing their eye contact, their, when I say something and it hits, you see that slight movement, their eyes move. And I know that was something that connected deep within. If I'm telling a story and partway through that story, if I'm like, my uncle was sitting there like a bump on a log and they do this, they see themselves in that story and it's like, okay, I've connected. So those same body language tactics that we can practice in delivering, we also can practice in paying attention and knowing, okay, drive that one home further. That one hit hard, or the memory, or something like that. You can just see their body change. So pay attention when you are saying things, not just how they respond verbally, but how they respond with their body language.
I appreciated the construction of everything and the organization, the willingness to go into those different areas like you were talking about, as opposed to just like, are they going to buy or not, kind of thing, and not be so quick to spin them out. When I was talking about how quickly we do some of our gatherings at our offices, it's not good to think that, we probably let a lot of people go out and we'd take a little more time. We might not still not have got it, but we had an assertive effort, something that made sense going forward as we assess them and try to, like the chameleon, try to align ourselves with what's going to work for them. That's probably keeps you pretty pepped up, with the A game, concept as opposed to the monotony of here it is, black and white again, and so I think maybe we all don't always maximize the opportunities.
Yeah, and I've found that it does take, when you're rushing it takes some of the fun out of it because you have to cut so much that you almost do become a robot. Like, here's the boiled down version, here you go, see you later, make your choice, let me know. And we talked about yesterday, there's kind of that diminishing effect, right? That bell curve pause makes it seem more real.
Don't be a robot.
This is meant to be a huge compliment. I've done this for over 20 years. Developed my own little way, kind of my own best practices. You guys get it. And I don't say the best training I've ever been to, but I'm going to take away more of what, this is where it happens. You know, if this don't happen, nothing else happens.
Yeah.
And you guys do a good job of working together.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it. It's definitely a team effort of everyone just adding to it. So taking the best of each person has been kind of just a good team effort. And so yeah, it's been fun to see it come together. And for our first time, I'm excited about what we put together. It'll keep getting better and better. So if you guys want to keep coming back, by all means, keep coming back. Other things.
Circle understanding and doing the, eyes open, eyes closed, how to test that, how to work with those angles.
Yeah.
Find out the needed lips to show them that.
It is really powerful because you're gonna have people that say, "I don't read lips," and I'll do that same test and I'll say, I completely understand. Most of us don't think we do. Our eyes and our mouth are only inches apart, so our peripheral vision just picks it up. And they're like, "Oh, I guess you're right." And you went from a 30% to a 90%. That's a 60% improvement just by looking at me.
I think one thing I did was the reinforcement that everyone in front of you is an opportunity, and don't throw any of those opportunities away. I got a lot of tenured consultants, and we've all been guilty of prejudging and before someone comes in, but really to make that next jump to that elite level, there's only so many hours in the day, so you can't just throw away a lot of, you're not going to close them all, but you know what? Put everything into it, you'll get 25% of them, and that's going to be the difference right there. So
one thing that, and I'm not sure where it came from, but I know that Nate's been doing this for a long time. For current patients, we have 2 columns on our cycle, and we have the patient, and then we have a column Z that's empty that we can put notes or double book, and we can see it for open houses. But Nate has his PCC write how old their hearing aids are. He'll put 3.2, 4.5, 6.1.
Right.
And if it's a busy schedule and it's just clean and check, clean and check, clean and check, sometimes you forget like which ones are my opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where having that 3.2, that 4.5 right there is like a trigger, like, oh, this is an older one. And it's managing that schedule of, okay, instead of a 15-minute clean check, give me 30 minutes or 45, let's make an adjustment, because I'm likely going to talk a little bit more about technology. I'm going to find some way, different bait to throw out there. And one thing that we have to do is we have to continue to evolve, because again, our patients learn to say no to that one way that you asked. So the next time I see them, I'm not asking the same way. That was one thing that Steve and I were doing a double open house in East Wenatchee, Omak, and Moses Lake a long time ago. And the benefit of that double open house was he took a crack at it and it didn't work. And he's like, hey, I tried everything I can. Jared, you want to give it a go? And I'm like, why not? So I just jump in there and I'm like, hey, whatever I said, it just allowed me to jump in and continue the conversation. And he said, I felt like you were throwing darts on the dartboard. And to a certain degree I was, but I was paying attention to that one dart that was like, ooh, that one hit me. And then once I found that one, I just drove that home. That's my that vein that just kind of goes deep for him. And he ends up purchasing. And Steve's like, oh man, you just kept going just from different ways, right? And that's one thing that we're going to talk about today with objections is most of the time it's the person who runs out of tools that they lose the sale, right? When you have multiple tools and different ways of approaching it, you use the hammer, it doesn't work, and then you use the Allen wrench, it doesn't work, and you use the screwdriver, it doesn't work, and then you're like, it's the skill saw, that's what I needed, right? And that's kind of where having different ways of asking, different ways of building value. I had this one patient in Ontario, and she's in a wheelchair, and she did not care about hearing her kids. And her daughter's right there crying. She didn't care. Son-in-law was there, and it's like, well, wouldn't it be nice to hear the grandkids? And she's just sitting there. I got demos in her ears. She's doing tremendously better, but doesn't care, doesn't want to spend the money. And I said, I just threw out the independence aspect of it. And I said, one of the things I love about doing this that I hear from patients is the independence it gives them. And I just saw a little she looked up at me and I was like, oh, did that pique your interest? And then I continued further and I said, you know, if everywhere you go, you have to rely on somebody to help you hear, you know, I know that being in a wheelchair, you already have to rely on people enough. I don't want to rely any more than I already have to do. And it's nice to be able to give you back some of that independence. So when you go to a restaurant, you're not looking to your daughter, what did the waitress say? What are the specials? That you can go to the doctor appointment alone. You don't actually need to bring her into the office with you because you can hear the doctor. And she goes, sign me up. Like that was the one thing. And the normal 90% of people that want to hear their kids and grandkids and quality of life and just didn't care. But that one thing of giving her independence was the one that's like, that's all I care about. And so that's where reading that body language really helps to be able to see, okay, that's the one that makes a difference for them. And sometimes it's just such a subtle, and you're like, okay, that one hit. I need to stay here. And tell a couple different stories around that or one story around that and drive that one home a little bit more. Other things you guys took away?
One real quick thing to kind of add to that, and as you guys found out last night, and kind of had a moment where I kind of went passionate on you guys, you can feel it too. It isn't a visual thing always. Sometimes you just feel it. Sometimes you feel just the overwhelming, calm, peaceful feeling in the room. It's just like, all right, we connected. Let's move forward. You can feel it. So listen with your heart too.
For sure. Other things you guys took away? One-liners?
I liked the analogy with the cable bill. If you're a prepaid cable bill, $40 would be over $20,000. And just to throw that big number out there, it's something they're already paying on a monthly basis. Because I get so many people like, oh, I don't make monthly payments. You know what? You kind of do.
You do.
You really do.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want to, you know. But
This is one that we'll go over as well, that you're gonna have patients that are old school. I pay everything with cash. Well, I've had so many patients that told me that because they're old school as well. And then they started telling me, you know, I just don't want to pay this off or I can't pay this off. But in all reality, it's kind of like my cable bills, my utility bills. This isn't really a luxury. This is a necessity.
yeah.
You will find if you're in tune with the patient, things will just come to you. Like that $20,000, that came to me just yesterday. Now I've said it in a different way of saying, you know, your cable bill, which everyone in our organization has heard us talk about before, like comparing it to something that they know. But that just like popped in my head as I was saying it. It's like, you know, when you actually calculate it out, I mean, you're
Why ran the
spending
numbers are good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I checked it. Numbers were off.
Fact check.
Really? Oh, yeah. They're off by 500, but we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But that was, I mean, the analogies that you come up with in the moment with patient, if you're really in tune with the patient emotionally, like that's the fun part. Like I've had moments, Dexter and I were talking about this last night, it's like, where the hell did that come from? Like that was gold. And that's where I love going back and taking notes. And that's how we get better is don't let that learning moment pass you by without taking those notes. So then you can lock it in. But those are the cool parts.
That's actually something Reese has asked. I did an event with you, 3 weeks ago?
Mhm.
And he's asked me I need all your one-liners. I need them all, I want them all. And I don't take notes after events. And he was like, give me some one-liners. And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what I say half the time. Because
I just black out.
But it's funny though.
What happened?
It's funny though, because
Wake up, they're signing contract.
right now when you were talking about the price objection and you know, I can't afford it, immediately one of my one-liners popped into my head, like boom, it's ready to go. And so I'm gonna make a concerted effort to actually write those down so I can remember them. I mean, one of the things I say is that I find that in dealing with people over the last several years in this situation, there are people who flat can't do this. But then there are a lot of people who choose not to do it. Which one are you? It's kind of a very forward, abrupt, but if you have the connection with them and you have trust, they'll tell you the truth. It's I don't want to.
And it is the rapport and connection. And again, if you have a connection, you can ask some tough questions. Well, and here's one way that, again, you can ask a really tough question.
If you don't mind me asking.
If you don't mind me asking, and you can even add that little touch there, if you don't mind me asking, how much money do you make a month? Oh, that's a little personal. But if you lead with, if you don't mind me asking, usually they don't mind you asking. If you don't mind me asking, are you guys gonna get a divorce over this?
It's like saying, no offense.
Yeah. No offense.
Yeah, no offense.
I said no offense. I said with all due respect. But yeah, that's a great little one-liner to add to asking tough questions. If you don't mind me asking, you can ask some tough questions. And again, if you have the rapport and the connection, they'll allow you to ask those difficult questions and be the more comfortable you get at asking tough questions, you're going to get the real answer. And that's what we need, because that same thing is, I'll say it in a similar manner, is there's a difference between I can't and I don't want to. Now, if it's I can't, then that's something that, we need to look at different options. But if it's I don't want to, then we need to have a conversation about why do I want to? Where are you at in the situation?
Tony Robbins said, once you have a good relationship, a good, strong foundation of trust in negotiation, the person with the most confidence will always prevail. And when it comes to that, if you have those tough questions, and I found that 90%, and I've used that line probably 20, 30 times, I've never had one patient upset. And 90% of the time, they tell me the truth, and most of the time it's, I can, I just don't want to. I don't see the value in it. But then now you know the real objection, then you go after that.
Well, and Jordan Belfort, this is a book that it's called The Straight Line System, that, in order for people to purchase, they have to go on this value ladder essentially, right? And they have to say, I believe in the company, I believe in the product and all those things and the value. And if we're trying to get to the end where we're asking them for the purchase and they're saying, no, I don't want to, then obviously we haven't done a good job of the steps of building the value, the pain, getting them to see how it will benefit them. And so he talks about in that same situation, I don't want to, then we need to get back to this point and start adding the value.
That book, Way of the Wolf, is that what you read?
Yeah.
It's a phenomenal book. I mean, you might have seen the movie and thought this guy's just a drug maniac, and he is, but he's also developed a phenomenal sales system. Much like Sadler, I'm sure a lot of you guys have been exposed to Sadler, and he kind of talks about a summary and going through these compartments, but we're going to talk about objections, and I think this is great, but in the reality of it, the close really should be easy. If you've done your job, you shouldn't get objections. If you've done your job, you'll identify these objections early, you'll address them, and then when we get to the end, they go, okay, what's next? I think that's right. So, yeah. So the trust, the rapport, critical, but we got to ferret out these objections before we get there.
Well, and the reason the word anticipate is there, and we'll talk about this a little bit later this afternoon, is being able to anticipate them and adjust to read the situation and to answer that objection before it even comes up. And that's how we are able to overcome them early on in the process, so you have less at the end. But this is where the greats thrive, right? And this is something that you can, again, have a fantastic presentation. You can get 90% of the time that you spend with the patient is everything but the objections. But if we fail this, then everything is lost. They don't purchase hearing aids. We don't help them. We don't help their family. We don't get any money. So all of the time we spent with them was wasted, right? This is where everything kind of comes to that focal point, and we have to get good at handling objections. This is a big part where you're going to separate, again, the good from the great, how they handle objections. These are going to be the ones that you commonly see, right? Competition, I need to shop around, I need to talk to somebody, my kids, my spouse, I'm too old, I got things going on, the price is too much, well, I got friends with hearing aids from Costco, well, I need to check my insurance, well, my insurance is coverage, I need to sleep on it, I need to pray about it, it's not that bad, I'll wait till it gets worse, I got this ad and I want to get these hearing aids. Hey, I have cancer. These are going to be the most common ones that you see. But they pretty much all boil down to no money, no perceived need, no sense of urgency, no trust. In the back of their mind, a lot of times when they're telling you I need to think about it, more often it's, I don't trust that this is the right place. I don't trust that you have my best interest. I don't trust that this is the right decision for me. And again, if you do a good job of building that trust and rapport, they feel like, hey, Reese, I can tell you really care about me. And I can tell that you have my best interest in mind. And I want to get hearing aids from you, right?
A lot of times it just boils down to there's questions that you haven't answered properly or at all, or got the patient to ask. It boils down to that quite a bit.
And don't be afraid of objections. You have them when you go make a big purchase. Objections to me at this point are just tell me more information. I've conditioned my mind to say, hey, I don't have enough information to make sense of this purchase yet. I need more value, I need more information, I need to feel more comfortable in spending $7,000 with you when I didn't think that I even had a hearing loss. And you're wanting me to make a purchase right now. There's a difference between regular closing in a store as a consultant and open houses, obviously. We gotta get this done this week, and we gotta try to get this done today, because the VBAC bus doesn't come back often. It does, but just not all that often. The most objections, as you guys already know, are smoke screens covering another reason why they don't want to buy. And I want you to treat objections as if they're complaints, again, or requests for more information. When you hear them say, hey, that's too expensive, that's them saying, hey, I'm just complaining that, yeah, I'd like the price lower, but it is what it is. It's not going to stop them from making that purchase. The hardest objection is the one that you believe, right? So we were talking about, gosh, that's $7,500, and you bought 2 years ago. Do I believe that this is worth it? Based on my pocketbook, I wouldn't spend that money, and that's where we tend to sell out of our own pocketbook. You have to believe with every ounce and fiber of your being that $75, if you were in those same shoes, that you would pay for it. Because when you have that level of belief, their level of belief will increase. And the more confident that they are that you are going to solve their problems and needs, the more willing they are to pull out their wallet and spend the money, because, look, I'm confident that this is going to be great for me. Make sense? If you don't believe that they have the money, you tend to treat them that way, and this is our beliefs, and we try not to prejudge. Everyone in here has stories of people that you didn't think were able to purchase, and then they say, yeah, I'll get the top of the line one, and you're like, whoa, half of your teeth are missing. And, you showed up in here in a 50-year-old pickup truck that's rusting, and you're going to just pay cash. Okay, and for your husband? All right.
Yeah, it's just
Right. It's an old Levi shirt. Holes in it.
well, it's human nature to judge, and being not just a consultant but a closer for sure. Don't do your very best to not prejudge. Like, just pretend like everybody's walking in a tuxedo and drove a Maserati up. It's like you get caught in your head sometimes that's just. Like someone with no teeth comes in with paint all dirt on their clothes, cow shit on their boots, which actually is usually a good sign.
That's a great sign.
But the thing is that if you get stuck in your head with that, you're missing out. I mean, I've had people that I'm like, these guys don't have a dime. And then they write a check for $18,000 for 2 sets of hearing aids. And then they're like, well, we're going to bring our daughter in on Thursday. This was in Roseburg. And they're like, okay. And the thing is like you try your best not to prejudge, but that's a very dangerous thing for a closer. Don't get stuck in that mindset.
And where we tend to do it is when we get backed up, right? We tend to, hey, which one's going to be the best opportunity? And it's like, well, I saw those people walking in and, they're eating all the snacks. you know, there's crumbs everywhere. They look to shovel. This is not
They put
a
pure
good
dollars in
opportunity.
it first.
Yeah, we're gonna let them go.
You seen that one?
I need that gift card.
Oh, yeah.
I'm here for that gift card. Where's that gift card good?
So then we say, hey, this one's probably not a good opportunity, you know, I'll just stick with this one, you know, you keep them busy and we'll just keep it rolling, and then, you know, they'll probably leave in 30 minutes.
It's ironic that you said Roseburg, because what I was going to interject with was the same office. The provider there, Haley, she shared with me her biggest aha moment when it comes to that. We're talking about a gal who's done, 12, 14 Miracle Foundation fittings this year so far, and she's getting ready to hit $1 million in sales. She goes, one of the biggest aha moments for me is I had a patient walk up, all disheveled looking, dirty as hell, pushing a shopping cart full of garbage and cans and plastic bags, straight homeless man. And she offered the hearing aids to him, and he paid in cash. And Haley's basically asking us, I have to ask, you come up with a shopping cart, and what do you do for a living? And he apparently owns 20,000 acres of ranch land, and it's one of his hobbies is to collect aluminum cans and recycle.
Yeah, you really don't know. And going back to what Curtis said, is treat them as if they have a Maserati and they're pulling up wearing a tuxedo. When you treat them like they have the money to purchase, they're going to feel like they have the money to purchase. And when they feel like they have the money to spend, they're more likely to spend that money.
Well, and the people we're talking about, they're not used to getting respect.
Yeah.
You know, and so just by simply treating them like a normal person in front of you, maybe they smell horrible, maybe they have horrible breath, I mean, whatever you want to say, missing their teeth. These people are used to people not being nice to them.
I mean, and the same thing with your current patients. If you guys are in a store, and for business owners that have consultants, you want to train them to not prejudge like this as well with their current patients, because we do that same thing with current patients. Oh, they bought, 3 years ago, they complained back then that they didn't have money. Like, this is something that our society creates the desire to complain about financial struggles. Because when I complain about my financial struggles and I'm buying tires, then they give me a 10% off. If I'm at the restaurant and I complain about something, then guess what? Here comes the senior discount. Like, oh, I'm on a fixed income. That's all I have to say when I go buy a car. And they're like, well, let me help you out here. Let me give you a discount, right? And so if everywhere they go, they get senior discounts and senior discounts and senior discounts, AARP, AAA discounts, we're only supporting the need to complain with that demographic, right? So then when they say it to you, a lot of times it's not like, I'm really in that situation, because I've had people complain that they're on a fixed income, and then she's like, all I'm living on is one rental property that I sold. Oh, where's the rental property? In the Bay Area. Oh, well, tell me more about that. How long have you had it? Oh, we've had it for 42 years. Okay, so that's paid off most likely. And if you don't mind me asking, how much are you getting every month for that? $7,500? Oh, okay, so that $1,100 that you were complaining about, you're really making $8,600 a month. Good.
My favorite story was in Muskogee. I prejudged this guy because of his appearance, but he came to the office on a riding lawnmower.
Yes.
And the follow-up was to adjust it so it wouldn't be too loud for the lawnmower. He paid cash, and it was not the top product, but it was a reasonable hearing aid. It was like, oh, I can't believe that. I thought this guy was a bum.
Right.
He looked like it, and I did.
Well,
and I felt to the human
lawnmower.
But it was a nice mower.
Yeah,
and
I will say, I'm sure we could go around this room and share story after story after story about this stuff. But the point is that we need to just not prejudge.
It happens all the time to us.
You got it.
I have to try to fight that all the time.
Absolutely, and we do. That's our human nature, is to want to judge. And for our current patients, and to move patients into open houses, that's where we also have to train our consultants not to prejudge too much. If they're the ones filtering and sifting and like, I don't think that's a good opportunity. They're 4.2 years, but every time I talk to them, they complain that they just don't have the money. That's them learning how to say no to you. They haven't learned how to say no to me, right? They don't know the tools I have in my tool belt, right? So you get them into the appointment. right? So, and that's something that consultants that have been doing this a longer period of time, they start sifting. They're like, yeah, that's not going to be a good one. Nah, that's not going to be a good one. That's not going to be a good one.
Yeah, my
That's
wife
like,
was treating this guy like he was gold, all through the whole process.
Yeah.
I was thinking, what are you thinking? I'm falling prey to the,
yeah.
I just messed that up. But in the end, it all worked out, but it might not have. Certainly it could not have worked out just as easy.
I would much rather treat them like gold and see if they can't buy at the end of it than treat them as if they can't buy. And then at the end of it, they're like, why did you treat me like this? Yeah.
Another very important thing to add to that is the third party. Don't listen to the third party on everything. I had a patient last week who the third party was the adult child, and she was probably 35 years old without her dentures in, tweaking in the chair, and mom was sitting there, and she goes, "Mom, you can't afford these." And she goes, "I can." And so she's going, she's like, "I do your checkbook. I know what you have in your bank." And that scared me. But then it came down to, she's like, "I think I'll just pay for them." And she goes, "Well, how much do you have in your bank?" She goes, "I have 40." She goes, "I have 47." And she goes, "Well, that's not enough because the hearing aids are 57." And she goes, "No, 47,000." And the daughter got angry at her and said, "No," and made her verify on the bank account. So she called and put it on speakerphone and played it for them to say, "Can you tell my daughter what my balance is?" So don't always listen to the third party either.
Yeah.
So, one more thing, Chair. I've been in offices where consultants will eventually Google Earth the address just to try to pre-qualify the patient. I want to see where they live. I want to see what. I just envision this castle on the hill. They got a place on the lake. They got this badass cottage. I mean, don't set yourself up for failure. No matter what they're driving, no matter where they live.
I remember doing this in Ontario, and we look and it's like, is that just like a camper?
Yeah.
And you're looking at this thing like, you can't really see it. Right? And yeah, you're on Zillow or Google Earth or something like that, and you can't even see a value of this, like the price of the house, because it's not even a house. They gave us an address, and it's like, what is this place?
One time I had a consultant tell me a story, I won't tell you the name, but he was convinced that he'd go to Zillow for every patient, like you're talking about. And one time a patient walks in and he forgot to close the Zillow. And the guy, I guess like half the appointment, it's just sitting there on his screen. And then all of a sudden, and the guy apparently had seen it right away, but he didn't say anything at first. And then the consultant tells me the guy just finally was like, probably was eating him alive, like, why the hell's my house on? Yeah. And he's like, why is my house on your screen? And he's like, oh, I was just looking at houses near my house and seeing what that's your house. Like, he recovered well. But the thing is, like, for all
my address is literally right there.
For all, and it's in your search engine.
The guy didn't buy, it just didn't go well at all. But my point to just saying that one quick thing is you can think that you're really smart trying to figure this stuff out, but it's simple mistakes like that will cost you. Any little one thing can cost you so. That was a huge one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, could you imagine how violated would you feel?
That is terrible.
Yeah.
I don't even like the pre-approval up there. I don't want them to see that.
I'll give you, I got two stories just real quick. So first one is, when I used to sell commercial real estate, I learned this really young, which was cool, because I was only 24, 50 years old. I had a guy walk in my office, he's in an old Nissan pickup, stinking, nasty, whoever wants to buy this $1 million office building that I'm selling it. And I didn't prejudge him actually, but then I was really nice to him and I said, hey, just bring in your financials and we'll write up an offer. And, so I did that and he leaves. I'm like, the guy's never coming back, it's not right now, right? So I was just getting rid of him kind of thing. He comes back, he's got full financials, guy's worth $15 million, $20 million, whatever his financials, just boom, sold an office building, made that deal. And so ever since that moment, I've never judged.
Yeah.
And then I did judge.
That I did. I learned at a young age. I never judged.
So I never judged. So anyways, so when you do that, you say you're never going to do this, and then you end up doing it again. Basically, it was a lesson.
Yeah.
And so I'll never do that. And then next thing you know, I'm judging this other guy.
Very true.
And I should have turned in an offer of $2.5 million on this office building. Oh, the seller never take it. He wants 3, 5, or 4 or whatever, and it had all the numbers for it. Ended up selling for like 2.1.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe it.
Years ago, I read about millionaire mindset, I don't know if anybody's ever read that, but they talk about the mindset of like a high percentage of the millionaires that are out there, they're just, what makes them a millionaire is they're just frugal. They don't overspend, they're not the ones driving the Ferraris, and they drive the same car for 30 years and just get it fixed and wear the same clothes, and they just sock away their money, and that's just part of the mindset.
Or the riding lawnmower.
They don't even have the car.
That's the first I've heard that one, but the nugget that I take away is what you said, Brad, which is just envision it. Don't Google it. Don't look it up. Don't even look at the pre-approval if you don't want to, but just envision the house on the lake that they have, you know, because I think that's the best way to do it, is just pretend that everybody has a house on a lake where they're located.
Well, and kind of like what Reese said is, you know, not to prejudge yet, it's going to continue to happen.
Yeah,
So just know that it will continue to happen, and just continue to get back to, I'm going to roll the red carpet out for them, treat them like a millionaire, and they will feel that way, and they'll hear it in our voice that we're not just trying to shoo them off. Because I've had those experiences as well, where I can tell that they feel like I'm just, you know, kicking them out the door, and they obviously are not going to purchase with us. They're going to purchase at some point somewhere. 80% of sales come after the 5th closing attempt. We just have to be willing to ask 5 different ways and different times. You don't ask the same way, right? And that's where a lot of times I'm asking, okay, well, what color do you want? Ha ha ha. Right? Okay, which one are you leaning towards? Oh, well, I just don't know. Well, tell me what you're thinking. Right? And these are just different ways that I can softly ask to help answer their questions. But those are different objections that they're giving me, and I just have to find a way to continue to open the door to get them to be honest with me so I can actually address the real problem. This was a really cool experience. I was in Tacoma a week or 2 ago. I kid you not, this patient stood up 5 times, at least, to leave. And this is kind of where you need to stay calm, cool, collected. Even if they get heated, I still stay calm, cool, collected. I'm just sitting down. I cannot believe this. The money. We've already done price conditioning. Sometimes they just are going to continue about spending money. I can get them cheaper, this and that, and yada yada. And I just stayed seated, sat back down. And then we talked for a little bit, and he stood up. There's no way I can do this. There's just no way. Stands up to leave. I stay seated. We continue to talk as he's standing. And then he sits back down. Literally 5 times. 4, 5, 6 times. It was crazy. And then he ended up purchasing. It was pretty cool. But no matter what happens, staying calm, cool, and collected is critical.
Was he by himself?
Yeah. There he was. It's a little easier if the wife is there and she stays seated.
Yeah, that's what I was curious.
But yeah, there was no other third party that was like staying seated. It was just him, and he's like, I'm out of here, and I'm back.
Sometimes calling their bluff works real well there too. Okay. Then they sit back down.
Say what?
I was gonna say, when you said that, stay calm and cool, I was like, no, I wonder what Aaron would do.
Yeah.
And you just answered it.
He just hits his hand.
He's like, fine, go.
Yeah.
Like, go ahead.
You will
not stand up again.
Tough luck, right?
So some tips on handling is handling the objections before they come up, obviously. And that's talking about anticipating. Always know that you can come to an agreement. This is a mindset that really helps me, because if that person is whatever he's saying, in my mind, I just feel we can come to an agreement. We can get you help. You have the money, right? So that's that mindset I'm approaching this objection, this opportunity, is that we will be able to find a way. I just need to help navigate that, where it's sometimes, again, changing the finances, talking about the finances in a different way. But we can come to an agreement. We can make something work for you. Always having that positive, calm demeanor. And Aaron said that earlier, taking this from Tony Robbins, the person with the greatest emotional control generally wins. And the confidence aspect of that is conveyed in how calm you are. I'm confident that we can figure this out. And again, that gets harder when you're backed up and you're busy and time is, of the essence, and this person is giving you objection after objection after objection. That's when we start handling it and talking faster. That's when we start leaning forward like, hey, make a decision. And now we're only pushing them further away. And then we make the excuse, well, they weren't going to purchase anyways. the one thing that we have to get in our mind that we hear open house people say is, I made the most of what I had. And that's the one thing that I would urge all of us in here is to get that vocabulary out of our head. Because we make excuses of why they couldn't buy. We justify why they couldn't buy when we've all had patients that we made that same reason why they couldn't buy, and then you heard the next week that they bought somewhere else. And you're like, you just told me you couldn't buy. You just told me to my face. We were friends. I've been taking care of you for years. Oh, you lie. Right? But that's, we make that reason. And it is, that's again where we have to get out of our own ego and our own head and say, hey, I didn't do what I could have done. There was a way that I could have connected with them. And that self-analysis of what I could have done better is critical.
Yeah.
But it's hard.
When I started, we talked about taking notes after, like, geez, what I say, that was great, I need to write that down. We also need to take notes of when it didn't go right. What happened? What are the common objections that I'm saying? Where could I have done better? Because at the end of the day, we can say, geez, they don't have the money, we didn't have spousal support, blah, blah, blah. But the thing that always sits in my mind is, man, they came in. They came in. They walked into our place for a reason. And I failed by not getting them the help that they needed. They didn't meet their objective because when they came in, they didn't get help.
And statistically speaking, which Aaron's going to go over the numbers, it's not more appointments. It's the closing rate, right? And am I maximizing the opportunities that I had? Because we're going to get the same objections, we're going to get the same amount of appointments when we average it out. But are we handling those objections in the same manner, right? You got 5 objections, I got 5 objections. You gave up on 4 and said, okay, this is a lost cause, I got to get to the next one. Here's what we'll do. Just reach out to me. I'll be here till Friday. You know, let's table this and I'll follow up with you tomorrow. If you would just stayed in the zone a little bit longer and handle that one last objection, they're purchasing and you can move on to the next one. Right? 5 more minutes. We can figure out some way of doing this. We're right there. They're right on the fence. It's just giving them a couple more answers to their questions, solving a couple more problems to help them justify spending that money now with you instead of later with someone else. Right? And that's more often than not, they're the closest to purchasing right then when they're in front of you. Right? They're right at the precipice of like, I don't know. And then every day that they leave and they don't go back in, their excitement wanes. This is one of the reasons why we try to get deliveries fast. Because when they purchase, they're at the peak of their excitement about hearing aids. Every day after that, it drops. The same thing happens if they don't purchase. They're at the peak of their excitement when I'm with you. We took them on this journey, right? Where like, oh, this isn't good, this isn't good. Oh, wow, this is amazing. I can hear you so well. Yes, you're right. This is great. Yes, they are comfortable. Yes, I can see how this would make a difference in my life. Oh, well, let's talk finances. Hold on a second. Hold on. And they don't do it. Again, each day that they leave and they don't make that purchase, they're getting further and further away. And then they're back to normal, the status quo. They're back to what they're used to. And now it's like, yeah, I'm used to this. And they put it off for another 3, 5, 7 years. So knowing that in my mind, I'm like, you're so close. You're the closest that you're ever going to be to purchase hearing aids right now. It's after 6 years. 3, 5, 7. I've heard different statistics. Never argue, right? And this is where we have to have that positive demeanor. Never tell the patient, you're wrong, you don't understand, you don't get it. I'm always agreeing with them at first. I hear you. I get it. I understand. I believe you. I get it. Those are the things I'm commonly saying because, again, when we're both on the same page, we're in connection. Anytime I start saying, you don't get it, you don't understand, we're now pushing each other further apart because we have totally different viewpoints. The more in alignment we are, the more we're going to move together. So I say at first, because I say, I agree, I get it, I understand. And this is something that I've had to work on too, is taking the but out and using and. right? Well, these prices are too high. Yeah, I get it. But, and as soon as you say but, there's a quick pause in everyone's mind. Well, what are you going to say now? Right? What are you going to do to combat that one? But when you say and, it's like, I support you, and then you can continue on. I agree that prices are high. And you know what? It's going to be worth every penny. I've never had a patient say it wasn't worth it. And that, what kind of confidence is that? I've never had a patient say that it wasn't worth every penny. The difference that it will make in your life, you won't even care about the money that you're spending. You won't even care. A week later, you won't even think about the money because it makes that much of a difference already in your life. You gotta have that kind of confidence that these are just gonna change their life. And they'll be more confident in it. So these are just some things. Maintaining good eye contact is also critical, because when they start giving me objections and I'm trying to think on my toes, I start doing this. And then if I know that I have an appointment next door, one waiting, then I'm like, okay, give me the objection. Okay, so I know that costs are a lot. However, they're not that much compared to what it would be if you waited.
Awkward side.
Give me another objection. Okay, go. It's weird, right? But our eye contact creates that feeling, right? And so that's where, in your mind, tell yourself, slow down. You stress me out when you do that. You feel it, right? So honestly, it is a feeling thing. It's an emotional thing, right? So if I'm doing that right now in this role-playing thing, and he feels it, that patient feels it. And all I want to do if I'm the patient is like, get me the hell out of here, right? Yeah, I'll work later. See you later. But if again, it's hard at first when you're new to open houses and chaos again is ensuing all around you. You have to, in your mind, take a deep breath, calm down, lean back in your chair, and just know that we can work this out. And then when they say, their prices are high, you can handle that objection. And then you can handle the next one. If they have to wait 5 minutes longer, they have to wait 5 minutes longer. I'm with this, and I close this, and then I move on. I don't bail out on this because I'm busy, right? I don't bail out on this because someone's in the next appointment, and I'm running late already, and you keep asking me questions and objections. I need to answer them in order for you to feel good about this. So if we start getting backed up, I coach the consultant, get a knock on the door and say, hey, Jared, do you mind if I steal you real quick? Absolutely. Give me just 1 quick second. And I step out and he's like, hey, this person, this is where we're at. And then we quickly game plan, make an adjustment, change, switch. This is what we got to do. All right, you got to think on the fly. He's this close. Give me 5 more minutes with him. Go set up the demos for him. Tell her to keep dancing. Entertain them. Give me 5 minutes. And I go back in. Thank you so much. And I calm down again. You see the process? We might have to think on our toes real quick and adjust, and then it's back to calmness with the patient. Because they feel that craziness if I walk in, I'm like, hey, here we go. All right, what are we gonna do? Eye contact, body movements are all fast, talking fast. They feel like, oh, I'm not the main focus here. So that's where we slow down everything. When we talk prices, we slow down. When we do objections, we talk slower. Critical to talk slow when you're doing that stuff.
I think that, when we talk about taking no's and just rephrasing it, which is definitely the best way to do that, if there's a third party there and they're on your side, don't just keep trying to hammer the patient. After getting a couple no's from them, I switch to the third party, especially if I know they're an advocate and I know they're on my side. And sometimes by simply, saying, what are your thoughts on this to the third party? And then just stop. And a lot of the times that third party takes care of all the objections for you.
Yeah.
And I've had third parties, I know all of you probably have, where they're like, I'm glad you finally asked, like, well, and she turns to the husband or vice versa, and they're like, what's there to decide?
And speaking of which, this is one thing that I'll add to this. Put this in your notes because we haven't talked about it. Giving the third party a badge, the badge of honor, right? And what I mean by this is getting the third party involved, but giving them a compliment of saying, thank you so much for coming in and supporting your spouse. You can also do it at a different time of, you have an angel on your side. You can do it at a different time right after you see the results, and that's where you can say, you're very blessed, you picked a good one. Well, what do you mean? With the amount of hearing loss that you have, I can tell this has been going on a long time. You really got an angel on your side. Thank you for being patient with him. Wait and pause. What I want is I want you to give me back something. You have an angel on your side. Thank you for being patient. What would you respond?
I've been married for 50 years.
She took the badge that says supportive spouse and she just put it on her shirt. Right? That's what I want. For her to sink in and to acknowledge it and to say, I am the supportive spouse. We've been married for 47 years. He's my everything. Oh, it's nothing. Oh, I love him. That supportive badge, because right at the end, this is where it's critical, because when you start talking prices and the guy goes, honey, what do you think? She already has the name badge of supportive spouse. She picked it up. She put it on. Now she can't be like, get the shit ones. Right? She's gonna be, I've literally only had it happen one time.
You're not worth it.
I've only had it happen one time and they still ended up purchasing. It was crazy because he goes, why do you kill me and take my life insurance money? And he then the one that was like, she's my everything. We've been married for 50 years. I love her to death. And that was just like, what the? And he walks out, like, kicks the door. He's like, there's no way I'm spending $6,000. And the next patient is right there. Yeah. They end up both purchasing. It was a great story. So, but that badge of honor is critical. So at some point during your presentation, not just when you're in the office as a consultant, but when you're closing, find a way to give that spouse a badge. And you can make that entertaining as well. You have an angel on your side. Look at your hearing loss. You've been dealing with this for years. Thank you so much. Like that.
I see that halo on you.
Yeah.
What's that halo?
No wonder we can see in this room.
Your head.
Yeah. Your halo's lighting the room up.
One of the things I like to do sometimes, if you have a really playful couple that's out in the lobby laughing and joking, and you see it's their very first test, and then you see their hearing loss and they're profound, they're horrible. I'll walk in, and when I walk in, most of the time you walk me behind the patient. So before I even say anything, I'll stop by the wife and go, where do you hide those wings? Where do you hide those wings? Putting up with this man and this hearing loss? You're an angel. And they start laughing. Yep. So another common
humor. Yep. And it is so critical. I can't even tell you. That third part, that badge of honor. It's a good movie.
I'll do the unaided word test. And, I'll know what their hearing loss looks like. I'll do the test. They'll fail miserably. And I'll look at the spouse and say, does that surprise you? And they'll go, no. And I will say, you're a saint. You're living with this hearing loss, with this hearing, you're a saint. And I think it just reaffirms, like,
right.
Welcome to my world.
And the only thing I would add to that is a thank you, right? Because then, and I open it up to like, thank you for being patient. And then I pause, and they usually be like, yeah, it's nothing. Or, well, we've been married. I want her to respond back, right? And I'm waiting for that because I put the badge on the table by me saying, you're a saint, you're an angel, right? I need you to pick that up. And I do that by saying, thank you so much. And then I'm waiting, and they'll be like, yeah, I love them. And then I'm like, so these are some of the ways to handle different objections, obviously anticipating them, and we'll talk about this in a minute. Telling stories, reframing it as we talked about yesterday, comparing the things they know, right? Their car payment, their cable bill. I've even talked about just, we've spent so much money on food and clothes. Like, if you add up how much money you spend on going out to restaurants and, the clothes that we purchase and frivolous things, I mean, these hearing aids would have been paid for over the past year times 3. And just little comments like that can get them to understand you're right. I've even said, hey, look, it's about your quality of life. I mean, just like when you eat food, it's about your quality of life. I mean, we could get a steak at the dollar store if we wanted. It just wouldn't be good quality. Now, a person in the Philippines might say, this is fantastic, but not realize that the steak could be so much better. And that's one way that I describe a person that I'm like, yes, your hearing aids are working. This is where you are with nothing. Your hearing aids are helping, but I just want you to realize that I can get you hearing so much better. That's where I'll use that kind of dollar store steak analogy. Reducing to the ridiculous, especially when you're talking about bigger picture, right? Again, they're only looking at that dollar figure. But when you're saying, if you were to get this next one, it's only, over the next few years, it's pennies a day more, right? Or depending on how long they keep it, right? If you have a patient that's had their hearing aids 10 years and they spent $7,500 10 years ago, I would do the math on that and say, 10 years divided by, that 7,500 divided by 10 years divided by 365, and I'm like, this is pennies a day. Like, it's just, you're looking at the right there and now, and if you keep your hearing aids the same amount of time, it's nothing. Well, I'm going to die. Well, if you die, then we'll pay it off. You just let us know.
How often do you spend time with your family? Do you have troubles in that situation? Not once, twice a month. Do you have troubles there? Yeah, I can't hear them. Would you pay $120 to be able to understand your family? Well, hell yeah, I would. Every month, you can use that.
Even for the most sedentary person that sees their family once or twice a month, I'm twisting it to be like, look, once or twice a month, every birthday, every holiday, every anniversary going forward, I want you to enjoy those to the fullest.
Would it be worth it to you to understand them? $150 to understand your family.
On the kind of die thing, Jared, it's helpful to know what, if you already know they're gonna go financing, they say, well, I'm gonna die. Well, the good news is with this particular financing, they forgive the debt if you do pass away. It's not burden to your estate. And there are some that are like that. One of our best ones in Oklahoma is like that.
Well, I
That's not
honestly,
important to be able to tell them, because then they forget all the money.
well, and,
I'd say that's a good add too, yeah.
yeah, so a healthy plan and all well, write that off.
Ally, not all
Ally.
All
All well's it too.
It's all right. No,
basically unsecured debt. But
So we'll talk about that because I assume you're talking about that. So Ally, healthy plan, all well. When a patient passes away, all we need is a death certificate. All they have to do is send a death certificate to the financing company and they write off the balance.
So
They do not have it in writing, so it's going to be difficult. I've gotten an email from Daryl. Daryl said, I just had a conversation with the person at Ally and they confirmed that they do write off the balance. That's as close to writing as I can get. And I've sent that to patients if they really are adamant about it. We had a 77-year-old in Bellevue that had stage 4 lung cancer. Doctor gave her 3 months to live and she lost one hearing aid and she's like, look, I don't have much time to live and I want to be able to hear. Can I purchase one? We have a pair of hearing aids in stock and we said, why don't we do this? Why don't we set it up on monthly payments? And obviously none of us know how long we're going to be. And, we're going to hope for the best. But even if it is only 3 months, I want that last 3 months to be the best that we can make it. When you're going to the doctor visits, when you are having these last conversations with your kids and grandkids and friends and family, we want you present. So we're going to do one better for you. You don't have to pay $3,500. And this is where I'm steering them to do the financing. Because she was planning on just buying one. So she's like, I'll just pay the $3,500 for one. Don't do that. All right, we're going to just put the minimum down. And we're just going to do monthly payments. Unfortunately, I want to say it was like 2 months later she passed away.
Yeah.
But she was able to hear well for the last 2 months of her life. And that doesn't have to be at 95. It doesn't have to be at 90. And you're going to have patients that are telling you I'm too old and they're 78. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Most of my patients are older than you.
I'll justify the interest rate that way too. It's a little bit more of a risky loan. There's no repo man that's going to come and take your hearing aids if you pass away. So that's why our interest rates are a little bit higher. It's not like there's a car we can take back.
Yeah, if you do have patients that are like, oh, the interest rate is higher, I say, it's not a car, it's not a house. I understand I'm not doing this over a 30-year loan. However, the blessing of this is if something does happen to you, we take care of it. And with the demographics of our patients, that happens often. And this is actually the lowest that I've seen it in the 10 years I've been doing with interest rates going all the way down to 7.9 for medical devices. Yeah, you don't see interest rates that low.
So I had a patient last event that he was the spouse of the patient. The patient purchased custom in-ear hearing aids about 6 months ago, and they maximized their budget in order to pay monthly payments on those. And he came in, and his wife died like a week before the appointment. He came in super emotional, distraught. He couldn't hear, but they used all their finances to buy his wife hearing aids. Now she's dead. Now he needs hearing aids. So he was begging me to try and adjust the hearing aids to him. And I told him, I said, well, we can get you hearing aids for yourself. You know, your wife her credit's not going to get messed up if she doesn't make her payment. You can contact them and let her know she passed, and we'll close the account. He goes, I don't believe you, they won't do that. So I called Healthy Plan for him, and I was his advocate right there on the spot. And I put her on speakerphone. I said, I'm just calling on behalf of this patient. I'm here with her husband, and she passed 2 weeks ago. And Healthy Plan goes, okay, sir, all we'll need is a death certificate. We'll close that account. Thank you for letting us know, and please send the condolences to the family. Boom. And he goes, for real? I go, yes, don't worry about that. Now let's get you taken care of. He signed up and bought. So.
Believe it or not, 30 years ago, Chevrolet used to do that. I always thought it was a matter of they didn't have to say have forgiveness on a car, you know, that back in the day.
And they stopped doing that because people started getting good at forging death certificates. I've died 5 times and we all got new whips. I'll take the top of the line, sir. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, bathroom break, coffee break.
You just looked at me.
We're leaving early.
Okay, you guys.
9:20.
Oh, 5.
Oh,
Yeah.
later.
I'm
Okay, later. Okay,
So I'm
cool.
about the same.
Okay, I just wanted a
You're
general
fine,
idea,
fine.
and you guys are leaving pretty early.
Early in the morning, yeah.
You guys both leaving the same time.
Leave me alone, man.
Alright, you'll be here though, right?
Get the late
That's all.
check out at the hotel.
We'll do a couple things before we leave.
Yeah, well, I think we got it. So a couple things before we move on.
Yeah.
We were talking a lot about just some basic objection stuff earlier. There's a couple lines that I would jot down in that lines that I forgot to put on there. We were talking about age earlier. And really, I always try to find the simplest way to get people out of whatever objection they've got. Simply say something to the effect of, you know, if they're like, I'm 95. You're young in my world. I meet people that are 60 that look 90. I meet people that are 90 that look 60. You're one of those people that have taken great care of yourself. You got a long ways to go. How long was that? It took me 5 seconds to say it. I'm telling you, it beats them out of that objection really quick. And they're flattered. You just complimented them. You know, so just a simple one. Were you going to say something?
I help patients old
I'm just listening.
I help patients old enough to be your parents.
Well, if they're 95, that'd be a tough one.
Well, when they're 85.
I mean, pick and choose your battle.
My oldest patient was 107. So
Yeah?
that's
That's
true.
107, huh?
I usually say,
I have 108.
understood, everybody makes the same decision. You're gonna keep getting by, you're gonna make the most of the time.
Well, because he said 107. That's right.
And another quick one
He
is
just
like,
turned my way like.
you know, I always play a country bumpkin with a lot of people, unless they're like an engineer or something. But I'll be like, I'll kind of look at their arm. It's really corny, okay? I'm like, did you get the barcode that tells you when you're gonna go?
You got the expiration date? Do you have an expiration date on there?
How corny is that? But people eat it up.
Yeah.
I love it. It's and then the other one, what was it? When people, this works for 2 things. A, if someone's giving you, like if you're trying to upgrade them to better tech, or also just to get them to purchase in general, to create some urgency. When people give you the excuse, I don't do anything. I maybe once a month, they'll usually say something like, maybe once a month I'll go to dinner with my family, or I'll go to church every Sunday. A very simple way around this, but that's where you want to hear the most.
Yeah.
Holy cow, how powerful is that? And the thing is, we've got a lot of things we'll go over like that. I didn't want to forget those 2 things, so I didn't put them on my phrases and stuff. I'm constantly just trying to find a way to get things done quickly in an efficient way. Especially if you're in a single office, all these things will help you speed things along. So this slide to me, Aaron and Jared and I had a lot of fun with this slide the other day, kind of talking about it. This is, to me, a mindset slide. We can learn a lot about it. Reactionary defense responses are kind of like what I was talking about earlier about how human nature, where we prejudge people. When people come in, a lot of people don't realize it, or maybe they do, but it's mostly subconscious. But they say things like this to start just building up a wall. Do you see what I'm saying about that? Like if somebody comes in and first thing they do when they sit down in front of you is, I'm not buying today. Or like to the PCC, they say, we're just starting to shop around, and the PCCs put that in the notes. You know, a lot of consultants, when they hear these things, they're like, there's no way. And whether they're thinking it consciously or subconsciously, this shuts down a lot of consultants. And as an open house closer or an owner, whatever you want to say, do you shut down when you see or hear someone say any of these types of things? What should be your gut reaction when you hear any of these things?
Sounds like so.
Agree and keep moving forward.
Smoke screen, that's what they use. Just fluff.
Yeah, Reese?
There's car sales today. They're just looking, not buying. So you're gonna get it every single time, right?
But the reason we were
it's just a reactionary response for everyone, or not everyone, but the overwhelming majority of people are gonna do that,
Yeah, and it's not even
so don't take it personal. It's just another thing you got to get around.
Yeah, it's like they just say it to
They really
disarm
do.
you.
And I'll usually just say, you know what, that's okay. That's pretty much what everybody does when they get, or that's pretty much what everybody is doing. So it's like, I think what they're trying to do, like you said, is just put up that, early on defense, look here.
This gives me out.
When you normalize what they're doing, it's like, that's okay. That's what everybody's doing. Yeah.
They used to think of like somebody throwing a wall up.
Yeah, and they're not actually.
You gotta be able to knock the wall down, however you gotta do it.
And depending on what they're saying, which one of these lines they use, I'm going to position it a different way, right? Let's just take one of these. Pick one.
I just want to know prices. That's the most popular one for me.
Yeah, we talked quite a bit about that one the other day. To me, I when I hear that, I slow down. I purposely, tell them, I focus on educating, and I tell them, hey, I'm going to get to that. But at the end of the day, to really have you make a decision on anything that you're going to purchase today, I feel I need to educate you so you can make that decision on your own. If you don't know what the options are, and I educate you on what's going on with your hearing loss, you can't make that decision. It's a quick way to just get them out of that mindset. Go ahead.
Oh, no, that's all right. I'm sorry. I thought you were done, but I was just going to say, I really want to hear how you guys handle the just shopping around. I didn't hear a lot of that. And then also with the Costco's and stuff like that, I really want to hear how you guys handle those objections more, if we could.
Sure. Yeah, we'll talk about Costco a little bit later. But what was the first one again?
I'm just shopping around one.
It really depends on how the appointment's going, and I probably may not cover that the same way twice in a row, back to back with patients. But if they say, I'm just shopping around, the first thing I'm going to do is focus on creating urgency to get it done while we're here. Because, and use statistics like people that don't get help while they're sitting in front of me, they're going to wait an average of 7 more years. Time flies. I love that saying. And before you know it, it's too late. And that's a quick way I use. Aaron, what's the biggest?
It's another good one to use, the and versus but.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. I want you to make sure you make the right decision, and I'm going to give you the information you need to do that today. Move right on.
Or one you can use a lot of the times, including this one, is I've already built. This is after you've built Miracle or Promise, built faith in our company, built up your consultant. Say something simply like, And you have to have some rapport to say this. You got to say at the right time, but say, and with the pricing I can do and the knowledge that this office has to help you treat this loss, if I can't help you with our product, whatever their excuse was with your budget or you're just not sure if it's going to work, build that in there too. Now, I don't know who can help you. I mean, you're sitting in front of you can start getting a little cocky, but you've already established yourself.
Okay, you started with the best place.
And say something like, I fit thousands of people. I've consulted thousands of people. The consultant you're with has been doing this for years, 30 years, however long you want to say. The hearing aid's only a tool. If you don't get the right person that knows how to use that tool, then it's a waste of your money and time, and it won't work.
I like that.
You could spend $10,000 anywhere on hearing aids, but if it's not the right person that knows how to counsel you and explain what's going on and program your hearing aids, it won't do any good. And I use analogies a lot with that, where I say, imagine if you had a Phillips screw. Yeah, very simple, I know. But imagine if you had a Phillips screwdriver and someone said, and you have a nail, and someone says, put that nail in that wood with that Phillips screwdriver. It doesn't work. It's the wrong tool, first off, so we're getting you the right tool. We're getting you the hammer that you need. Or whatever. Now, try to link it with their profession, always.
One of the things I tell patients often is, and I just tell them this is an honest truth, is I spent the last 6 years of my career dedicated to knowing the industry, not just mere for their product. What happened was I got tired of seeing patients come in with a Ziploc baggie with 7 or 8 pair of hearing aids in there at $2,000 to $3,000 a pair, spending $20,000 on hearing aids that never worked for them. And it's because there wasn't enough education. You can Google search and you don't know what's out there. Have you tried looking? Yeah. It's hard to find information, isn't it? Yeah. So what I've done is I've dedicated my career to knowing the whole industry, and I've come up with a way to explain it so you have the tools so you do it right. So I'm going to give those tools to you, and we'll get you taken care of.
Yeah. And I'll touch on Costco just a minute real quick, because it kind of leads into what we were just talking about. How many people have met? What is a typical thing with Costco? How many pairs of hearing aids have people bought the last 5 to 10 years from Costco if they've been to Costco? About that. What's the, and maybe it's different for you guys, but the thing I hear constantly from Costco is they make everything louder, but I still don't really understand people, especially in background noise. And there's reasons for that, right? I imagine all of you have been trained on Costco. They may look like they've got similar tech, but when they go to programming, what's the programming look like? 90%, well, let's be fair, 60, 70% of it's grayed out.
The button's there, but
the hearing aid consultant, even if they're really good at programming and they want to take care of people, do they have the right tools to do it? Half the stuff's grayed out. They can't really adjust all the channels. Like they're saying it's a 48 channel, but it's all just wonky. I encourage you, if you haven't done it, I did this, it's been probably 4 years ago now. I made an appointment at Costco and went in there and had them test me and show me their product. Going back now, it might actually make me learn more, because I didn't really know what the hell I was doing back then as much. But has anybody ever done that?
No.
Not just a competitor, but
Costco
Costco
is in our area, so they were wanting to put me on like a 2-week thing.
Oh, really?
Great. And that's something you can tell people too. But the thing is, if it takes a month to get in, who cares? Schedule it. Make sure you have time for it. You'll learn about their testing process, which is pretty uniform across their spectrum. You'll learn about they're about in and out. There really is no connections. They're just like, you want these or not. Yeah. And they're focusing on price, right? Because they're like, well, yeah, they're only $2,000. We're not going to spend all this time to just buy them.
No financing.
No financing. Most insurances don't work through Costco, or the patient has it built themselves. But I forget what I was going to say about. But the thing is what I focus on with Costco is just, and I always disarm them first. I'll say, hey, I love Costco. And I learned this from probably Jim, I think. I love Costco. I shop there all the time. Every time I go to get a couple things and I walk out and I'm $500. It's like, oh. And I've used that before where it's like, yeah, every time you go to get help, you're gonna leave spending $5,000 to $1,000. You're not gonna $1,000 anyway, so you're gonna have it quick. But the thing is with Costco, if you disarm them by saying you like them, you can. It's kind of like saying, "Do you mind if I ask you?" It's disarming the situation. Then you can get into saying, "Man, I say something simple like, I buy all my produce there. Man, their meat is the best. I barbecue their meat every weekend. It is the best you can get. I don't care what you say." But I just can't imagine the thought of getting a medical treatment at a warehouse store. And see, what I've done is I've given Costco a compliment. I never badmouth competition directly. I kind of do a compliment sandwich, right? And then from there, you can start with Costco dimming background noise with good technology, blows them away. Like let them wear their Costco aids for a minute, demo background noise, and then put ours on with it focused and have the correct programming. That alone will really take care of Costco.
One good analogy to use, and this a lot of people, 99% of people shop at Home Depot. And they know what Home Depot does. Every Black Friday, they stack stuff up in the aisles. You can't even get up and down the aisles because there's big old mounds of product in the aisle. But you'll notice there's always a stack of yellow DeWalt drills for $99. But right behind it on the shelf where the product actually belongs, they're $250. What's the difference between the two drills? They look the same. What's the difference? The patients kind of pause and they'll give you some answers. No matter what they say exactly. Here's the truth behind it. The ones on the shelf, they have metal chucks, metal gears, and they have lithium batteries. The ones on the floor stacked out for $99, those are Black & Deckers put in a yellow shell. They have plastic gears, they have nickel cadmium batteries, they have plastic chucks. Basically what it is older, outdated Black & Decker sold through as a promotional buy. And I'll even share with my use of manager Home Depot, so I understand this very well. But at the end of the day, if it looks too good to be true, it is too good to be true. So you kind of pause for a second, they'll answer for you. So they use hearing aids as liquidation. And the main thing is you go to a grocery store, where do they keep the milk? They keep it in the back of the store, right? Because they lose money on milk. They want you to go through the store and leave with a lot of the product. Costco uses your hearing health as their loss leader. Is that where you want to get your care taken care of? So you can use those analogies.
Powerful.
Yeah, that's good.
I never heard that one, the lost leader. Yeah.
I like to say you have to compare apples to apples. If you're looking to get the least expensive hearing aid, Walgreens has them for $40. Try them, tell me what you think, right? And when you compare Costco's very best hearing aids, they're real comparable with our fourth best. And our prices are real comparable too at that point. So,
Yeah.
you know, if you want to treat your hearing loss well, you got to get something that works for you. If you're looking for the cheapest price, go to Walgreens.
I like that. And Spencer, I learned something the last time I was there from him. You know, we'll talk about third-party insurance, managed care stuff. Spencer, when I was there the last time, you're disarming that immediately, right?
Costco?
Not terminal patients.
And terminal patients in Costco. So we're going to cross out when to bring up, how to overcome early, and anticipating, and then we're going to add Costco low price point ad and terminal patients.
Okay.
Let me see. There's still with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There should be. You guys got 12?
Yeah. Good. Okay.
Cool.
And you know, last night Dexter was talking. We were talking a little bit during bowling, and Jared's talked a lot about how he uses that tool belt, right? Where it's like, oh, I need my hammer for this. I need the more ways you have to handle these objections in your tool. I call it my bat belt. That's what Dex remembers back when I was training him a long time ago. He's like, I think he said, it's always stuck with me. If someone comes in and I've got my batarang and my whatever Batman's got, his bat belt, the more of those tools I have, the more I can pull out the fight. It's just like your tool belt analogy. But the thing is, if you don't have at least 3 ways to handle each one of these objections, you really don't have the proper tools in your tool belt. Like Batman's gonna die. Right?
Well, and you're going to have patients that will give you 4 or 5 until you get to the real one.
Yeah, so you need to be
Right, so you need to be able to handle each one, knock it out, and it's like, oh, that's the real reason. And you'll find it, that's the real reason. And then when you overcome that last one, then they're like, all right, you know, I was gonna shop around, You know, I thought it was the money. You know, I am older and I didn't really want to spend the money because I'm 90. You know, and I do have a new roof that I have to put up, so the timing isn't great. But you've answered all those things. All right, let's go ahead and move forward. So that's why it's not just important to get good at handling one of those objections, but having, again, 3 to 5 ways of handling each one of those, because in one appointment, you might have to handle 3, 4, 5, 6 of these.
Well, if you keep using the same strategy to beat 5 objections, like let's just say that someone beats you against head with age 5 times, and you only have one way to beat that objection, what's going to happen when you say it for the 4th time in a different way? They're like, is this guy an idiot?
Yeah, I think you're hearing me. I'm trying to tell you, because obviously that did not work. So they're looking for a different answer.
It starts getting them flustered because
Yeah.
they're like, we're just going tit for tat now.
Yeah.
But you can say it the one way, you know, a few different ways, and okay. But if you get to like 4 or 5 times saying the same way to handle that objection in a different way, and don't just totally change your approach, they're going to be like, this guy's not listening to me at all.
So here's one thing where I look at objections and these things and kind of adding to the tool belt analogy is think about this like prescription drugs. When you have an illness, they call it medical practice because they're practicing. They're going to give you a prescription and see if it works. And if it doesn't work, then they're going to have another prescription to back it up. And when you develop immunity to that, I have another prescription for you that will help you. These are prescriptions to help you cure your objection illness. And so if you don't have a whole drugstore full of prescriptions to give them, the patient's going to die. So think about that as an analogy. You need to have as many prescriptions that will apply. And what works with one patient isn't going to work with the next.
Don't let your patients die.
Yeah.
Don't hear me.
Quit killing your patients.
Well, the thing is, like,
Ibuprofen one.
kind of get in the mindset that these people are in front of me right here and now. And I get into the mindset of if I don't help these people right now, it took a long time for them to get here in the first place.
Yeah.
And if I don't help them right now, they're just going to wait and wait and wait, and I felt them. And you know, if I get to the end of it and I can't get anywhere, I'll say things like that. Man, I feel like I failed you. Are you sure? And like if I've lost I'm like, I'm done. I've already done everything I can do that I can think of. A lot of times it works. I just say, hey, I feel like I really failed today. Just trying to help you. I know it's been taking you a long time to get here. What other questions can I answer that might help?
How do I do that?
Because I feel like there's something I'm missing that I just don't know. And literally, that's last ditch effort for me to pull out an objection, but I'm getting it. They'll literally be like, well, you know, my buddy really wants me to go to Costco. I'm like, how the hell did I miss that? And maybe they didn't give me any clues. I didn't. And then finally I'm like, oh, okay, I got it. And let's talk about that for a few minutes, just see if we can handle that for you. And you know, that way I can still try to help you. And again, that's my a lot of people's last ditch is, God, you got 30 days. Let's just try these.
Wrong.
You ever catch me saying that? Just sock me. Just go for it. I won't get mad at you. I'll be like, thank you. My last ditch effort is, man, what else can I do to try to help with this?
I'll do something similar. I'll actually apologize. I'll say, I'm so sorry. And you're like, why are you saying sorry? And it sounds really egotistical, but I am. But I'll tell them, I say, look, I'm sorry. I'm a firm believer that there are certain people on this earth that need hearing help, and I'm the only one that can get through to them. And as stubborn as you are, or whatever word you want to use in your relationship with them, with as much denial or as much issues you're having right now, I'm a firm believer that I am the only one that can possibly help you because we're close. And I've let you down by not doing it, so I'm sorry.
That's similar to what I was saying earlier about, you know, if I can't help you with my product and payment options and factory options I have, I'm just worried. I don't know who could. And the thing is, it sounds a little egotistical, but I said it in a pretty non-confrontational way. And I use that followed up by when I asked, what have I missed? And then I'll follow up with what I just said, you know. And they'll open up. They really will. But I don't use that a ton. This is, like I said, my last-ditch effort before I say, gosh, I guess we can't. to the south today.
One of Jared's last ditch efforts that I stole from him.
I haven't talked about that at all.
There you go.
Well, we have the rest of the day to talk about this too. One of the last ditch efforts that Jared taught me, and I use the heck out of it, is a simple thing. And if I'm saying it differently, please tell your version of it. But what it is basically, what we found is when a patient is at this point and they still don't want to get the help, there's one of three problems. You don't trust me, you don't trust the product, or you don't believe you actually have an issue. Which of the three is it?
Yeah, the man, money, and the machine.
Yeah, it's Roy Dane.
I got it from this real
I remember reading
Never
something
I don't know if I
similar.
created really anything.
Yeah.
I'm just regurgitating.
Oh, it's the price?
everything.
Is it the monthly payment or is it
Yeah.
the total cost?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the monthly
I
payment.
mean,
Okay,
I
let's talk
honestly couldn't tell you where I've gotten half of the stuff. I mean, half the stuff.
It all
came
blends
from
together
you
after a
guys.
while.
You know, in my mind, I'm like, I created that, and I'm like, that's genius. And then I read it in the book, and I'm like, oh, that from that book.
It's funny because when Kurtz was talking about the bad breath comment, I'm like, I thought I created that.
Yeah, well, that's where I'm like, I think I read that in a book. Really? Yeah, we all just regurgitate in different manner the same things.
I always try to give credit where credit's due, and sometimes you just don't know.
And you're still not going forward, we think it's one of three things, where is it, where are those?
The ones I use are you don't trust me, you don't trust the product, or you don't believe you have a loss.
Ours is always the man, the machine, or the money. The 3 M's. Is it me, the man? Is it the machine, the car, or is it the money? It's the payment. What's stopping you?
Is that like from a sales book?
It's a
It's just from car sales. Car sales.
I've never heard that.
I can tell you where I got it. Just like Jared saying, no idea. You know, just I read it.
That sounds like Grant Cardone.
Yeah, it does.
Sounds Cardone-ish.
What was the third one, Steve?
Man,
They don't believe they have a loss.
Oh, denial.
The man, the machine, or the money.
Man, machine, money, yeah.
And there's a little thing that I was going to talk about this yesterday, but I forgot. You know, Reese was it you telling me?
I said you got to do your glasses.
Before I forget to cover this, I meant to cover it yesterday in transitions and things, but when people, you know, as a closer, I'm trying to discern them right away when the consultant brings them over to me. And I don't know why, but recently, about a year ago, I went to like wearing my glasses up here a lot because it hurt my nose one day or something. But especially if I know a guy's in denial, I'll have the test sitting on my desk in front of me, and I'll be like purposely like staring at my computer when they come in, like furiously programming hearing aids or looking like I'm working on something for the patient. And then literally I'll look, and when they get set down, like, oh, hi, I'm Curtis, introduce, all this stuff. I don't go straight into report. The first thing I do, and it's one of these corny things I know, but
Pop the glasses off.
I pretend I haven't seen their loss yet. And then I'm like, well, let's see what we're working with here.
Take them right
Oh
back
my
off.
word.
Hey, take it back off. That's ridiculous.
Well, sometimes, just to get maybe like close it up a little bit, I go like this again, and I'm like, oh. And I'm just like silent. I stay silent.
You're not listening?
And this is every patient.
Is it bad?
And I get them. I wait until they say something, like either the spouse or them. They're like, it's not that bad. And I'm like, yeah, it actually is. Let me explain it. But then I go from that to building rapport. I don't jump right into it. But seriously, like these simple things, you have no idea the power it has. And then later on, when I get to objections, I use my glasses a ton. If they start bringing up a bunch of objections and I'm covering them, and I'm trying to either get a third party involved or I'm just trying to get through to the patient, Jared's already kind of showed you yesterday, but I literally go like this and I just kind of look at their test and I just kind of freeze for a second on purpose to make it look human. And then I just go back to it like, let's go over this a little bit more. And we'll talk about what we were just talking about a minute ago, but I think we missed something. I'm not saying you didn't hear me? What? I already went over that. I'm doing what you do, like with what they trained you with the LDS Church, where I'm trying to get them recommit. But props, this isn't a prop for me. I'm pretty blind without these things. But there's a lot of consultants that have literally got, because of me cheaters, they'll get, they're not even glasses.
Blue light
Like
filtering.
there's
Blue light filtering.
Ben Parker does that. Like he uses the glass. He doesn't need glasses. He's like, his genes are amazing for that stuff, but he uses them. But those simple little things disarm people, and they make you look human. Like I'll have them up here, and I'll be staring at the computer, and I'm like, God, I guess this would help. Like in front of the patient, they laugh, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, my eyes are in the shape as your ears. And without these, I don't know what I'd do. I'm getting them to start thinking about, God, I didn't need these because, God, you can't see. It's the same thing with my ears. Oh, shit.
Since Curtis brought it up, it was something I was going to try and find a way to squeeze in. And since Curtis brought it up, I'll go ahead and throw it in there. We have a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And the anticipate arrows up here kind of is a good example of what it is. He mentioned the LDS Church, okay? Just so you guys understand, guys out there on the bicycle, shirt and tie, I was one of them for 2 years in the Dominican Republic, as was this young man here. But before we go out to do the work, we go through a training process where they teach us how to communicate with people. Which, by the way, franchise owners, return missionaries, Barry Finley made a very good career out of that. People who have served missions came home. They already have 90% of the training that we're teaching today already taught to them. Missionaries, if you think about it from a completely sacrilegious way, they're selling an intangible thought in theory that you can't smell, touch, or feel, and asking you to change your life over it. Oftentimes giving up everything, giving up family, all over a thought. So that's where some of this comes from, but forgive me for being a little bit sacrilegious, but the reality is it is true. You have to be able to communicate in a certain way in order to get these thought processes through. Oh yeah, Zach served the mission too. But
look at me now.
As he drinks his coffee. See how he is? Okay, but here's my point behind that is we have what's called a commitment pattern. Okay, when you're talking to people about a thing, you have commitments, and the same thing through the process that we talk about is every step there's a small commitment you want to get. So when you teach one principle, get a commitment. And if they're not ready to commit to that small principle, then they're not ready to proceed. Then you back up, overcome the objection, and then you go to the next one. And then you get them to commit to that principle, and if they commit, you're good, proceed. Commitment, proceed. Commitment, proceed. And so you're catching these objections throughout the sales process. So one of the things I do is before I really get in too much depth of it, I'll ask, look, as we just went over your hearing loss, you definitely have a hearing loss. If I got you a pair of hearing aids, would you actually wear them? Would you put them in a sock drawer? Are you willing to put them in your ears? Because if you're not, then there's no need for us to proceed. Well, I don't know if I'd wear them. Well, why not? So then we go back and find out what the objection was that causes that. Is it because he doesn't believe he has a loss? Is it because he doesn't like the look of them? Is it because he's heard nothing but bad stories? So then you overcome those objections, and then you say, okay, so if you had a loss, you would wear them. Yeah, I'd wear them. Okay, cool. Then you go on to the next step, and then you teach the next principle, and then you ask for commitment. So if I could find a product or a solution that would work for you, and it would fulfill your needs, and if I could make it affordable, would this be something you'd be willing to do? I don't know. Well, why not? Then you go back and start addressing those objections, and then you go to the next level. So it's principle upon principle, and then that way you're catching the objections throughout the process. So when you get time to close, you've gotten 5 or 6 commitments, and now you're just asking for the ultimate commitment. Will you allow me to take care of your hearing health for the rest of your life? Yeah, let's do it. Okay, well, let's look and see what it all costs. And then we pull up the price sheet. At that point, you've already haven't said yes 24 times. It's the yes, no questions with a twist. It's basically when you can't get a yes, go back and overcome the objection, and then proceed, and then go back. So you might do that. And the fun part is I'll hear no 15 to 20 times in an appointment. Reese was laughing at me because I was at an event, and he's like, dude, you just kept going. But it was that principle. I just kept going back and finding what the root objection was, overcome it, and then move forward. And overcome it and move forward. And it's not all at the end, do this. It's just gradual taking care of it. So that's what the commitment pattern is. So, any questions?
Did you guys talk about anticipation and like what to look for?
I was gonna try to cover that over after lunch.
At the end.
I mean, we do have some time for lunch. We probably have another 20, 30 minutes before lunch. Oh, okay, so then what we'll do, we have 1 hour then. What time is it? Oh, yeah, we got plenty of time. So what I would like you guys to do, well, we want to take a quick break, everybody? Let's try to keep it to just 5 minutes so we can get through some stuff before lunch. Thanks, guys. Yeah. So look through those, and then, but I also want you to be thinking of ways that you handle the objection, not just those. But what we want is to at least have each group have 3+ ways to handle all of these objections. And then after lunch, we're going to share with the group, however you want, if you want to pick a spokesperson or whatever, what you guys do to handle these objections. This will not just help you, try to implement some of these new sayings you might see, but also you're going to hear ways that everybody in this room handle these objections and learn from it.
So you want us to go ahead and write down an answer to each one of those?
Yeah, up to 3+ for every single one of them. And then also try to think of, let's talk about anticipate for just a minute before we break out. And Jared and Aaron, you're welcome to jump in here. Anticipate, what do I mean by anticipate an objection? We talked about this briefly this morning. Let's just talk about one example, a really easy one. I'm sitting in the lobby or in my office and I hear a patient come in, and I hear the patient complain to and she came with her daughter. Her daughter's like 60, she's 95, and she complains to the patient complains to the patient or to the PCC. I don't even know why we're here. I'm 95. I don't need hearing aids. I'm going to die tomorrow. Like, we're just saying the extreme of this lady's saying, right? What am I going to do for this patient with hearing this? What objection am I going to be battling right away? Age. Okay, this is a very simple one to identify. They get a lot more complicated, but when I'm sure Jared and Aaron do this as well. When I'm sitting in the office and I don't have anybody with me, even when I'm with people, I'm constantly trying to hear everything going on, including the conversation the consultant's having with this person, if I can, through the wall. Also, I leave my door open if I'm not with people so I can hear what people are saying when they walk through the door. Or just another simple one, the patient comes in and the PCC asks for their ID and their insurance card. And they say, yeah, I've got this really cool coverage called True Hearing. Am I ready to compete that? And hold my beer, right? Mm-hmm. These are hold my beer moments. Every one of these, there should be a cue of, okay, I need to focus on this right up front. Whether you do it right away or you get it in your presentation somewhere. So also not just objections, or ways to handle these objections, but I also want one example of all of these in your group of a way you can anticipate every one of these objections. Like something you heard from them, something you read a note. What other ways can you anticipate an objection?
Demographics, or like from how old they are, maybe, or if they have a loved one coming.
About the notes, like they came up with 895 ad.
Perfect. I look, what am I doing before the appointment? I'm looking at what they called in on. They've got an 895 ad. What is going to be, what objection am I anticipating? See, it's simple, right? Yeah. This isn't a tough project to do. The biggest thing is like I say, 3 to 5 ways to handle every objection. The more, the better. And a lot of them will be similar for some of these objections, right? You don't have to be clever. I mean, try to come up with different ones, but a lot of these can intermingle, right? And then, so before lunch, maybe break into your groups and start looking through those sayings and ones you've learned through the week that you've jotted down. And then start thinking of, do I want to use those? or do I want to use my own that I know works? And then we'll share, okay? Yeah, and those phrases I've given you, make them your own if you want, or me and Jared. You don't have to say it verbatim. I just know that works. Maybe you have a better way to say it that I think of.
Well, you guys are always changing too. I mean, like,
Oh, dude,
for example, the one I used to use a lot, the second backline is a goose one. I used to say.
I still use that.
Oh, yeah, we were going to dinner the other night, but you know what I did today? It's good for the goose. Or what's good for the goose?
I don't know. I use that a lot, but do you think it would be helpful?
I've heard that one.
You have it?
I've heard you say that once.
It's a one-liner.
It works. The thing is, I think I sent a strategy of the week on that. But so it's corny as hell, guys, and I don't know how I stumbled on it, but I'm trying to get third parties to purchase too. That's like what sets some of us apart from others. Another $5,000, $6,000, 10, 20 grand a week. If I know the third party has a loss, and we've identified ways to figure that out and talk about that, I get the spouse committed first, or the patient. I get through all the paperwork, I get the down payment, I do everything I need to do. I don't want to take the chance of losing that. And some people don't do that first, they just go forward with trying to help the spouse. I do that because I don't want to complicate things. They're there for that patient first. And I get it locked down. I get a delivery appointment set, it's like all done. And then I just make a really corny comment. If I know through the process that the favorable voice has a loss, I joke about it when I'm done. I say, you know that old saying, what's good for the goose, right? And I've already got the patient, they've already identified the other person has a loss, you need these two. But and some of you, the younger people might not even know that. I don't think Jared knew what I meant at first. He's never heard it. There's a saying, what's good for the goose is good for the, some of you know what I said. A gander is like a flock of geese, but basically it's like trying to say.
That's what I was. What was it?
Yeah, what's a gander?
What I'm trying to beat down is like, okay, you just made him do this. You're going to do it now. And it works. I'm sure almost everybody in this room I've worked with has heard me use this. And then it's simple. You basically, they start joking about it, and I'm like, well, hey, we don't even know if you do have a loss. And we talked about this the other day on a transition. We don't even know if you do have a loss, but why not? Guys, I think we've got an extra 10 minutes. We had a patient, and I don't know this, but I'm like, I think we had a patient that showed up a little bit late. They're doing paperwork. This won't take long at all. Let me have my consultant just test you so we know what's going on.
And the key thing right here is making it seem like it's easy to do. Right? So you want no barriers. Don't even worry about the paperwork. We won't even have to deal with that. While I'm setting up demos, it's going to take me a few minutes to get these set up anyways.
Yeah.
Again, I'm saying I'm doing something, or we had something open up, right? And I'm going to be setting up demos. You might as well get a test real quick. You can at least see where you're at.
And who knows, it might be great news.
Yeah.
You may not need help, but then you can tell him, see? and I say things like that because I'm like, and then they're like, oh, okay.
Non-threatening.
And then literally, sometimes I'll get in with talking about timing. I'll pull in the patient that was in the waiting room that was about to get started with Dexter, and then I'll go into Dexter and be like, hey, test the spouse. I think we had one in Eugene when I was there, didn't we?
Yeah, we're just.
And literally, it works like a champ. And even if you're running behind or something, we talked about this at length the other day on how to handle these things. But then, Spencer jumped in, tested the patient. I literally get the patient he was just with, I close them, and then the spouse comes in, and it's so simple. You literally just turn both their tests around. I take the patient I just sold, I have it sitting here, and then I turn the patient, the favorable voices test around, and it looks, I don't know what it is, law of physics or whatever, but a lot of them look the same.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
Have you ever seen that? You're like, holy cow, this is
not far off.
very
I've
simple.
seen you guys been together for a while, huh?
The best is when the favorable voices is worse.
Yeah.
And then all you got to do, I do my glass thing, and I'm like, oh my word, you were right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then literally, I've already went over everything. I don't have to do anything. I'm like, hey, you really just need the same hearing aids. Let's get this done, 2 birds with 1 stone. And you're going to be coming with him with follow-ups anyway. I've already talked about how that works. And most of the time, I don't even need to give an additional discount. I can. I'm like, you know, if they're kind of giving me some him and han, I'm like, hey, you know, just like Jared or Aaron said, we're going to be going through this process together. It takes us less time. We can save you another $500 or $1,000 per set. I go and I adjust the one I finished. I can go edit it. You know, you'll have that power in the system. Or if you need, you call us. We can help you. But it is so simple to just assume it. And then if they got Ally approved on the patients, you can just put them together, tell them their new payment if they need the payments.
It really is getting the third party, whether it is a spouse or a friend, that is another one of those separating factors. Everyone is going to be able to close those easy ones, right? Again, getting with a full week schedule, getting an $80,000 open house is easy. It's getting that full schedule to a 150, a 170, those are what we're looking for, right? And these are the little things is, how do you get the people that they had 5 objections, getting the people that were really in denial, getting the people that didn't want to buy hearing aids, getting the people that bought 2 or 3 years ago, and getting third parties, the spouses. When you add up those little things, getting B-backs, getting the spouses, getting those tough ones, that's what separates the top from the bottom. That's it. Because everyone is going to get the certain amount of the laydowns, the easy ones. That's it, right? But those harder ones and getting the third parties, so you have to kind of look for those and see those. And even though you might be scared during an open house, when you guys get open houses, to bring them into this because you've got another appointment, find a way to make it happen, right? And that's where it takes being creative and thinking on your toes and saying, I'm going to program some hearing aids, you might as well. And then you just say, give me 1 second. I'm going to go grab something, step out and say, hey, this is where we're at. Go test this person. This is where you can also take your slow days and turn them into more productive days. I used to say 20 a day keeps Greg away, right? And that was if you're doing 20 a day, he's happy, right? And we keep raising the bar, right, of what we're expecting and wanting. And the goal is now for us, let's say our goal is 25 a day. But either way, it's only 1 sale away if you were at 17,000. That's one pair of hearing aids away. So it'll take you to that point. But if I got that 2 or 3 times in a week, that $30,000 difference is huge, right? So that's kind of what we're looking for in being creative and maximizing the opportunities. And I'm talking to him and I'm hearing those little cues of the TV's louder for him sometimes. Well, let me do a quick word test. Let's just see how you guys do.
Yeah, he's just as bad at making me repeat.
Yep. Well, I have to repeat for you,
and
too.
I don't even bring it up when they say it. I keep that right here in the back of my... Now, does this work every time? Absolutely not. But that line about the good for the goose, good for the gander is very non-confrontational. I'm not just going to, at the end of the appointment, say, why don't we test you too?
Right.
I'm getting them very slowly acclimated to the concept of it, and it's non-confrontational. I'm like, hey, maybe you don't have a
The best part is you've already overcome all the objections.
And you literally assume it. If they've got a loss, and I've got them I've used the good for the goose line, if I get them to let me test them, it's probably an 80% close on the favorable voice.
Just for clarity, the gander's the male geese, the goose is the females.
Oh, there you go.
Well, it's just a saying.
No, we were just asking earlier.
What is the
gander's the flock of geese. So it's
you just looked it up?
Yeah,
okay.
I thought it was that.
Well, either way, people know what you mean. Like the older
what's
generation,
good for him is good for her.
That's even better.
You know what that means.
Yeah.
What's good for you is good for me.
Yeah.
I've never said it once and had somebody not understand. Now, if I said it and they're like, no, we don't have time today, or
right.
no
worries.
Down the road, and then I leave it open for the consultant, right? I say, hey, when you come back for the delivery next week, you're going to be with them anyway. I'm just going to schedule a little extra time. That way you can plan on being there for the test. And you can get tested really quick. You've got time that day. it gives us an idea of just what's going on, so we have it on record.
And you want to be able to read that, because if you know that they have a time constraint, and even if they have a hearing loss, don't go into that, right? I need to solidify one, right? Again, the bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, right? That's where it's like, hey, you know what? Here's a creative way of doing it, saying, what's your schedule like? It's Monday. What's your schedule like the rest of the week?
Yeah.
Let's get you in tomorrow or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
And
And I'll have your hearing aids ready for you. So you could even say, come in Thursday, and John will have your hearing aids ready for you.
The other fun one is we all know that patients never know they have a hearing loss. And so when you have the wife that's like, I could hear a frog farting across the street. Okay, cool. But no, you can't. They're arguing. So they'll say those things and say, you know what? We just convinced him that he has a hearing loss. Let's prove to him that you're okay. Get her a test and, oh my gosh, we were wrong.
Yeah, and the reason that I get the patient finished first, I've had this, I know at least 2 times I had it blow up on me. I've got the patient sold, it's the guy, and both times this happened. And then I didn't get the paperwork done, I didn't get the down payment, I didn't solidify everything. And then all of a sudden the wife gets the results back, and a lot of guys are in the mindset of, oh God, my wife needs help, I'm going to help her first. And that, I mean, is a bad thing? No, it's just that's the way guys are, right? And so 2 times, I remember it specifically, I didn't write the paperwork up, I didn't get the down payment, and it fell completely apart because the spouse wanted the husband to get the aids because that's why they came there for whatever reason. And the man usually does have a worse loss for the most part. But then the husband's like, no, I'm not getting them if you're not getting them. And then they get to a point where they're like, God, we can't do $17,000. But ever since I went to switch to getting everything done for the one, I've never had one back out because it's done. Yeah. It's finalized, it's cemented. And I'm sure Aaron and Jared maybe have done it a little different way, but I had those 2 go haywire, so I literally switched to doing it where they're committed and they're done on at least the one. So
I said I had that happen to me last couple, and then I got my head unless because I get both of them, but that was their permit. I was like, did I focus on her a little bit too much than him?
Yeah, well, it can be trickier.
Here's the thing: is then you become the advocate for So you know what? I tell you what, this is a lot for you guys to swallow at once. We came here for him. Let's focus on him, get him taken care of.
Flip back.
And so you can flip right back.
You can. It's just that those 2 times. I'll be honest. I mean, it can. I'm sure you've had it blow up on you too, but at the end of the day, it's another tool in your back belt that you can try, right?
But I like when you fit the husband, and then when he comes in first after his first week, the wife's like, well, I have to still turn up the TV all the way, and then that's when I'll get her. Well, we should probably do a test.
Yeah, I usually use that previous where I say, I've seen this a lot where I'll fit one and then the other one doesn't realize it, and then the TV's still at 80 and you want the TV down now that you've been fitted, so now we got, that kind of, and then, but that's depending on what if they're on board for getting 2, and then, we're close to that, I feel like if it's going that way, then I'll do that, but if not, I don't want to shoot myself in the foot, like you said.
And that's a great thing
to do that.
That's a great thing to teach the consultant that you're training, but get you're moving to open houses here in a month. To switch your mindset to, I can't wait till the test. I'm getting this now.
That's what
And so, those are things we can help coach consultants on how to get them down the road, right? Anyway, let's go ahead. We've still have another half hour. Aaron, you got something?
Yeah, I was just going to share. There's another third-party sales thing that I assume is obvious, but we'll say it just to make sure. How many times do you get patients who say they're getting their hearing test? Why are you getting a hearing test? My husband says he can't understand me, so I must not be speaking clearly. Or my husband always has to turn the TV up for me. And I'm like, so he turns it up for you? Well, no, I can't hear. I can hear, but he always turns it up too loud. That's a cry for help. They're asking for you to help them get their husband in. Oh. And so when that happens, what I do is I say, look, I think this really is something that we need to test both of you to figure out. Because there is a problem. There are some people who have excellent hearing, but have cognitive issues. They have an inability to understand speech. Even though they hear with a 20 decibel loss, they still can't understand speech. That could be an issue. But I need more details. So let's get your husband in. I can test both of you, and I can do a full analysis out of both of you. And often what you'll find is the wife is just crying for help to get their husband hearing aids. And they're thinking, well, if I have a hearing loss and I get hearing aids, then he might actually consider it. So don't be afraid to use the let's test you both to help that patient get their spouse in.
I just have a question. Do you all mostly wear your suits when you're doing the open houses? Or I understand that sometimes you want to wear the lab coat.
What is that?
What's the
Honestly, it varies depending on, I think, where we're at.
Okay.
would you wear a suit jacket or would you just wear
No, if I'm going to wear a tie, I'm just going to wear a shirt and a tie.
Yeah.
And then there's been times where, you know, each one of us has worn a sweater, no tie, you know, or, you know, a button up that buttons and, you know, it's always professional, but we're not wearing like a polo like that, Steve.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously during this, it's not that big of a deal, but during an open house, I'm not wearing
No, I
that.
understand. I would never do that either. I would
Unless-
wear a dress shirt.
Yeah, I was in Hawaii, you know,
Yeah.
changing that up to fit the environment.
I think it's an individual thing, and I think you said this yesterday. It's all about how you feel. If you can feel good in what you're wearing and present yourself in a professional manner, then do it as long as it's appropriate.
Yeah.
There have been times where I've worn polo shirts because we have a provider that's never worn anything but a polo shirt.
And in the
And you go in there with a
70s,
suit and
California.
they're wearing polo shirts, you want to kind of mimic that. But
Crazy
one thing that
bastard.
I found is I've tried lab coat, I've tried full suit, I've tried white shirt tie only, I've tried everything. I've tried in different markets. It really doesn't matter, to be honest.
So
It's
that's
your
a
confidence.
Yeah, so the question I think is your providers or like all of your closed here. So basically what you're saying is you give them
Most
the
of
option
our
to
providers,
choose. You guys don't say, hey, you're wearing a tie and a button shirt.
almost all of them are ties or bare minimum button shirt.
Yeah.
But 90% of the males providers are button up in a tie.
Okay, but you talk about the one guy that wears a polo and that must mean.
Yeah, that he's outside of the 90%. He's been doing it for 30 years.
So you're not gonna mess with that.
And he's number 2 in our company.
Well, look at
Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. So it's really.
But it really, I mean, I kind of experiment sometimes. I'll wear a polo to see if it affects anything. I've done that, and to be again, it comes more down to how you present yourself and what you're wearing. But I will say this: I was actually out working on with my horses. I was wearing boots and cinched jeans and a polo shirt, and I actually had my cowboy hat on because it was a hot day. And something came up at Nampa, and I ran into Nampa to cover, and I ended up helping them. I think it was with Kelly or something. I ended up selling a couple pair of hearing aids, wearing dirty jeans and boots, and the patients actually loved it. So it really depends on your market.
Well, and this is one thing though that a lot of people are superstitious to, right?
Yeah.
So I kid you not, I've seen consultants, and some of you will know who it is, wore a lab coat and then said, you know, based on where I live, the lab coats just don't make me fit in. So then started changing to wearing a vest all the time. And then they wore a vest all the time. And he's like, I just feel better. I feel like I fit in with people. And then, you know, sales started going down. And he's like, I switched back to the tie, you know, and, you know, I feel like that just gets, I mean, it's constantly changing based on how he feels that, and I, like a lot of people who've been doing it longer, you just wear different things. As long as you come across professionally, you look professionally, just, I'm not showing up with wrinkles on my shirt,
Right.
you know, my hair not done, you know, I'm at least, if you know, I'm, for those that have facial hair, it's lined up, it looks professional, you know, that it's not like massive beard, or if it is a beard, it's not like huge and just everywhere, it's clean and maintained. Like those are things that they make a difference to the eyes of the person, because I'm looking at this person across from me saying, is this person going to take care of me? Right? And whether you wear a tie or not, that's what my thought is. Is this person going to take care of me? He doesn't take care of himself.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
I've had
I spend
people.
that much money with you.
I've had people not purchase hearing aids from me during an open house because they said the consultant is a mess. He's got mustard on his shirt. He's missing half of his teeth. He's tobacco. He smells like smoke, and it's like.
Yeah, how do you build some confidence in people when they see that?
And I don't know if you heard that, but I've actually had during open houses where patients walked by because they said, "Are you going to be here to fit me with my hearing aids?" No, I'm not. Well, I can't move forward with it. If he's the provider and he's going to be the one that's taking care of me, I can't do it. And simple little things like the person had mustard on their tie, they ate lunch, didn't even look, and they had wrinkles everywhere, looked like they just rolled out of bed and went to the office. I mean,
yeah, we gotta draw the line at wrinkles. Seriously, it just looks bad no matter what.
Absolutely.
Those people probably loved your willingness to come in and cover too. I mean, that's commitment, that you were able to go in, and in the way you came in was like to do the job.
It comes down to how you present yourself. And if you can present yourself in a professional manner, it's going to be easier if you're wearing better clothes.
Or relate to them too, like you said, like, oh, obviously you own horses, so do I. So they kind of.
But you don't want to go in every day wearing that because you're gonna discourage a lot of people too.
Right.
So I share that as an example, as an exception to the rule, not as an everyday thing.
So I got to put a whale on my back.
Yes.
I know when I wear a suit, people open the door for me and they call me sir.
Yeah. But he lives in Bellevue. Bellevue, Washington is a very it's an upper scale engineer, higher income. I mean, you're not living there unless your house is $1 million. So for him, like a lab coat is almost like required in that.
Right. Okay.
So you know how they talk about the COVID 20? You put on 20 pounds during COVID. Well, I put on the COVID 50. Okay, so a lot of my suits, I had to buy this suit for this week. And so I've actually been in polo shirts and vests and sweaters for a few weeks because I outgrew all my stuff. Well, one of the reasons why I bought this was for today, but also because I'm going to Bellevue in a couple weeks. And I can't go in there dressed like a slob. So you got to be careful with it.
I think it comes down to a lot with, wear what you want and look professional, but it's really the rapport you build, the trust you build, make a friend of them, I still remember back at the job I had for 18 years at RCO, his Dex worked there, Aaron worked there. Whenever I start thinking about, was it what I wore, was it this, was it that? I remember there's this guy named Bob Olmsted that worked there. This guy, I don't know if you guys ever worked with him. No. He works at Walmart now. But the thing is, this guy was an amazing salesman. He'd come into work, and I'm not making this up, he'd have slacks on, but they'd have grass on him, they'd have grass stains, it's like he just mowed his lawn. He'd be sweating, he was half bald. He just looked horrible. This guy was a mess. And it just fathomed me because I'd watched this guy and he'd make so much rapport with the people that walked through the door that he was like $1 million writer a year back when it was tough to do that. I mean, it used to be a lot harder than it is now to do that at that store. But whenever I start second guessing, like, oh man, was the bathroom dirty? I think of Bob Olmsted because I'm like, if Bob can do it, anyone can do it. But I mean, I know it goes a little bit against what.
I don't know. I think some people just have an internal talent, and some of the rest of us have to use all the tools. And how I look, how I this. I mean, I don't know.
I think he could show up in a pair of sweatpants and an oversized T-shirt and outsell everybody in this room.
You're right. You just
but he believes in setting the example, so he looks like this all the time.
Yeah. Well, here's one thing though, is that I don't want to miss any opportunity.
Yeah.
Right, and I've had patients that are very well dressed that I guarantee they're not going to purchase from me if I'm not looking like I'm well prepared. Yeah. And those are the ones that you'll miss out.
So those are the impossibles, right?
And so you gotta and I'm trying to close 100% of the people that I think I can, to the best of my ability. So my goal is I don't want to miss out on anyone, right? So I try to check all of what?
Even down to your watch.
Oh yeah, I tried to check all the boxes. I'm like, well, I'm not going to wear that nice of a watch. Yeah, I'm going to wear a nice watch, but I'm not going to wear that nice of a watch because if I wore a Rolex, And people be like, I see where my hearing aids costs are going.
But in Bellevue, Grand Oregon,
In Bellevue,
it
it still looks nice. I still wouldn't wear it in Bellevue because then it's like I can see why you're trying to charge more. So
I didn't wear this in any disrespect, but I was kind of told just real casual. And
Oh yeah, no,
I'm
we
not
don't.
crazy,
No,
you know?
yeah, no. We're casual.
No, I mean that.
We're also not. We're also not. How dare you,
I'm
Steve?
going with any other polo.
Just tell it to happen again. I tell you what, it's okay today.
Yeah, it has to be.
Next tomorrow, dress up.
Yeah.
I mean, I can take some of it off, but I promise you,
Yeah.
prefer my leave it on.
How dare
Or we'll
you?
all wear shorts tomorrow.
I look at the way I look is the same as having a clean office. Any one little thing, like I said, a dirty bathroom, everything's going great. They're like, can I use the restroom real quick? They go in there, and all of a sudden it's like they've changed. They're like, what the hell just happened? And then you go look in the bathroom, and there's like no toilet paper or just any little thing. Subconsciously, even their whole mentality of the office changes.
Yeah.
And so it's all these little things that add up, and it's one little thing like mustard on a tire.
Yeah, and when I ask for a restroom, I always show that courtesy. I say, let me check and make sure everything's in order for you here, and then let them go in. And they appreciate that.
Well, again, we want to check every box, making sure that we did everything that we possibly could in our power. And there's things sometimes that are outside of our control, but I'm going to try. And I will say I'm a little OCD in that manner, and everyone knows that about me. I'm pretty OCD. That the mirror is wonky or has got fingerprints all over it. I'm like, well, I'm going to clean the mirror, make sure it's right, make sure this is organized, this is where it needs to be. Got my lucky tie on. Okay, here we go.
My glasses are in place.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Yep.
Hold my beer.
Get your head tilted, walk out with your head tilted.
Janet.
Set the pain.
Here's the other major thing. Here's another major thing.
Oh, thank you for coming. Nice look too, you know.
Here's another major thing that we were semi-worried about going into this week. We'll just share this with you. We were a little bit worried about not looking like on the same page because we are different, but we're so similar. And there are things that we disagree on, but that's not a bad thing either. So when you get to building your teams, it's okay to have differences. Whatever's going to work the best for your team is what you should do. At the same time, though, you want to elevate as much as possible. At every one of our trainings, we're in suits. We're always in suits. If I'm going to an area where a suit doesn't make sense, like I'm not going to wear a suit to Hawaii. That's a no-no. So you need to give, with your closers that you guys hire and whatnot, give them the liberty to make the right decision. If their numbers aren't doing well, then make a correction. But it's okay to have differences. Just because you're a little bit different doesn't mean you're not on the same page. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you guys allow any of your either PCCs or HCPs or scrubs? I don't, but it's been out there.
Doesn't seem
Barry Finley was doing that for a while.
Barry Finley, all the staff did.
My PCs was doing that for a little bit, I think.
It doesn't matter.
It didn't. Yeah.
Honestly, as long as they also look professional, doesn't matter.
Well, I remember Stephanie was asking me when I was open house, and I was like, oh, that's actually.
No, I would not wear it if I'm the consultant. We had a consultant that wore it, and I was like, you're not a nurse.
It was that.
Why I had that question is the last time Secretario came and closed for me. He's like, yeah, I switched to wearing scrubs. I'm like, ooh.
Secretario did?
Yeah.
He wore scrubs?
You did the last time?
You're lying.
Oh, those are
I
just
swear
big
to God.
scrubs.
Short sleeve scrubs?
Yes.
How did it work?
Full scrubs. Full.
No, he did not.
With the masculine ties in the back.
That's interesting.
And he's like, yeah, I tried this. I'm like, oh shit. This whole thing.
You look like shit.
He's a big guy, too. Like,
You did all right. I mean, it worked out. I mean, it would never best week, but
Have you?
yeah.
He was very reserved to say that. He was like, I'm going to do it.
And
I did.
But I wear a lab coat too.
But he never wore a tie, even when he started.
Yeah.
He'd always wear like the.
The button up. That had like the buttons here, right?
No, you couldn't tuck it in like a Tommy Bahama shirt.
Uh-huh.
Short sleeve? Yeah. They didn't need wear a lab coat.
He didn't do that with us.
Some might have buttons some down.
He always wore the long sleeve button up. I like where it buttons right here.
Yeah, feel the tie.
That's the collar. So that was good.
We had a,
Scrubs at the end.
you can also use your dress to influence an office. We had a provider in California that would wear two-tone shiny shoes. He had a three-piece suit, a gold lock chain. I mean, he'd come dressed kind of like a pimp. And when I went there, I'd actually dress down to try and bring him down a little bit. So you can use it both ways.
Yeah, on the script side, just to throw this in, you might get asked more about, are you a doctor, because you're doing that. And then you have to have that conversation that most of us really don't want to have to say we are not.
I love that question. No, I work for a living.
So that's a good objection.
Is that what you just said? No, I work for
What do you guys do when they say, wait a second, are you an audiologist? Well, I thought I was working with an audiologist.
My favorite I've ever heard was I could do it right, but Reese has a good way of talking about if somebody asks if he's a doctor.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is.
Reese, are you a doctor?
Give me a minute, I'll get back to you. I was like, dang, you have to be on the spot.
So the way I approach it is I say there's, and I think I got it from Aaron or Jared or something, there's really 3 levels to our industry. There's ears, nose, and throat, or otolaryngologist and audiologist, and they both do prescriptions and medications, and they treat for diseases and things, and we need them in our industry, but they don't deal with hearing aids. That's what we specialize in, and so if you want a board-certified specialist, then let's do that. And do it the right way. So it just elevates us, but it adds us right in there with them, all in the same.
That sounds really good.
Use some of that.
I like that.
I use a lot of.
That sounds like me.
I say something just like that.
Yeah.
Yours had to do with your diploma.
I use a lot of dental analogies. You have a dentist and you have a denturist. A dentist fixes your teeth. A denturist makes you dentures and adjusts the dentures. Would you let your dentist make dentures? No, because they're focused on other things. We make the prosthetic to help you hear. They treat the illness. And so they go, oh, okay.
A really simple way to say it too is I help you hear better. I don't diagnose medical disorders, things like that. My only job is to treat your hearing loss and do it properly.
With hearing.
Again, I always just keep it so simple.
I've even used saying something similar along the lines. That's what I've said for years, is that we're going to perform the same tests as in ear, nose, and throat and audiologists, but we're not going to write any prescriptions and we're not going to perform any surgeries. If we see any red flags, we'll certainly refer you to them. But we have a lot of audiologists and ear, nose, and throat doctors refer their difficult patients to us because we're the ones that fit hearing aids all day, every day. So we're the experts when it comes to hearing aids.
A lot of times hearing aids are pretty bottom of the rung as far as income for audiologists and things too. So I say that's not one of their main focuses. Hearing aids are pretty low priority for them because they get most of their money from their surgeries and their diagnoses and treatments.
With audiologists, you pay co-pays. You're not getting free visits either. There's a lot of
Like I mentioned, the money for that aspect, you tie that in. Like I'm not focused on the money part.
That's a good question, though. It's a good one to cover. It's kind of, that could be an objection, right? They make a big enough deal out of it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've had a nurse come in, sit down and go, "You're not an audiologist." Just like, oh wow.
It's a good thing I'm not, because I'd be charging your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially if they're a nurse or in that profession. Are you a doctor? Are you an audiologist? I said, no, I work for a living. Nurses do all the work. The doctor is just in the back, right? That's what we have audiologists and ENTs for. We're the ones doing the work to help you hear.
Let me go get my scrubs.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, before lunch, we still have like 15 minutes. Let's break into groups and start looking through those and start planning for what we were talking about. At least 3+ ways to handle each objection.
I would probably say that them just reading over those, you think that they're going to be able to read all those and then write their 3 ways of handling each
Not
objection?
before lunch.
Yeah.
I'm saying I would
start
by looking through those and game plan which one. That's what I meant.
Okay.
And then after lunch we can really delve into ones.
Let's look at these examples.
So we focus on
Yeah, let's focus on
guys.
that.
Pretty soon, let's do those.
Step one up here.
don't think we have to go through which ones each one is on.
Okay, so let's Hey, Jack. We're needing some more. Thank you. Stimulate I want to see what you guys do.
I think that's one of those things that could just drive you batshit crazy if you want to let it. Like just.
It was, I made sure that I had three clients, and we're like, I dressed like I was older just because.
Okay, so you come in and do your discounts out there.
And then I slowly was like, I'm gonna go contacts. Don't listen to myself.
It can get in your head.
Oh yeah. And then it's like, okay, I'm getting ready to pay for the
It
scared me.
It's all what you say.
Yeah, so this is all.
I actually draw attention to me getting peppered. I'm like, I know I look young, but I've been doing this for a while.
There was one thing that,
Oh, so it's actually
really my gray hair started coming out. I'm like, well, I shortened it. Your hair needs to go, your hair turned gray.
So gradual, and then all of a sudden you're a skateboard.
That's actually
Okay.
that also affects it.
But this isn't right.
When we didn't want that, we made Cowboys. And have it added to the
Started wearing my like, that's my twin brother.
I'm Aaron. That's Aaron. So when I go that's Aaron. When I go to acting, like you wear like a carpet.
I wear so I have been trying to fix that.
You guys, you do a good job.
And I do have, yes.
I picked up cow shit. This is actually Curtis's cow shit. And on purpose, I decided to throw it off the city.
And I went to pay it off when I first opened it.
This is the weirdness. If I had cow shit on my shoes, then I'd love to. Which is great.
I'm okay, because here's the thing, is I don't want to put that.
Line with Costco, they're here. I'll start naming a bunch of places, and I'll solidify. That's why I'm here to help you out. I'm going to explain the different options you have. I'm going to go over different types of hearing aids. As you know, a lot of them can look the same, but not all of them do the same exact thing. I'll say it depends where we are when a lot of this comes up. That's something that came.
I was going to say before test or after test.
Okay, let's talk before. So let's say before the test.
Before.
That's what you would say before the test?
We had another one, we said, kind of like, let's make it information day. Obviously, you say it more than that.
Yeah. That's if they're like saying, I'm not buying, just, I want to shop at competition. Right? They're being all, oh, that's great. Let's just make it information day, takes the pressure off them.
How else do you guys handle it if someone says before? Right, before you do the test, they say, hey, I want to shop around. This is the first place I'm going.
Well, I think you could just say something like, that's great, I'm so glad you gave me the opportunity to be in one of those places, and just not make a big deal about it, and then just win them over through your process.
Kind of thanks for giving me the opportunity. I think that's also, you can put a joke in there too. You came to the best first.
Mm-hmm.
That'll save you a lot of time. How else do you guys handle? After the test. Yeah. So it's at the end, you show them prices, and they're like, look, this is the first place I've been. Or somewhere towards the end of pricing.
Like also after the test, you pull out the consumer's guide. showing them different levels of technology and the price of it, and then saying that's industry standard, and then building up a service on top of that.
Yep.
So you get, you're going to pay wherever the same wherever you go, but you also get, and miracles are promised. You get this plus this.
I like to ask where. I like to say, well, do you mind me asking where you're planning to go after this? And find out who I'm really trying to compete against.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously go for, what we have over them immediately.
So
usually they're more than happy by that time if you've really made a connection and have a relationship with them. They don't mind telling you, well, I've got an appointment at Belltown and Costco. You're like, okay, well, so, maybe I can save you some time. Let me tell you how we're different.
I like that.
Yeah.
That guide you have right there that y'all shared with us, we're quite over Beltone products, so by the bullets and all, and by the channels and everything actually.
Well, and the one thing I would caution you on is be careful on doing that. If you know Beltone is lower than you on that, then it can spark let me look at the other ones.
Yeah.
And then it's this one has 64. Where can I get this one at?
When I was looking at it, the only one that had anything even more than us at all was Phillips, which is a European thing that most people don't even know about.
Every Costco has it.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Sam's Club.
Yeah,
Every Costco has it?
Yeah, the Phillips. Once it has it's at one Costco, it's at all Costco's. Yeah.
One of the things that I do with that is actually use a TV analogy, and I'll tell the patient, I say, look, the problem with this is, again, this is a lot of information, but if it's not used properly, it can be confusing. I'll give you an example. There's a company that sells hearing aids through Sam's Club and Costco. It's called Philips. And what they do is they take an 8-channel device and they use a computer to subdivide the channels and then create this 64 channel. It's not a true 64 channel. There is no such thing. In the industry, the highest is actually 48. And I said, so those hearing aids are like $1,500. You gotta make sure that you don't use too much of the information. So you kind of help them to see that it's a very deceiving industry. You gotta be careful. You get the wrong information, you can go down the wrong route with it. So I'm here to protect you from the good and from the bad.
Right.
I never heard it before. That's good to know.
Yeah, so like on a TV, there isn't a TV on this earth that is 240 hertz, 240 hertz. It's a lower hertz that's been manipulated with computer software to make it appear as such. And the actual native panel itself is often a much lower amount. So it's a false number to put together.
So we really should just go with them. I mean, this is personal. Get the cheaper TV because it doesn't matter.
No.
Samsung.
Sony.
There's a lot of good ones.
I'm sorry, that was pretty selfish. I needed to know.
You ask him later.
But the point is, if they do come across channels, yeah, because unfortunately, a lot of the industry is teaching channels. I think Costco got word of the fact that we were, and they have a 48 channel just like us. So they're like, hey, let's talk channels. So I've been hearing people come in and asking about channels. So we've stopped pushing the channel side for that reason.
That's why that word clarity index or clarity rating is something that I've enjoyed, because that's something that nobody really understands. But I can explain it to them that the more channels with every company, and that's where I love the consumer's guide, with every company, the more adjustable and the more I can fine tune it, the more precise, right? And then not only that, but the microphones and speakers, right? The better the quality the microphones and speakers are, the more microphones that we have, the better the hearing aids. As it gets less expensive, we have to take out all that stuff. Every company is the same way. They're all going to be using that. And that's why we try not to get into that, because then you're there for hours. Well, what does this mean? And what's this mean? What's that thing? Well, yours doesn't have adaptive. What's the adaptive
It
thing?
basically fosters them to want to go look around.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of makes
Use
them
this
more,
really just for, in my opinion,
The
pricing.
Pyramid. Yeah.
I think it's great for showing competitive hearing aids. If someone has Phonak, you go, well, let's see what Phonak's very best has 16 channels.
Right. Well, that's really the only time I'll
That's
use
when you
it.
use it a point of reference, look it up, and say, okay, according to this book, it's equal to my third one here, 24.
You got it. Without them again, and don't give that with like, well, can I look at the rest of these? And it's great if they have older ones too, because then if you do look, then it shows like Miracle Ear is the only one that has 48, which is just a kind of nice little positive.
There's a reason why we have workarounds, is because we've got caught in the weeds. So you want to avoid it, but if you do get caught because they come in with that knowledge, then you have to have workarounds.
Again,
a good way to just keep this one simple is I'll just tell people flat out, I meet people on the first visit, and I meet people that have been to 4 other places, and most of the people that come in here end up going with our company for X, Y, and Z, and then from there I can build on and say, I don't like anybody wasting their time. At the end of the day, this is what brand X is going to do versus what we can do. I don't know how many times I've got people just be like, I don't want to go through this again. I'll just get those and cancel my appointments.
Right.
Just assume that they know Miracle Ear and just build on that and be like, Miracle Ear is number 1 for a reason. And then just start talking about the reasons why.
How many of you guys have used Consumer Affairs' website?
I used it way back in the day, but
I used it.
So
I haven't used it in years.
let me show you. They've upgraded it.
it.
They've upgraded it. It's actually better for us now than it was before.
Oh.
But I do try to veer away from comparing brand to brand specifically, because everything that you put in their head, that whether it's a channel or whatever tech you want to talk, I talk very little about differences in technology or brand names, because every time you bring up anything like that, it cues in their head as a consumer, I really need to do a lot more research on this. And then at the end of the appointment, guess what they say? Thank you so much. You've really educated me well.
I'm going to go home and research that on the
I
internet.
need to go look online, or I'm going to go check out this other one.
That's why I was bringing this up.
Okay.
So when they give you I need to do some research on the internet, that's where I go with it. I've dedicated the last 7 years of my career to learning the whole industry. Let me show you a really useful tool that is really good. This is Consumer Affairs website. Not to be confused with Consumer Reports. This is kind of like a Yelp review for hearing aids. And when you look at it, it has amplifiers and hearing aids on here, so you gotta be careful. Like for example, Eargo, they just mail you an amplifier in the mail. It's Here.com, that's a marketing company. So I kind of address these real quickly. But then you go down to actual hearing aid brands. Our top pick overall, Miracle Ear hearing aids.
Wow. When did they change that?
Just about 6 months ago.
I got to put that on my computer so it just pops right up.
that? It's just sitting in the background.
Hey, you
How
have
much did that
to
cost us?
Yeah, that'd be great. Honestly, your favorite answer.
Hey, this would not be a bad idea to print and put it in.
Article, could you copy and paste, maybe print or send that to us, that link?
I love how girls
I'll get this to you guys, but I didn't know you guys weren't using this. Sorry.
We used to use it.
What happened is there would be reviews that pop up right away, and every now and again you get there, and someone had a bad one that's like not right up top. You're like,
so
we're not.
I always filter it as
bits
most
and pieces
reviewed,
like
and
these
then
other
we're the top.
So here's the other thing that's really impressive. Okay, this is where if you're not careful, you get caught in the weeds of this. So please use this cautiously. But if you look at them, it's given us major credit. And one of my favorite things they show in here is the cons and pros and cons. I mean, it's even showing out that we're fair priced.
How are we 4.7 stars? The old one had it at like.
Let me show you. Let's get to that. So when you look at it, this is so much harder this size. Can you shrink it? Okay, so when you look at the reviews in here,
MD hearing aids.
okay, here's all the actual
Insane
reviews.
comparison.
So again, and I tell them, I've already covered amplifiers and stuff, so they already know this is an amplifier, so we move on. That's a marketing company, here in Brisbane. Okay, now Starkey's an actual brand. It's been around for almost as long as we have. You'll see they have 3 stars on the reviews. Let me show you something that's interesting. When you look at the breakdown of their patient satisfaction, you have more unhappy than happy patients. They have more 1 stars than they have 5. Let's see what the other ones look like.
Did you want?
We'll do that shopping for you right here in our office.
Let's go to the next one.
Yeah.
Starkey, what's another brand you've heard of? Oh, there's Resound. Let's do that one. And you only have to go to 3 or 4 of them. Look at, not very impressive. Now let me show you why Miracle Ear's been number 1 for 73 years. We've been number 1 in our industry because we do it right. Not only do we have the best technology,
but we also have the best patient care. Because of our Miracle Promise, out of 2,743 reviews, the vast majority of them are 5 stars.
I like that.
Yeah.
And they're like, all right, I don't have to shop.
Yeah.
That's good, Aaron.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I had
Thank
been
you,
using
man.
that for a while. I
Yeah.
just use
Oh,
it.
wow.
It's a great tool.
I'm joking.
Just drop your mic.
Drop the mic in. That was fantastic. Yeah, we used to use it back in the day, and then it started changing where Eargo was like higher reviewed,
Right.
and you're like, you're the 4.9, and it's an amplifier compared to.
Be very afraid of Consumer Reports though, because they have
Consumer Reports.
They have Costco as number 1, and us are like at the bottom.
But they also have Vizio as number 1 TV on the market because they're looking at who pays them the best.
And they're looking at pure price for the
Yep.
most part in Consumer Reports.
Now, if you do see a bad review on here, read it out loud to the patient because it's never about the product. It's always about the care.
Right, maybe just a particular
And I-
location and incident.
And I'll just explain to them and say, look, we're not perfect, but we're always striving to be. And I guarantee you, we've reached out to these patients and we're making it right.
And
I can fix care, but I can't fix technology.
Awesome.
Good. That's a really good one. I like this. I've dedicated the past how many years, right? So now you can say I've dedicated the past 30 years, 20 years, 12, 14 years, 20, 30 years of doing this to make sure that I know the industry. Here's a great resource. But that was just a good little one-liner.
Yeah, I've dedicated my own career. I like that.
And I remember I told you I used the Ziploc baggie of hearing aids. I just got tired of patients making the wrong mistakes, wasting $20,000 on hearing aids that don't work. So I dedicated my career to knowing more about the industry than even my own product. And let me help you with my knowledge. And if you still feel you need to look, that's fine. But let me give you what I've learned over the last 7 years.
Good stuff. Anyone else? I need to think about it. Oh no, never mind. I'm shopping around. This is the first place I've been. Riley, how would you handle that?
As far as shopping around, I really are on Miracle Promise, and then I just tell them that a lot of places come in for cheaper hearing aid and nickel and dime on the back end. And I kind of show them adjustments in service, and I just kind of go over that with them, and then have those 3 circle them and tell them that these 3 are the most important in the long run, as far as keeping your hearing aids clean and working correctly.
So one of the things, if you have their confidence and their trust, you have that emotional connection, you know that they trust what you're saying. And this is where, again, my raw approach sometimes plays to my benefit because I'll say things that a salesman wouldn't say. As you guys know, I say what I think. And I'll point that out sometimes. Like, see, now you know I'm not a salesman. No salesman in the right mind would argue with you about politics or whatever. But I'll earn their trust through whatever manner I can. Once I have their trust and we get to this point, I'll ask them the question and I'll explain to them. I say, you know, a pacemaker is a small computer that keeps your heart healthy. In reality, hearing aids are like pacemakers for your brain. If a trusted physician told you that you needed this pacemaker, would you go shop around? No. This is something for your hearing health. I'm an expert in my industry. If you trust me, you'll be okay. Let me take care of you. And often, if you have that confidence, you can move forward with that.
I also have all the stuff printed out for True Hearing and some of our competitors. I'll go over that stuff and then kind of show them that they'll come with a cheaper hearing aid, but right here in the fine print, after you do 2 adjustments with them, they start charging you $65 every time you come in, or $50 for a clean. So when you come and see someone like myself, it's $120 every time. Instead of focusing on your hearing loss, you're focusing on writing a check every time, and it takes the fun.
Well,
Focus on the hearing loss.
and you can even add to that. You know, it's $45 just to walk in the door.
Yeah.
Right now, if I change the tips, that's another $22. If I change the receivers, that's another $280. If I reprogram them, you know, that's another $225. If I test you, all those things just add up. So I've seen patients complain that they were charged $500 for one visit because they made these changes. So what tends to happen is you tend to not want to come in because the hearing aids, you think they're working fine. And it's kind of like waiting until your car blows up to say, now it's time to get an oil change. It's too late at that point.
Yeah, or
Right? And it's going to cost you even more.
or they come in and they paid us $70 to clean them, and that took 5 minutes, and they're like, wow, I just wasted $70. And so they let the hearing aids get gunked up and they head up in the software.
When it comes to managed care, you can use a statistic. The industry has shown that through managed care situations where you pay for the service, on average, patients are paying between $500 and $800 a year for care and more. So it doesn't take long for you to make up that difference.
Well, not only that, but their average before repurchasing is 3.4 years. So that's another statistic you can also throw out, saying, you know, if they're not getting the service, they're breaking down them sooner, and then you're buying them more often. You know, our average is close to 6 years.
And what we find here at Miracle Ear, we have this Miracle Ear promise here in place for a reason. It's because we know here at Miracle Ear, if you're going to have to pay $50 to get your hearing aids cleaned, you're not going to. And then they'll end up in your sock drawer and you won't get your care. But if you know you invested in the future care, you're going to use and abuse as you should. This is our way of making sure that you allow us to properly take care of you.
Well, and this is kind of the thing, we just hired someone from Costco, and this is sliding into Costco, but also a shopping around kind of aspect. They were told to have a certain amount of time where it's 45 minutes for essentially an HAE. And if you are running your store the way you want, you can actually create the appointment for that follow-up. But sometimes you don't know who that provider is going to be, right? If it's a Costco with 3, 4, 5 different providers, you don't know who that's going to be with. And then after that first follow-up, they're told that you can have a maximum of 2 follow-ups and then they're on their own, right? So what if you have an 85-year-old patient that needs help, right? And you need to just baby step her through the process? You're not getting that. You can walk in and our front office assistant can help you, but we're so busy with patients, so I can't get in for 2 months. And on top of that, and Kaiser's the same way right now. They have limited staffing. I had a patient that bought recently that couldn't get an appointment until the end of December for hearing aids at a Kaiser Permanente hospital where they do hearing aids.
Right.
And I said, well, you know, and that's just with, you know, you're not actually getting hearing aids that day. You know, then it's going to take longer for you to get an appointment to get your hearing aids. So it's likely that you might not get it until, you know, 3 months after that. You know, we didn't have the VA on this.
Bless their heart.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not
Well, and it's along the same line is the service aspect, especially with COVID. I mean, all VAs were closed, and now that they're opening up, they have this bottleneck of all of the patients that normally come in. Now, all of those patients that didn't get to come in for a whole year, they're all trying to come in at the same time. Plus, all of the traditional new patients that would have been coming in, and they have this backlog where it's like, look, I can't get you in for 6 months. I've had patients come in and they just had earwax and they just took the hearing aids and sent them off to the factory. And they were out of their hearing aids for another 2 months. And then just to get them back, to only put them back in to get more wax in. And it's like, you know what, screw this. Like, I'm just going to do this the right way. So they need to understand the whole picture. And I'm doing it through telling stories of, you know, bless their heart, you know, and that's a good line of, you know, how I like to say, you know, I kind of have this love-hate relationship. I love the VA. They take care of our veterans, and they deserve the best help. You know, I have a little bit of a hatred towards them just because they don't take the best care. I'm sure you know what I mean on the service aspect of it. And they're like, yeah, and they usually start, you don't need to tell me, and they kind of continue on and say, yeah, and then I'll dive into a story about that.
I'll use for the VA. My wife, she's a finance officer in the Army, so she'd have to do these orders, right? For the 82nd, basically there's this much that she's got this much money, she needs to fit this many military people, right? So she's got to make that budget work. So that's why the VA doesn't have, you know, it's going to ever have the top of the line hearing aids in their offices because they have to make it fit for everyone.
Well, and just depending on the size of the VA in that area, and it's interesting. You'll see some veterans that have great hearing aids, and then the next hour later, you'll see a veteran that has terrible hearing aids. And that was a question that I asked. We had a veteran that worked at the VA that worked with us. Said the same thing is, you know, you got a $100,000 budget, let's just say, I can give 10 people $10,000 hearing aids, a way I can price condition too, or I can give 100 people $1,000 hearing aids, and somebody is making that choice.
Well, it also depends on who given the lowest price on the work.
Yep.
The military is all about the lowest bid. And so if Signia had a ton of extra hearing aids and they needed to dump them, they may end up with Signia 5, hearing aids or whatever, something all, I forget. But there's so many ways around the VA. It's just like L&I.
Well, in Costco, in that similar vein, the way that they get that price down is they just take things out. And again, just kind of for this new consultant that we hired that worked with Costco, that was something she's saying, there's boxes that are just grayed out. You can't actually click on them. So all companies, and that's kind of what I tell them, if they're like, well, Costco, I'm like, look, it's basically what Costco does is they do the same thing with all of their products. They say, hey, here's what I'm paying with this company, this manufacturer, and if you can beat the price, then I will work with you. Well, what's the price at? Okay, well, here's what I have to do in order to get it down to that price to make it fit. What I need is I have to take out this, this, and this. We'll keep this, but take this and this out, and they water it down. It's the same thing, and they switch it out every
One of the
year.
was dummy it down, because it kind of was associated with a scare idea,
Yeah, that's great.
Why would you do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about Costco quite a bit while you were gone.
Training, real quick one.
Yeah.
So this is something that Reesac's going to go over real quick. And I wasn't going to do it, but real quickly, I'll do a Reader's Digest version. The audiogram, when I go over it with them, I do a big emphasis on the difference between the power side and the clarity side.
You said Reese or Riley?
Reese. Did you ask me to do it?
Yeah.
Oh, Riley. You asked me too, though, didn't you? Those of you that work with me, you know why that was funny.
every patient too. I don't know where I'm at.
I was wrong. I wasn't throwing that. For those of you that work with me, you know what you're talking about. Anyway, so I go over the difference between the power side and the clarity side.
Just start over as if we're a patient.
You want me just to do it?
Just do it.
Okay. So, this is your audiogram. So, 0 is where you're supposed to be. 0 is where you're supposed to be. That means no hearing loss. These numbers down the side here, those are your decibels of loss. Just to kind of put that in perspective, each one of these lines is 5 decibels. So you know what that is. Go ahead and put your hands and cover your ears. You hear the difference between that and without? That's about 5 decibels difference. That's a lot louder, isn't it?
Yeah, this one's good.
Okay. Now, from 0 to 20, we say you're okay. Right upside down, I go, okay. Now, just so you understand what that is, 20 decibels of loss is kind of like plugging your ears. Go ahead and plug your ears. Now, how does that sound? That's 20 decibels of loss. So we say between those 2 points is okay. It's still quite a bit, but it's okay. The reason why we say it's okay is because it's not really affecting your brain yet. Johns Hopkins University found that once you get below 25 decibels, your brain will physically begin to shrink in size over a cubic centimeter a year faster than it should. And I draw a little cubic square. Okay. I say over a cubic centimeter. In fact, you're 3 to 5 times more likely to develop dementia, Alzheimer's, and other cognitive decline issues. So that's why we say it's important that you get help below that line. Once you get below this line, it's questionable if hearing aids will even help you. Below this line, you're legally deaf. So obviously I do it a little bit slower, but I'm trying to get through quickly. So this is how you read this side. Now you have everything on this side of the column is power. That's power, base, and volume. The letter A, what does the A say, Dexter? Okay. Now go ahead and make that louder. Louder. And that's what they're laughing at. So I'll make that loud sound. See, you can really project that sound. But now the TH. Seth, what sound does TH make? Now make it really loud. I said loud.
Sounds like snake.
You can't. In fact, the harder you push it,
It sounds like
the more it sounds like an S. Because when you push these sounds with power, they distort. And they start to sound like the other letters around them.
So power cannot give clarity. You can't yell a whisper. So power doesn't give clarity. In the industry, and then we go into another part of it. In the industry, hearing aids cost between $1,000 and $12,000, with the average being about $5,500. Hearing aids in the $1,000 to $5,000 range focus on power. Their amplification, they can't get you to clarity. In fact, they work really well through here, and then they taper off in ability. Like his bell curve he showed earlier. The further you go down on this side of the spectrum, the higher the quality has to be in order to get clarity. And I'll write clarity in down here. What do you need clarity? So if I go too low of a quality, it isn't going to help you. And you may not even know it's not helping you because you're going to hear more volume. Our perceptions are in the volume world, not in the clarity world. So we need to make sure we get the right device for you. Now, you're a VA patient, you're a veteran, thank you for your service. What quality hearing aid do you think the VA would be willing to buy for you? Do they get the top of the line or do they get the lower entry level? What quality do they get? Anybody here in surf? No? What quality? Typically, right in the middle of the road. This is where the VA is. And unfortunately, most of our veterans have significant hearing loss due to sound trauma, which causes them to be much lower on this side. And so it helps some, but not most. For someone in your situation, you're looking 5,000 or above, you can touch this hearing loss regardless of where you go. Now, obviously you miss the rapport side and all that other stuff, but when you have that connection and you're telling them these facts, they're like, okay. Then you get to the later on and they're like, so I'm looking at $10,000? No, don't worry. I'm going to get you the best possible price I can for the quality that works. We have a lot more to talk about. And then I go into the hearing loss lifestyle budget. So that's how I handle the VA. I say they're not doing you a disservice. They just can't afford to get everybody top quality. You don't see on the warfield, you don't see brand new Lamborghinis. You see Ford Rangers, and they laugh because the crap they get for them is crap. They get mid-range quality at best. So anyway, that's how I handle the VA.
Good. Awesome.
So the reason why that's funny is I'm in an office doing that presentation. I'm like, and then I'm getting louder, and then the people go, This one here a couple weeks ago, he's in the back office about 25 feet away. All of a sudden I hear, So all day long it was going,
It reminded me of this TikTok video.
I had inserts in the guy's ear so you couldn't hear it.
Other ways that you handle competition, shopping around. They kind of, again, sometimes they flow into other ones of, hey, I need to shop around, and I'm looking at Costco, or, I'm a veteran, or, third-party insurances. Those kind of can flow together. Right, so in some of these, again, you're going to have to use for other ones.
Have you heard the restaurant one where you say, if you sit down in a great restaurant, and the service is great, and the food's great, you just get up and leave and go to a different restaurant? Bar shop.
That's definitely forward.
Yeah, it's forward. I heard that one on a call, so I don't know who came up with it. Someone, I can't take credit for it. It's on a call. Anyways, that's a pretty forward one.
Yeah, you guys try that. See
but
how that works right.
Yeah, I don't think it'll work.
I'm not going to
I've never used it, so
yeah,
just throwing it out there.
Yeah, let me know how it works.
Yeah, I have a few that
I know a lot of stupid people.
Oh, yeah, I have a few that I have not used, but I'm waiting for someone to do it.
With the service aspect, with the kind of miracle ear promise, I'm talking about being proactive. Because most hearing providers, the VA is one of the worst, where it's like, hey, here's your hearing aids, see you later. I got a lot more patients that are needing help. You can figure this out on your own, right? And it's not proactive, it's reactive. Your hearing changes, and they don't often have you come back for 5 years. I've had so many veterans where they're not getting an ongoing hearing test, ongoing maintenance of the hearing aids. And again, analogy of the not getting the oil change, right? And we're proactive in that aspect, and that's one big part that separates us the most. Even if they're working great, we're going to have you come in 3 to 4 months from now. We're going to give them a deep cleaning, make sure they're working well for you. Because hearing aids are very similar to hearing loss. They deteriorate gradually to the point where most people don't even notice. So even if you think they're working well, we're going to make sure they're working at their optimal level.
I have a question that's a little bit off topic, but I've always wondered if someone is exposed to noise at a young age, will that present itself later? Or is that damage done when you're exposed to the noise?
Usually when you're a young age, it recovers. But it depends on how loud it is, I would say.
What's your example? Oh, like someone in the military who has a real bad hearing loss, and it's like, well, my hearing loss it's only been going on for 10 years, but then it's like, well, you were exposed to loud noises in the military a lot longer than that. Is that finally, starting to affect your nerves at this point, or would that have been going the whole way?
I'd say it's finally starting to affect their ability to communicate at this time. Use it or lose it.
So it's been there.
Well, here's one interesting thing is you can't make too much money with the VA to get hearing aids. I've had veterans tell me that they got denied because they make too much money.
Yep.
I've had veterans that told me they were denied because their DD-214, I like that term because that's their exit interview. And I wasn't even in the military, but they tell me that enough times. I took note of that, so it makes me sound like I am an expert. Your DD-214 is your exit interview. Your DD-214. DD-214 is your exit interview, and on your DD-214, when they did your exit interview and your tests, a lot of times if they did a test and they didn't show that they had some damage to their hearing then, they'll get denied at this point.
Yep, so it'd be on there for hearing.
And you have to show that you had some hearing loss from entrance to exit. And you had to show that you were in a position where there was loud noises.
A lot of times they have to elect to want that hearing test too.
Yeah.
They don't do it automatically.
Yeah, they don't just do it the goodwill of their heart, like, hey, every year, let's get you back once you hit 60. Let's test you, and if you need hearing aids, once you get to 25, you also have to have a certain decibel hearing loss too.
And if you worked as a logger after the military, or a machinist, or had an industrial job, they'll often blame it on the work afterwards, not.
Oh yeah, they'll ask you questions. Have you been around? Are you a hunter? Yeah, what'd you do for work? Yeah, you've been around loud noises that kind of exclude you from this. But if you have, let's say, just a mild to moderate hearing loss, like you're getting denied with the VA. You have to have a certain percentage of hearing loss. So
now,
I often will tell veterans this, and I'll be like, I've had veterans where they their DD-214, they showed that they didn't have hearing loss from their entrance and their exit interviews. I've had people turn down because they make too much money, their hearing loss isn't bad enough, and they have hearing loss, but the VA will only cover it once it gets to a certain amount because they weren't in a position where it was consistently loud noises. I mean, their job is to take care of the veterans, but they, as you already know, they jump through hoops to try to avoid, to keep the cost down as low as possible.
So every time you turn on your social media or you play a video game, you see an advertisement about the Veterans Association is paying out millions of dollars via the lawsuit against 3M, the ear protection company. And what basically happened is they started issuing ear protection in boot camp to alleviate their need to pay for hearing aids in the future. My brother-in-law, who got blown up in an IED explosion, he was denied VA hearing care, even though he lost his hearing aid in combat because he was given ear protection. That was their way around. And now they're trying to place all that blame on 3M. But then when you look at the quality of sound that a hearing aid can provide for them anyway, it's not going to be good enough. But there's one workaround for you. If they have tinnitus and they report tinnitus to an audiologist through the VA, often they can get a disability payment from veterans. If they're a disabled veteran and they have tinnitus, they can get a bump of $100 to $180 a month just for the tinnitus.
And sometimes even more.
Which is enough to cover the price of hearing aids. So there are workarounds for you to get proper care.
Well, and this is a great way to segue, where they will say, I get 10% disability for my hearing loss or for my tinnitus. And I'll say, I've had many patients where they just say, hey, the VA is paying for my hearing aids. They give me $300, $250 a month, $150 a month, so I can actually get some good quality hearing aids because they don't touch tinnitus. Costco doesn't touch tinnitus. They don't have tinnitus therapy. Although that is something that most people, again, with tinnitus don't necessarily need, but it's something that is just a positive in our favor that we have hearing aids that have that tinnitus therapy.
If your state allows it. If your state allows it.
Some states don't allow it.
Some states don't allow you to do tinnitus treatment.
No credibility to the story that about 10 years ago that Virginia place burned down and when they lost a bunch of records, they decided to give everybody hearing aids. Is that just baloney or what?
Well, there's a lot of places that have lost records and they don't get hearing aids. So it's the same thing I've heard from patients that are like, they lost my records, they couldn't find my DD214, and so they're not giving me anything. So
what I'll tell patients, especially if they have a really bad loss that the VA hearing aids won't help, I'll tell them, look, still pursue it, that's fine. Just make sure when they give you hearing aids, they give you the same size battery that we got for you, so that you get at least your batteries from them.
yeah, you can keep it as backup. And again, I've had patients where they keep their VA hearing aids as backup ones so they get free batteries.
Right.
They get a good pair, and the same thing with L&I in Washington when they cover your hearing aids. I'll say that. I've had patients where they'll use that as a backup pair if they're going hunting, and they say, you know, just in case I lose this, you know, I don't want to be stressed out about it, and so they'll get that backup pair.
So you're saying they don't ever give the best pairs out to anybody? No,
Who, the
no
VA?
best Starkey, no best all the time?
VA?
Oh yeah, they do.
Sometimes they do. That's what I'm saying. It's based on the budget and the need in that area. Right. So if some areas have a bigger need, right, as far as, or a smaller need, less people, and they have a bigger budget, then yeah, they can afford to do that. But somebody is making the judgment call of saying, you know, this is my budget and this is how many people need help. You know, what can I fit in my budget? How do I do this? And so they'll either give more people top of the line hearing aids, and they'll say, yeah, exclude him, based on your DD214, based on this, based on that. And then other times it's different. So yeah, it's really interesting.
So you'll often see even, you know, the Signia 7X or whatever, the equivalent to our NV5, it's almost like identical hearing aid. They do provide hearing aids, but what they don't provide is the quality of care. The analogy he used with the DMV is spot on. You know, next patient, whatever.
Vision over 6.
Yeah. G6, next patient. So it's the quality of care that they're not paying for. And so it doesn't necessarily, just the price that we're talking about isn't just about the hardware. It's about the care provided that comes with it. You're not going to get the care. They're not invested in that. They might invest in the hardware. So that's why we can say it with a clean heart that it's real. That they don't put the same effort in because it's not going to be paid for. And the audiologist, it's like a Ford factory. Next. And how many Fords do you see broken down?
Be careful of using the Ford analogy. If they drove,
He woke right up.
if they drove in on the Ford, be careful of saying that one.
What was it for the patient? That was for him.
When you, a lot of the times I say something like, you know, I need to bless your heart, all this stuff, or bless their heart. But the thing is, I tell people, you know, the VA, it does a great job keeping you alive, and, you know, you get knee replacements, you get heart, you know, all this help. But when it comes to hearing help, it's really the bottom of their priority list. It really is. I mean, and that's the truth. They don't believe it does anything to help you physically, mentally. They're just doing it as a service, and when something's just done as a service, number one, it's going to take you forever to even get approved if they do approve you. And number two, once they do approve you, it's, you know, I mean, people have had hearing aids from the VA for years, and they just really don't work the way they need them to, because they can't get appointments to go back to get them adjusted, they're just always breaking. You need someone for this type of loss that can treat it properly.
Well, and that's a story that I'll tell is a patient, husband and wife, and, you know, wife comes in and says, hey, my husband's had hearing aids from the VA for 30 years. And every 5 years they cover, typically, right? And for the past 30 years, he's had 6 different pairs of hearing aids from them. Hated all of them. Hated all of them.
Yeah.
But yet he didn't buy them because he's like, they give them to me for free, and I keep holding out hope that they'll be better at one point. Now he comes in, his hearing loss is so bad that I'm like, gosh, I wish I could really help you. Again, if you want price condition at this point, but you know, it wouldn't have mattered if he had $10,000, $12,000 hearing aids. He waited too long, hoping that the VA would give him the right set of hearing aids. And he finally, eventually said, you know, I'm just going to get the help because it gave him such an improvement. But if we would have done this 20 years ago, I mean, the quality of life he would have had for the past 20 years would have been exponentially different. So, just one of the stories I'll tell.
Go to the next objection, maybe?
Yeah, I need to talk about the part.
Let your age gauge you.
At this rate, we'll be there.
This is actually the most important.
It is.
I think this is one that is going to be probably one of the harder ones. And one of the more important ones, you have to, if you are going to make a phone call, a lot of times you have to sell them on making that phone call, meaning you have to say a couple lines that make sense to that patient in order for them to be willing to pick up the phone and call the patient.
Yeah, because I know my wife's busy at work.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to make a phone call. And then it's like,
I don't want to bug her.
Yeah, don't want to bother her. So,
Remember what I said earlier about calling someone though, don't ask them, right?
go ahead, Curtis.
Just
What's
say,
your
hey,
wife's phone number?
let's call your spouse and
You
discuss
grab the phone.
what's going on here. It's kind of like what we were talking about this earlier, Jared.
Yeah.
If you get someone or family member to meet with you or not, you're gonna, they might say no, right?
Yeah.
Don't ask them if you can call, just call. I mean, that's,
Let's call your wife.
yeah.
So one great way is to hook their cell phone up to it.
The hearing is.
Yep. Let me see your cell phone. Disconnect it. They got the demos in.
No, he was going.
Did you guys talk about that one?
Yeah, we talked about doing live, the familiar voice testing through the phone using the Apple.
Yeah, and that's the best time if you don't have the third party in to call and say, hey, let's test this thing out and I want to show you how it works. Open your phone up, I'm going to hook it up, and then I hook it up, and then I see their contacts right there, and it's like, at this point I typically know what the wife's name is. We'll say wife or Sheila or whatever, and then I'll just be like, let's see how it works. And then I'll just start calling. And then he'll be like, oh, hey honey, well, I'm hearing you through the hearing aids. Oh, you are? Well, what's your hearing loss? Speaker. Hey Sheila, it's Jerry. How you doing, sweetie? What are you up to? Oh man, you sound like you're cute.
And now we know how we sell someone hearing.
Hey girl.
That's my favorite.
Yeah. I'm gonna lock your husband here. I'll be over in 10.
Yeah.
That's terrible. Okay, so hooking up the hearing aids. To phone. Now, if they don't have a cell phone, you can do it from yours too. I've done that too. Or I have an iPhone, I hook it up and I'll say, what's your wife's number? And then I'll dial it and I'll say, sometimes we're like, well, what do you need my wife's number for? So you can test this out. I want to show you how good it sounds real time with somebody that you know. And then I'll dial the number and then kind of a similar thing.
I don't have any new knowledge about when they're supposed to be Android. Is that thing?
No, that's the man behind you.
Seth, when's that happening?
I'll say last training they told us around.
I don't recall.
So funny.
Ask your field person.
Troy?
I prefer to.
They really don't have someone to call for which
And you want to use that or you
Steve,
want
so he's working on it.
audiobook or
You
something?
see the way
Yeah.
I guess the other side. Yeah, well,
First off, you should have to talk to it.
All right, let's reel it in. Hold on, let's focus out. We'll table that conversation. So, no third party. What are some other ways that you guys handle that?
Sometimes I'll stop and then I'll get the prices and it's the right person. Like I said, I'll call the wife. She's at work. I'll schedule an appointment for 6 o'clock that night after she gets off work and get her in there. And then I'll break down everything, go to test. I'll pretty much hit the restart button, go over everything.
Yeah. And a lot of times you do have to hit the restart button, which can be difficult again if you're in the open house and you get on the phone and you are backed up. Again, same concept. How can I give them just a short and condensed version of what I just did in 5 to 10 minutes? And then say, hey, he needs help. He's hearing fantastic though, aren't you, John? Yeah, it sounds fantastic. And then a brief education on the cost and, well, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, you're saying if you can't get her in or get that appointment.
A really easy way to recap is the live voice testing that you do. Without the hearing aids in, she's getting 20% of the words correct that I give her. With the hearing aids in, we just did another list and she got 100% correct. And remarkable, we don't normally see that big of a response. It's good that we're getting her taken care of.
By the way, I while I'm on the phone with you, I do like to always give credit to the spouse. Thank you for being supportive because he's got a pretty bad hearing loss, so I can tell you've been putting this up for a while. I know you can't hear my hand on my heart, but it's there.
My head is tilted.
My head is tilted. Hey, if you can see me,
I'm dreaming.
yeah, I'm dreaming. So no,
My eyes are fluttering like butterflies.
this is really important though. Your tone of voice is even more important on the phone. And when again you are backed up, and now we're extending this because now I'm having to take longer to go over the audiogram and how the hearing aids are different. That delayed time, again, you can start rushing, and now the wife's like, "Well, you come home and we need to talk about it." So, but that's where that supportive spouse is so awesome. You know, it's been going on all the time. Yes, it has. I'm sure you're real excited that he actually came in, aren't you? Yeah, real excited that he came in.
Or like Aaron said, that, you know, if it's someone that you can't really see them going home and telling their wife the truth, they're like, "Oh, you got tested a couple months ago? You know, you had a hearing loss?" The wife will open up and be like, "No, he actually said there was nothing wrong." And it's like,
Yeah. So one thing I like to do is I like to bring the third party into the appointment as if they're there, but they're not actually there. That really helps me. So I'm saying, so if she was here, what would she say? Well, she'd be saying this, this, and this, and this. Who would you say that your hearing loss frustrates more? Would you say that you get more frustrated by it, or would you say it frustrates her more? Oh, it definitely frustrates her more. So has she been on you to do this for a while? How long would she say that you've been struggling with your hearing loss? She's now uncreated, so it sounds like she's really wanting you to get some help. That's why you're here. So I'm sure you're going to be the hero when you go home and say, "Honey, I did something about it." Yeah, be the hero. Yeah.
Give me his hero badge.
I was looking at your name too, and then you find out the spouse's name and use their name.
Yep. So bringing the third party into the appointment. And the same thing with at the end, when I'm looking at the different options, right? Because with open houses, we don't have the time to say, let's reschedule for next week when your wife can come in. Open houses don't work like that. We got to do it now, we got to go. So once I go over the pricing, like when I ran a store, a lot of times I would stop after we test their hearing and I'd say, you know, are you guys the type of a couple where for you need hearing aids? I can tell that you need hearing aids. Are you guys the type that you would want her involved in the decision-making process? Well, yeah, okay, let's do this. Let's stop here, and then we'll go over. We have some more testing that we need to do anyways, but I want to use your wife's voice as a part of the test. So let's have both of you guys come back at a time where you can both do it, and then we'll go over all the different options that we have available. But during an open house, we don't have that luxury. So once I start going over the prices, again, I bring her into this and I say, you know, if she were here, which ones do you think she would tell me to go with? Well, probably this one. And if she said, "Honey, it's up to you," which ones do you think you'd go with? I'd probably go with that one too. It's a great choice.
You guys both on the same page.
You're both on the same page. Well, sometimes you'll get different answers. Sometimes you'll get different answers where, well, she'd tell me to go with the best one. Well, which ones would you go? I'd go with the worst ones. Well, let's meet in the middle.
Yeah.
Right? Or she'll tell me to go with the worst ones. Wow, it sounds like she really loves you, huh? So it sounds like this has been going on a long time. She's really, really upset with you. But asking her, again, bringing her into the appointment when we're talking the pricing, which would she go with if she was here? Now, again, I take her out now. If she's here and she says, "Honey, it's up to you." Because again, they're going to say, you know, I need to, you know, talk with my spouse. I totally understand. I'm married myself. And it is good to be on the same page. I am wondering if she was here, what do you think she'd say? Well, she'd probably tell me to go with this. So, what are your thoughts if she's here? And she says, "Honey, it's up to you." Yeah, I'd probably go with it. All right, well, which ones are you thinking? This is one I'd probably go with. And if we asked her which one, knowing what we know, what one do you think she would go with? That one. It's a great choice. So, what color do you want to go with? Do you think you want to go with, yeah. So bringing her into it, that's what I tend to do. And then if I need to make a phone call, then I'll make a phone call. How else do you guys know third party?
I like what Spencer said. Is there anyone you know out around you that would tell you not to get help?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that was good.
Drop that down. That's super slippery. Okay.
How else?
You could even say, what would they say about it? If they don't like that, so they don't have a spouse, right? That way it's more open.
How do you guys tend to? Mark? How do you guys tend to go over the no third party?
A lot of the stuff you said today, what I try to do initially is I always want the consultant to introduce themselves. So the consultant calls every appointment, every HA that comes in. Part of that conversation is to introduce yourself, try to keep it a little bit medical, make sure we know where we're at, and then make kind of a big deal out of, hey, it's really important to us, and it is, I feel that, to do a familiar voice test. Who do you have that can come with you? So try to nip that in the bud so it doesn't happen. When it doesn't happen, you know, all the things that you're saying. But the other thing I told Bob, and I was taught this, and probably a miracle or anything, I've set time aside in my schedule to see you on Wednesday at 1 o'clock. Look forward to seeing you then. And their show rate like triples if you tell them you set time aside in your schedule for them at this date and time. Because then if they don't show up, they feel like
you're letting that person down rather than like, yeah, it's set. No, I've set time aside.
That's my schedule for you.
I like that.
I don't recall if we talked about this much. We may have. But something you want to pay close attention to at open houses is if you have a string of people coming without third parties, we need to stop and adapt, right? Like not just their spouse, but like a family member, you know, third party in general. Did we talk? I don't think we talked about that much yet.
Tomorrow on the intangible.
Yeah, we'll focus on it more then, but because I remember we put it on there and thing. But the thing is, there's a lot of things we can adapt for that because if you don't have a third party, it really hinders a lot of other objections too. Like if you have a third part, like a spouse there, and the spouse knows they've got money and they know they've got money, sometimes cost isn't an issue because if they're with their spouse, they're not going to say in front of their spouse, we can't afford this, because the spouse knows how much money, you know, they know they've got money. Denial. You know, third party, you know, we can talk about it tomorrow. I forgot we had intangibles. But there's ways we can adapt to get those in, especially if it's saying, yes, there's third parties coming. And then that whole day, they're still, they're showing up alone. And
yeah.
So, I mean, we'll talk about that tomorrow. But
Yeah.
it really does make a difference on almost every objection.
Right. And that's a big part of listening to how they're making their confirmation calls too. So you want to listen to that. And if it's still happening, then that's where I, as the closer, will pick up the phone and I'll start doing confirmation calls myself. You know, making those adjustments, you have to find a way to make those adjustments. Yeah. How else do you overcome the no third party? I need to talk with my spouse, my kids. Any other way you guys do that over there in Arkansas, Bob? Yeah, Arkansas. Nebraska.
What if the kid is in charge of their finances? They're not.
Their power of attorney.
Oh, that's a
Yeah,
good one.
that
That
gets
one's
uncovered.
hard.
Yeah, right. Like when you find out they have the power of attorney.
Well, when they make the initial appointment, they should put that in the notes. Or that's what my PCC has always done.
But they may not tell them that.
Yeah, that may be
you know,
something that just.
They might not tell the
You know,
PCC that.
well, in fact, most of the time, I don't know if I've ever heard of someone telling the PCC making the appointment. Yeah, my son has power of attorney. I don't think they're just going to come out and
We
say
shut that in our last open house.
Did we?
With a daughter. Actually, we have one of yours.
I mean, if you have it available to you, it's a room schedule, have them, you send them out demos, go, you a significant other, come back there.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, they live in Oregon.
If you got that available.
You can
take your bills.
And this is kind of where you can say a lot of times my patients that their kids are power of attorney, they still have a pretty good understanding of what their budget is. Do you have any idea of what your budget is? And kind of what you're all working with? And they can tell you that.
It's pretty much handling it. You're going to handle a POA the same, almost identical to my wife isn't there.
Yeah.
You're still going to try to get everything we've got there. You're still going to try to get the POA on the phone.
So that's what you did last time, is you called the power of attorney that was in a different state.
That's good.
Yeah.
In Colorado, I remember you got her.
Yeah, I remember that one now. It's going to be almost hand in hand with the objection of favor of spouse. And you know, I really like that. I set time aside.
Yeah.
I'm going to be implementing that because, you know, you could even say, you know, we're looking at this as open house mindset, right?
Right.
You know, we normally in the day around 6, 7 o'clock. I know your son who has power of attorney works till 5. I'm going to set aside time this evening before we leave to conference call with you and your son. And you're not, again, I'm not going to ask him. I'm not saying, is it okay if we set it? It's the same thing we talked about this morning. I'm going to assume, and then I'm going to get the contact info for the son. I'm going to call them probably before I link her into, or whoever it is into the call. And then you're going to try to do that through a conversation.
This is one of the reasons why I tend not to like the corporate intake paperwork built into CycleNet, because it's already pre-populated almost everything, and you're not getting that information of, you know, in case of an emergency, who can we contact? And a lot of times they are putting their power of attorney, their son, where now I have their name and phone number, I don't need to ask them, and I'll say, do you want us to get them involved and so explain what your results are? And they'll be like, yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, give me just 1 minute. We'll 3-way them in, and I'll just start calling them. Put them on speaker, and we just go from there. But you can treat it the same way. You know, if they were here, what do you think they would say? What kind of questions do you think they'd ask? What would their thoughts be? Knowing your hearing loss, what do you think they would recommend? Well, they probably are going to want to know your results. And what I have found in doing this for this many years is they typically have questions, you know, from me that a lot of times the patient has a difficult time answering. So I've set time aside in my schedule in case I need to make these phone calls and explain what's going on. So why don't we do this? I'll go ahead and give your daughter, son a call and explain that. What's their number? Another good way that you can do that.
Another good way is, you know, this happens a lot. You know, tell the patient that, you know, this happens a lot because we're dealing with people retired, their children have financial control sometimes. So we really have a process set in order to take care of this. And
yep, that's why we have time set aside.
Yeah. It can
Things
sound like it's a normal.
Yeah, this is normal.
This happens all the time. Guys.
We set aside extra time for every appointment to make phone calls because many times our spouses, you know, significant others, children, power of attorneys, they have other appointments or they have doctor appointments they need to go to that they aren't able to make it in. So we do set aside a little extra time to make those phone calls and explain what's going on and make sure everyone's on the same page. And that's where you can feel the resistance of, I don't want you to talk to them too. And you can sense that too.
Let's FaceTime them so they can see the hearing aids.
Yeah, you can do that. And that's kind of where, you can hook the hearing aids up to the phone too and let them see. But you'll sense some resistance sometimes with that. And then that's kind of where, again, I'm treating it as if it's an objection. They're like, no, I don't want you to call my spouse. And it's, again, having an explanation for that, saying, typically they have questions. If you walked home and say, honey, I need hearing aids, their first question is, how much? And you're trying to explain how some hearing aids are different than others, and well, this is what my hearing loss is, and then they're going to have questions. Well, why is this one better than that one? Well, why did they recommend that one for you? And a lot of that stuff is difficult. You know, I've been doing this for 10 years, went to a lot of schooling for this stuff to be able to make the proper recommendation for a person. And that's why we set aside extra time to make those phone calls, because often they're not here. So what we'll do is we'll three-way them, and then I can explain that information, and then you can go home tonight and you guys can still have a conversation about it. I say that as a softener in a way to, oh, okay, I can still go home and talk to them about it. 99% of the time, just get them on the phone, they'll say, go ahead and do it. But by saying, you guys can still go home and talk about it, but now she understands what's going on, and you can talk to her about it and weigh out the options, and I'll give you guys information to talk about tonight when you guys go home. And I'll put everything in a nice packet for you. Oh, okay, great. And so it's a soft way of handling that objection. But again, 99% of the time when they get on the phone, they're saying, all right, let's go ahead and get them that one.
Yeah, it's got pretty bad head.
Yeah. You angel, you. Any other ways that you would recommend handling that? We good on that one? You got a few different ways to handle it? What were some of the things you wrote down earlier? Is there anything not on the list that you wrote down earlier in the groups? You guys just didn't do the homework?
I'm taking notes.
Hey, hold for you.
He's writing down the date.
August 26th. Just take a note then. Okay, we'll go on to the next one. Age. This is the one that we can easily anticipate. We can also anticipate this one too. Yeah.
Unless someone just said go to the laptop, something like frontwards.
Very good. Just kept taking it forward.
You can anticipate that I need to talk to my spouse at the paperwork, or in CycleNet you see that they have a spouse, but they're not there. So that would be a way to bring that up early on in the process. Age is another one. If they're 85 and older, I'm usually dropping stories of people that are older than them to change their perception. I'm just telling a story of a patient that I loved, right? A really cool story of somebody that was 93, 99, 102, 103, got hearing aids and it changed their life, and again, I'm saying that before they even bring up the objection.
The younger one, your uncle.
Yep, usually if it's a younger one, then I'm focusing on my uncle or a male. Other ways of handling age, I'm too old. I'm getting close to dying. It's not worth the money if I'm, getting this old.
I try to kind of normalize it again. I mean, they'll say, I'm just too old, and I'll say, how old are you? And they'll say, well, I'm 85, and I'll say, oh, yeah, you're the same age as about all my patients.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like, everybody your age is getting them, that's kind of the thing. So I think sometimes they feel like they're the only one that's 85 or 90 or 95, when that's not, it's just not true, but that's how they feel.
That is so true. And that's also, you can make a joke about that in a way too, of saying, oh, you're young in my world. Well, what do you mean? Well, most of my patients are 85, 90, 95, 100. That's most of my patients.
Yeah, you're 70. Wow,
yeah,
you're young.
You're young.
Yeah, and earlier we talked about, I mean, people are 60 who look 90 and 90 who look 60, and you're definitely doing very well for your age.
Yeah.
We talked a lot about that earlier.
Well, and this is a question if they are older, but they look healthy. You look pretty good. Well, yeah, but my dad died at this age, and my mom died at this age, grandpa died. I've outlived all of them, and let's say they're 80 years old. Let me ask you, honest answer. How many years do you think you have left? Do you think you have 3, 5 years left? Based on looking at you, and talking to you, I would probably say if we asked your doctor, they'd probably say you got 5 years left. Would you agree? Oh yeah. I mean, we don't know, but yeah, I'd say 5 years. Okay, so let's think about that. All right. So if we got 5 years left, that's the question. Over the next 5 years, we're talking it's less than a cup of coffee a day. right?
It's even more crucial there.
Yeah, it's even more crucial.
Yeah, well,
Right, but a lot of times, just because when they grew up, people living until their 90s was unheard of. I mean, it was very rare. Nowadays, it's way more common. People are living longer. The medical treatments and what we can do is so much better than what it used to be.
Like I said, there's no age limit to hear well. And then I tell a story about an older person who bought hearing aids so they could hear their grandkids when they already had hearing aids and they upgraded. And then use the line, the less time that I have left, the more important that time is.
Another perspective shift too. I was in Eugene, had this 60-year-old patient that came in, did buy hearing aids for me who didn't want to spend the money and kind of too young. He came in later that year and bought from me, and I was like, well, what's going on? I saw you, earlier this year, and you weren't wanting to do it, and he was kind of just, unfortunately, I came down with cancer. The doc has given me a year or two maybe to live, and I just realized if I got a year or two to live, I don't want to be spending that last year to two of my life asking what, to say that again. And that's another perspective shift of someone younger than them, right? So another great perspective shift on the age thing.
You talked about independence.
Yeah. As they're getting older.
Also talking about the opposite, where they're really young, they're 50 years old, and they got a hearing loss like an 80-year-old. So doing the inverse.
Mm-hmm.
So
kind of like that 60-year-old, but in a different manner.
Yeah, basically, gosh, this hearing loss is what I normally see in someone that's much older than you are. We need this.
Oh, if they're younger.
Yeah. And they go over medical studies looking to say, hey, we need to take care of what we got here. Think about what it's going to be like when you're 70, 80 years old.
Older patients, a lot of times the memory issue, balance, independence, these are all things that add value other than just hearing well, right? And again, the number one reason why patients end up in a care home is fall. The number one reason why people end up in a care facility, seniors end up in a care facility, is a fall. University of Wisconsin, I want to say, did a study, and this is fascinating, a study that you could actually show people if you wanted, but you can just talk about it. Again, details. University of Wisconsin did this study, and 100% of the people in the before and after tests, when they treated their hearing loss compared to untreated, showed an improvement in their balance tests. 100% of the people, all ages, all different types of hearing loss. 100% of the people, when they treated their hearing and they did the balance tests again, they all improved. Now, at 95, I can't guarantee you that it's going to give you perfect balance, but I can guarantee that it would improve your balance. That's something I can tell you. And if we can reduce the risk of having a fall, I can tell you so many stories of patients, one fall made such a big difference. So that one fall, if we could preserve that one, would be great.
What's the beginning of that with the study? Where was that at?
University of Wisconsin. And if you want, you can say Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Cheesehead territory. Yeah. Other things with age. A story I love is my 103-year-old patient. And I tell this all the time, and I say, when I was new, I was very naive, and I had this 103-year-old patient that had hearing aids, and Sweet Mary was her name, and she said, I want to get these new hearing aids. I saw an advertisement, I put them in her ears, and she goes, I want to get them. These sound fantastic. And I said, Mary, I hate to ask this question, but are you sure you want to do that at 103? And she just opened my eyes, and she said, listen here, Sonny. I may be 103, but I still have life to live, right? And these are going to be the last conversations that I have with my kids, my grandkids, my friends, and I want to enjoy those conversations. Another great one too is the last chapter of your book. look, you're on the last chapter of your book of life. And you get to control what's said about you.
I use the same thing with the basketball game here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
You want to be on the bench or you want to be shooting the jump shot?
Yeah, and I use that as, what your kids are going to say about you, whether you are involved or not, whether you are present in a part of the conversations or whether you weren't, is whether you're able to hear it or not. And that's a big part of it. They're going to be saying things about you. And this last chapter of your book is really, you got the pen, and you get to choose how it's written. Is this going to be a good chapter or not? And my whole goal is to make the rest of your life the best of your life that I can make it. And that's the whole goal. And I know that your hearing is a big part of that.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. I heard this from Tony Robbins as well, that the quality of your life is based on the quality of your relationships. That's a good one-liner. How I add to that is I say the quality of your relationships is based on the quality of the communication. If you don't communicate, what kind of relationship do you have with that person? Think of any relationship you have. If you never communicate, that relationship is affected, right? If your wife, if you never talk to her, I have couples that come in here and they haven't spoken, one-on-one in a long time. They don't even talk in the car, and their relationship is definitely affected. And the quality of your communication is a two-way street. You have to be able to hear and listen to the other person in order to have quality communication. So this, in essence, is the direct tie into the quality of your life, right? So quality of your life is based on the quality of your relationships, and the relationships to communication, and the communication to hearing. This is your quality of life. Another one, safety. You still drive?
You can't hear that.
You still drive? Wow, I was following you. Your blinker was on the whole time. This is crazy.
Alarms in the house.
Yeah, and this is where paying attention to the spouse, right? My spouse is, unfortunately, she's bedridden. Unfortunately, my spouse is in a wheelchair at home. I couldn't bring her. My wife has dementia. It's even more important for you to be aware of what's going on, to be able to hear if she calls out for help, if there's a fall. You need to be able to hear those things. You got the TV on so loud, you wouldn't be able to hear those things.
I didn't hear the doctors to properly treat your spouse.
Yeah. Did you say 15 or 50? I don't know. 50 milligrams? Sure. No, it was 15. You killed her. Way to go, asshole. That's what I wanted to do anyways. Well, there you go. Right. You're working. So safety is also directionality.
Jeez.
Like, honestly, directionality is telling where sounds are coming from. If you have an untreated hearing loss and a sound happens, you can't tell where that sound is coming from, how far away it is.
That truck's coming.
How many times do you also have TVs on where they have the headsets, right? Where they're like, yeah, I got the TV here. And I use that as a safety aspect of saying, like, if something happened with your wife, you're dead to the world around you. If someone's knocking on the door, you can't hear that. If somebody's saying, hey, honey, pick up the phone, it's me, you can't hear that.
Or if you fell.
Yeah, if she fell. Yeah, that's also.
Yeah, I used that one. If someone fell and they're sitting there with those earphones on, you can't hear.
Well, and that's one of the amazing things with the streaming is you'll have that same capability, but now if I say something, you'll hear me. Honey, you want some popcorn? Or honey, help me out.
I actually had a patient that was wearing those, and 3 or 4 hours later, and this is actually a patient I met, he turned around and like half his stuff was gone. Somebody robbed him. He was just sitting there with his TVs on.
Wow.
That's a good story to tell.
Yeah, I use that one.
Yeah. You want to know how expensive hearing loss is? Yeah. You go through the list of items that were stolen in this house. The patient gave me
it was
a copy.
the reason he was there for hearing help. That was his catalyst.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot more expensive than you even realize. You could be wearing those TV ears and lose everything.
Well,
literally.
When people put those ears in
here, wow. Oh my god, my fridge is gone. He's just like watching, fast asleep, headphones are still on, the TV's gone. Oh my god!
I love it when people talk about TVers too, because literally, if they put those on all the time, and what do people do when they wear those? They crank. If they have a hearing loss, they think it's not volume, so they crank them up, and that can actually damage your high frequencies more over time.
Yeah.
And so I love it when people tell me I have TV ears, because I know I've got it with the TV streamer.
Yep. Well, and from a safety perspective, when we were talking about the vehicles, most of your truck drivers, you have to have for a commercial driver's license is the CDL.
Yep.
And the CDL has a whisper test where they stand 10, 15 feet back and they're like, they'll ask questions or make them repeat. And I numerous times have had truck drivers saying, hey, I got to keep my job. I need hearing aids to pass the CDL. And I will use that to segue into safety, right? And I'll say, if you drive commercially, they require you not just to have good vision, but to have good hearing. Because in order to be aware and to be safe on the road, we not only need to be able to see, but we need to be able to hear. If the grandkids are talking to you in the back, or if a siren happens, I'm going to make an adjustment a lot quicker than you would. Because I heard that siren way back there. I had a lady that came in just the other day, another story, that she was so scared because by the time she heard the siren, it was right up on her. And then she was so scared, she pulled over and she was like, I almost had an accident, I almost had a heart attack, like I was so scared. And I realized if it took me that long to hear that fire engine, I need to get help. And that was the motivation for her. But I can segue into, I'm older, well, I'm still driving, well, let's keep you independent. I've had people where they lost their license because of reasons like this. Other things that you do if you get age. Other stories you tell.
There's also the money thing, the financing.
Yep. And that ties into the terminal patients as well.
Oh yeah, terminal.
I mean, they kind of go hand in hand. Some of these do.
Yeah.
So, again, I don't want to spend the money. I'm dying.
Financing waiver, or you could fit your loved ones.
I don't do monthly payments. Now, look, I get it. Most of my patients in your boat don't go old school, but this is a different situation. All right, a situation you probably haven't faced before because you're getting closer to that end of time, right? And what I would tell you is, what was the amount that you were looking to spend? $3,000. Do this. Put down the minimum, and if you do the minimum monthly payments, knock on wood, nothing's going to happen to you, but you're protected. It's $170 a month. I mean, that'll buy you 2 years of doing $170 a month.
As far as your cable bill.
Well, yeah, it's less than a cable bill.
When you say that make payments, give a cable. Give a consultant.
Now here brings up another thing though, is they also want to leave the kids money. All right, and I had a patient that had money, and he goes, look, I got 3 kids and I got 4 grandkids, and they're in college right now. I could do a lot more with that $7,000-8,000. I could give them each $2,000, and apply it to college. And how would you guys respond before I'll tell you how I responded?
What I do with that one is I share with them, say, yeah, I get that. Only problem is last weekend I took my family to Disneyland. I have 4 kids and it was $10,000 for the week. You know how quickly your family can spend that money? What's more important, 1 weekend at Disneyland or the rest of your life and quality of life?
That's good.
I was going to go back to the quality of life for him when he's spending time with his grandkids versus not having hearing or not making those memories.
Yeah.
Be able to hear.
Do you think your grandson would want 1 weekend at Disneyland or be able to talk to you for 5 years?
You only have only that personal story. So what did you do, Jared?
I said, I don't care about your kids.
Your kids call me and they say they don't like you anyway.
Yeah, I talk to your kids, they hate you.
Yeah.
No, I said, most of my patients in a similar situation, a lot of them are just like you, and they start thinking about their kids and their grandkids. And very noble and honorable. What I find is that if you take that same $8,000 and divvy it up amongst your kids and your grandkids, you know, they were each getting, what, $500? They don't care about the $500. I mean, you could do very little with that nowadays. And that's not gonna go very far for college. Same thing with $2,000, it just doesn't these days. Maybe when you were growing up, it's a different time. They would much rather have you present and engaged and being able to talk. They don't care about that $500 that you're gonna give them. And that was like, oh yeah. I just broke it down even to smaller because, you know, they usually do give money to their kids and then to their grandkids. They don't care about that. When you divvy it up, you know, and if they were to give money to their great grandkids, you have nothing left over at that point. So they'd rather have you here. Well, put it on the monthly payment.
That's good.
Yeah. Which color do you want?
Yeah.
Do you want chartreuse? Other ways that you handle the age. Look, I'm 88. I just don't have a lot of time left. I got some medical issues. I can't see myself spending that much money.
Depending on how dire the situation, you know, we'll just throw out to inject some humor. We'll say, hey, you know, I don't buy green bananas either, but hey, we're all living day to day. And then you get really, because when people say that, they don't really think they're going to die tomorrow unless they have a terminal illness or anything like that.
Right.
And just make them smile, and then you get back to really focusing on it. You know, hey, you know, you're in great health, you're looking great. All the other things that have been said, but just move on.
That's good.
Because they're not thinking they're going to die.
If you want another joke, you can be like, gosh, I didn't see an expiration date on me. Where is it?
Oh, we haven't said that one yet. Mine is, well, God forbid if something does happen to you, you just come back in and give you all your money back.
Yeah, I like that. I'm just talking to your. I have a solution for you. Just write it. I've had a patient that was saying something along those lines about, you know, I have to leave an inheritance to my family and stuff, and I say, you know, what are they going to do with the money? What are they going to want to do? What's the plan? What do you actually have planned for that? Well, I haven't really thought much about it. I go, then how important is it? You need to get you taken care of.
It kind of fleshes that out. And it's very, very similar with the same person that I'm like, honestly, how many years do you think you have left? And they're like, oh no, another 5, 10, hopefully another 20. Well, what the hell are you giving me the age excuse for? Or it fleshes that out.
I say we flip it back onto how important it is to be able to hear those doctor's appointments, or if you're going through cancer or something like that, the importance of hearing stuff correctly, or what you're going to put in your body, or what you're taking.
Yeah. Any other things?
It's 3:30. We have to finish at 5, so we can do another 30 minutes or so. But let's pick the key ones that you guys want to hear.
What other ones do you guys want to hear?
Let's do the pray about it.
What?
Sleep on it.
Sleep on it. Okay, so
pray about it. Pray about it. Can we do that right now? I can say a prayer for you right now.
Please.
Okay.
No. So honestly, I can say that I am a believer, right? Now, everyone's religions are different, but most of the time they're Christians, or they believe in, you know, Jesus and God. Like, that's the typical beliefs that you're going to get in America. And so one thing, just by simply saying, look, I completely understand. I'm a believer myself. Let me do this. I'm going to go grab a packet of information and I'll be right back. Just by saying I'm a believer, me stepping out and then coming back, I give them a few minutes to talk. A lot of times you're like, I trust you, he's a believer, you know, he recommended this one, let's go with that. I wanted to work with another Christian anyways, or whatever it is, right? That alone is, you know, and another way that I'll handle that is saying, you know, I'm a firm believer that things happen for a reason. I had a patient just the other day that she said that she's gotten so many different mailers about coming in and getting a hearing test, and for some reason she felt that she needed to make the phone call and come in here. And she even told us, you know, I receive these mailers all the time, but for some reason this one just stood out to me that I felt like I was called to come in. I think you're here for a reason. I think things happen for a reason. And you know, this is, I believe that I'm sent also to help answer questions so you can sort this out and get the right help. And so if I can answer any questions, I'm here for you. But that's another way that I've handled it that worked well.
comedy relief for them. And I've done this, we need to talk about it.
I've got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah. That's
And
I like that a lot.
go out in the hall or do whatever, but I'll give them about 5 minutes and come back in. Oh, I feel so much better. What do you think?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's worked a lot.
trees.
Yeah. No, it's working. Good. Thank God. I've got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Here's a good one for a pray about it. Is
I do that. Seriously.
Where do we write this one? That one down.
for pray about it. A good one is
Yeah, I need to think about it.
as you know in Galatians it tells us the fruits of the Spirit. You should always have prayer in your heart, and the fruits of the Spirit will tell you if something's right or wrong. Peace, love, joy, calm. How have you felt throughout our conversation today? Does it feel good? That's your answer.
And along the same line, another time I've said, you got to trust yourself. I mean, you know what's right and wrong. Yeah. And trust your gut. And if I have that rapport, they'll know. And then again, I'm a believer myself when I step out, and like just that feeling alone, they're like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people that pray about it, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for a calm, peaceful relief. They'll pray, and if they feel at peace, they're okay. And that's the answer they're looking for in their prayer. That's what I pray about when I answered. That's how I know if I got an answer or not. So if you can point out that feeling was present, and then the opposite of the fruits of the Spirit are anguish and fear and other things, you can dive right into it and say, I felt good. How have you felt?
One way I've handled is I got this one from Grant Cardone in a similar version of saying, I found that it's not how much time I have, right? It's about getting the right questions answered and feeling good, inside about the decision. How have you felt so far in this? And they're usually saying, I feel really good. And this is, well, which one do you lean towards? Trust yourself. See, which one are you leaning towards? And they usually think, trust your gut.
How about when they say we always, with decisions like this, have to go home and sleep on them? We don't ever make any decisions over $1,000 on the same day.
It's not this small device. I'm not sure you can sleep on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't know. I guess you should go to your pillow. That would work.
Hey, you
gotta
guys, don't take that one comment lightly. That's a great comment. Right, we're at the end of this topic, and it's serious, right? We just talked about money. Hey, I just want to let you know, I want to sleep on it. I wouldn't recommend sleeping on it. They're pretty tiny. You might lose it. Right? That's a great comment. We read that one down as well. Humor is such a great relief because you just are talking about prices right now. Right? That's serious talk. Serious talk. Serious talk. What's my pressure relief valve? Comedy. I take a break.
I would say let's not put it under your pillow because it'll squeal a lot. Is what I say.
Yeah.
They say sleep on it. But yeah.
That's great. That little comedy is so good.
Sound like a mouse.
How else do you guys handle? I need to sleep on
When can I be over there?
What I find.
How high is your bed?
Yeah.
What I find is when patients go home to sleep about it, they spend a lot of time talking to themselves out of getting help. When you came in today, you didn't even think you had a problem. And now you're closer now than you've ever been. And the further you get away from this conversation, the more you revert back to that thought. So sleeping on it may cause you to make the wrong decision, and I do worry about that.
You can add to that, because hearing loss doesn't hurt. You just go about life, and then before you know it, 7 years of however long's passed, and you regret that you didn't do it now because time flies, and you just go on with your life.
A lot of times I treat the I need to sleep on it as the same way as I need to think about it, and I'll just say typically when patients tell me that it's because they have other questions about their life. Open-ended question. What kind of questions do you have? What kind of information can I give you to make you feel more comfortable about making a decision? And a lot of times they'll just open up, and I'll be like, okay, that wasn't the real objection. It's it's this.
Yeah. And most of the time when they're giving you most of the time when they're giving you a locational one, like I need to go home and think about it, I need to go and pray about it, I need to go, they're telling you need to go get away from you.
Yeah, I need to
so,
find that.
And so what you're gonna say is like, look, I get it, and when you're home, you're gonna have questions. I'm not gonna be able to answer them. So why don't you take this next 15 minutes or so, talk about it. I'll step out, give you guys privacy. You can ask me whatever questions you do have, and then you can go ahead and go home and sleep about it. Or go ahead and think about it, go home and sleep on it. Basically give them a pass to relax and talk openly. And then if you go back in the room and say, okay, we're gonna go now, okay. I'll follow
Sometimes you want to get in quick because then you'll hear the door open, they'll both be on their way out. You're like, wait.
Most time within 30 seconds, they'll open the door to leave or open the door to tell you they're ready to do it.
Right.
And to be frank, if they're opening the door to leave, they were looking for an escape, and let them go. Not everybody's ready for hearing aids.
Other ways of handling it.
I would say sometimes we have the more of a, like a finance thing. If they start worrying about the finance things, you tell them you put a small down payment, then you have a week or so to delivery to think about that. So you have to make that decision about it today.
It can soften it by saying that of you don't need to figure out how to take care of all the payment stuff. Today, you're just going to put a $500 deposit down or 10% down. Next week, you let us know if you want to pay in full or finance. You don't have to worry about that right now. All you need to tell me is what color you want.
Here's another one too, and I agree with Curtis and Jared. The word trial is a foul word. Never use it. However, if a patient has a significant loss and once they're in their ears, they'll never want to take them out, what I tell them is this: look, if we're able to provide you everything that we've promised today, and it did actually work, would you be happy with that result? Yeah, I would. I just don't know if it will. I guarantee the results. I'm going to get these for you. You're going to wear them. If at the end of 30 days I fail to deliver anything I promised you, then I'll let you return them. But if they're working, you have to keep them. It's not a trial, it's a guarantee.
Yeah. And that is another question you can ask is, if you could hear like this, would you be happy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be happy. Well, these are the results that you're going to get. And if I can give you these results and I can guarantee that, then you'd be happy, right? Well, and then just going into that similar spiel. The other one, I guess, I need to sleep on it. It usually is just a smoke screen, and that's where, again, I will find a way to step out, right? I'm going to print off some information. I'm going to grab some stuff, put it in a packet for you, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. That way tonight, you know, when you're going over stuff, you can kind of have some information in front of you. And again, just by stepping out and coming back, then I sit back in the chair and I say, well, what other questions came up while I was gone? What other information can I give you? It just gives you another chance for them to breathe, talk about it. And a lot of times, again, they're just going to, you know, we talked about it while you were gone, we want to go with those ones. But it also gives me a chance to step out. One thing that Curtis has done that I like doing as well is saying, you know, this is perfect, honestly. I need to step out and place an order. I have a patient that we need to deliver later this week that I need to get an order in for. I'm going to do that, and then I'll also print off some information for you and put together a little packet, and I'll give you a couple minutes just in case you have some more questions. Give you guys a chance to chat, and then I can answer some more questions for you. So give me just a few minutes, and I'll be back. And then I just get up and leave, shut the door, and talk, and then I come back, and again, just that little statement of I have another patient that I need to place an order for is another thing. Like I got other people that are buying hearing aids too.
Another great one is when you step out and leave the room, just walk over and say, look, I'm not here to sell hearing aids, I'm just here to help you hear. Okay? At the end of the day, it's your decision because I'm not going to be the one that's putting in my ears. I walk around and I take them out of their ears. I say, I'm going to give you guys a couple minutes to talk about me in case you have any questions when you get home. And walk out after I just took his hearing aids out. Don't say a word. And then they turn to their spouse and start trying to talk to them. And they're like, I can't hear you.
Does it make a difference? Oh, it makes such a difference.
Wow, that's different. And then now you've sparked the conversation when they're suffering, so you bring that pain back quickly. And then, oh, by the way, talk while you're in pain. It works really well.
I've actually added a bit to what you were just talking about stepping out to place an order. I tie it directly to the patient, and I mean, you know, even if it is a real patient, I'm placing an order or something, which normally it's just a story, but I'll add to it, yes, this is great. I'm just glad they got back in touch with us because it's a very similar situation to where we're at right here now that, you know, they just want a little extra time to think about it. And I'm glad they're getting the help. They really need it. And just adding that, it creates a commonality.
Like I had another patient that also needed to think about it and was in the same situation.
Or just simply like very similar loss and everything to the situation we're in. Whatever happened during that appointment, they waited a long time. I'm just glad we could finally get through to him to help him and his wife. And you're trying, I know it's weird to say that, it's just kind of creating a commonality. And then when you step out, in their head, what are they thinking? Like,
we're not the only one.
Why would we just get this done? Now, having said that, there are some very stubborn men, you'll run into them, right? What do they say?
No.
They say, we never make a decision the same day. And some of these people, that is really legitimate. Like, you can tell they're dead serious. Like, we never make decisions. Do you want to keep pushing someone like that? Yeah, you can step out and let them talk, that's fine. But when you go back in there, if they're still adamant, and they'll even say things like, this makes perfect sense and everything, we never make decisions over $5,000 the same day. In those type of situations, what would you do? I try to send people out with a demo and schedule an appointment for the next day, just like we talked about earlier. Again, we need to get into that open house mindset. But at the same time, if you push too much on someone that believes that, and you can usually tell if they're not just using that as an excuse, that they do that.
Yeah.
It's typically really staunch farmers, cowboys, headstrong men. And you can confirm it with a spouse sometimes just by simply looking at them. And they're like, yeah. And you'll even say to the spouse, what do you think about, what are your thoughts on this? And they say the same thing. He'd never do this the same day. And at that point, you've confirmed it, and you don't want to push any more on this person, in my opinion. And because they'll never come back. And so then, if you just schedule a follow-up, though, without demos, what happens? They may not show back up.
Usually not, yeah.
You want to try to get them to leave with the demos.
That's why it's important to bring some extra.
Yeah, bring extra demos.
You'll find that they'll do that as a test to see if you're really a salesman or a care provider.
One sentence along the same lines that Aaron was saying is, look, I get paid whether you buy it or not. This is about helping you hear better. So whatever choice you make is totally up to you. I'm just here to facilitate and give you information. But I love that sentence because I've heard people be like, who's a good salesman? It's like, damn it. In one sense it's a compliment, but at the same time it's not.
Right.
Because obviously it's come across in a way where, to them they think that I'm selling something, right? And it's like, well, shoot, I did something wrong. So if I ever hear that, which is nice to have that webcam so I can hear that every now and then I could go in and be like, look, this choice obviously is yours, and my job is just to help facilitate. Any one of these options are going to help you. It just determines, for you need to make the choice on which quality of help that is comfortable within the budget. And not directly just jumping right into it like I was listening to the call, but saying, and honestly, I get paid whether you buy or not. This is more about educating you. And if you're my mom or if you're my dad, I use that line a lot. Mm-hmm. If you're my family member, if that's more comfortable, I would tell you the same exact thing. I treat you like my family. I would tell you the same thing. Get the best that's comfortable within your budget.
When you do that one too, it works real well. If you were my mom, I would tell you get the 85. But I don't know my mom. I don't know what your budget's like. So I'm gonna tell you, at least get an 84. If you have to go 3, go ahead. But I would tell my mom to get 5. But you could get away with 4. What? You wouldn't try and sell me the top? Well, I want what your mom has, and then they go for the 5. So you can use that as a tool.
Yeah. Well, the 5 is going to get you the closest to normal hearing, right? So I don't know what the budget is, but if money had nothing to do with this and you could wear all of them for a month, you would say they get better and better and better. So again, if money had nothing to do with it, I'd be telling you to get the best ones. But I don't know what the budget is, so get the best that's comfortable.
Something that I struggle with is when we're at this point, if they need to sleep on it or think about it, 99% of the time I have demos in their ears, and they'll say something along this line and take the demos out. And for me, I always feel like, dang it, It's not a good sign. They're taking their hearing aids off. They have to think about it. Half the time they can't hear me anymore because now our hearing aids are out of their ears. They're almost in a position where they almost want to get up. Does anyone have anything they do or say once they're taking hearing aids out of their ears?
If they're a single-legged appointment, talk softer.
If they can't understand or hear you?
If they're by themselves and you take them out, just lower your tone a little bit.
Yeah, because they just brought everything down, right?
Yeah, it's hard. So you have the hearing aids that just cannot hear, so they don't hear as well, but then you lower your tone a little bit, and then they're like, I'm sorry, I can't hear you anymore. Well, let me put those back in for you. Put them back in your ears, and you're back on the hook.
I've tried that, but typically they don't want them back in their ears.
So and I don't even ask. I'll say, you know, I'm going to put together a packet. Yeah, I'm wrestling.
I got the right one. That's what I found is if it's at the point where they take them out and they don't want to put them back in, you burned it. It's done.
So and this is where I'll say, you know, I'm going to put together a little packet of information for you. Hang tight for one sec. And then again, I'm letting the air cool down, a breather. And then when I come back in, as I'm talking to them, they're like, what? And I'll be like, hold on just 1 second, as I have more paper. Right, so there's more information, right? So there's more information that's like, oh, I needed to go over this with you. Hold on 1 second. And then I'll just put them in, right? And again, if I've done a good job of building a report, they don't mind it. And then I'll say, okay, so this information, you know, I wanted to print this out for you. And then I'll kind of go over this value. You know, here's some medical studies. What other kind of information would you need that would help you make this decision? My job is just to provide you that information, answer some questions. And then typically when patients tell me that, it's because they have other questions. And then I might even flow into another way of, again, earlier, you know, it's typically not how much time we have, right? Because if I'm going to buy bananas, and I might use that analogy, it doesn't take me long to pick up the bananas. I know what I need, right? But with hearing aids, you might not know which ones to go with, right? And you might have some questions roaming around the back of your head. It's not how much time to make a decision, it's really having the right information. I found if I have the right information, I can make a decision pretty quick. So what other information would you need? So those are just some ways that I'll kind of keep the conversation going.
Sometimes if you feel like you've given too many options and they're kind of picking in between 5, 4, and 3, I'll lean towards the model exchange and say, well, you know, if you're really unsure, get the one that's most comfortable with your budget, and then if it doesn't do the trick, you know, you just pay a little bit more, and then you can get the one that will for sure work. So.
You can do this as an open house person. I try not to do that because now I'm putting more work on the consultant down the road. So
how often do they actually switch? 1% at a time.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. What I try to do is I try to just pick one for them, and I say, you know, this is the most popular option, which is the 4, and the reason being is because it has those automatic filters. But you're not paying as much, so it saves you some money, but you get all of those automatic features. That's why it's the most popular option. Is that something that's comfortable within the budget? Yeah. You know, and it's up to you. If you're okay pressing the buttons, then go with that one. What do you think? And then, but yeah, I really don't want to push the buttons. Okay, go with the automatic ones.
Especially with current customers, but frankly with all of them, our job is to push a patient all the way up to the line. But when we accidentally cross it, we need to retreat. If you push too hard once you've crossed it, you're going to lose that patient forever. Mm-hmm. So it's important for you to recognize that. So when they're just adamant and they won't even let you put them back in their ears, bail. You're done. Then you try and save the relationship and say, you know what, some people just aren't ready, and that's okay.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of patients in Bellevue that in 2019 trying to get us in these sales if I could. Just like, wow.
Yeah, you kind of have to read that. Great salespeople will have more feedbacks because they felt that line of like, oh, I'm getting right there. Sometimes you're crossing it, and then sometimes that's where you're making a good read and saying, let's do this. Why don't you go sleep on it? Let's talk tomorrow. Or why don't you take these home and I'll have you come back. Or, you know, I got some free time on Friday. Why don't I have you and your wife come back Friday? Those are different options. But if you push too hard, you can burn it. And the better you get at reading that, the more feedbacks you will have. Okay, so we're going to cut this. We got
5 minutes.
5 minutes, and then we got the last hour. So yeah, 5 minutes. So it's 6 minutes until 4. Be back here. We're going to start right at 4.
Are there watch hours for this?
Yeah.
That's when I was thinking, actually, that worked this month. Oh, yeah. Be what? The best class I ever went to, not really.
The actual closing process.
I think you went before page.
Did I go too far?
I don't know how far you're wanting to go.
I think this is it.
Okay.
This is it. You spend your whole conversation with the patient building rapport, explaining what's going on, overcoming objections, getting committed along the process. You get them to the point where they're on board to do something. We haven't decided what to do yet, but they've committed to doing something about their hearing health. Technically, this is where we begin closing, but I'm a firm believer that you start closing the second you say hello. It's always be closing. ABC. Okay? But if you are legitimately always closing. So the closing process isn't necessarily something that can be taught. It's something that you have to feel, you have to kind of go with the ebb and flow. It's kind of like overcoming objections. You can have your tool belt, unless you're a nerd, then it's a bat belt. Love you, Curtis. Anyway, so you can have your tool belt and those tools at your disposal to actually use them, but it's knowing how to and when to do it and how you deliver that matters. But when it comes to the details of the close, that's where I want to talk more about, is what needs to be included with every single close. Okay. Number one of the questions I ask very first is, how's your dexterity? How are you gonna? What are we dealing with? Do you pick small things? Do you need rechargeable? Do you need disposable battery? Would you be okay with behind the ear? I ask them questions about what they want in a hearing aid. Now, and I also preface it with, I'm not guaranteeing that I can get you everything you want and still fit your hearing loss. For example, if they have a very mild loss, can I put them in a CIC? Probably not. They're not going to like the occlusion. If they have very bad dexterity, can I put them in a size 10 battery? No. So I explained to them, there's three factors that we have to look at very closely, is your hearing loss, your lifestyle, and your budget. We talked extensively about your hearing loss. Lifestyle-wise, we need to talk about as well. So how often are you in noisy environments? I pull out the chart that they send us out with our packet every time, the lifestyle chart, and I say, and I just go through the list. How often are you in auditoriums, theaters, large group settings? About once a week, once a month. Okay. Now let me ask you this. Are those events very important to you? Or are they not really that important? Well, some people, it's very important to them, and they only go once a year, but that's the most important thing. Some people, they go every week and they really don't care. So you can, not only is it how often, but how important is it to them? The other thing is people automatically assume, well, I don't have any trouble in background noise now. The noise isn't too loud, so I need to explain to them. It's not about what you hear with the hearing aids and background noise, it's what you don't hear. We want you to be able to hear the communication without hearing the extra. And then I'll give you examples. For example, in the ME5, in the road noise might be ME4, it might be ME3s, and then in ME2s, forget about it. You know, we'll kind of go through that and they go, okay, it makes sense. So I kind of explain to them the differences. The other thing I explain is the difference between number 3 and number 4 and number 5. You have automatic adaptivity versus not. And when you do go to those restaurants, do you want to have to reach up and change the channels or to change the programs? Do you want to do those things? Or do you want to just set it and forget it? Well, I don't want to fiddle with it. Okay. So then we now have them narrowed down to selection. Then you jump into price. And I've already price conditioned them, go over the pricing. You can use insurance, you can use a lot of other things. One thing I will say, one of the common beliefs that we have as hearing care providers, and it's been this way for as long as I've been in the industry, is I think in the back of some of our minds we overcharge for hearing aids. I think we believe that. And if we have that belief, then we're hurting ourselves. I guarantee you, when I first started selling hearing aids, a $6,999 pair of ME5s was ridiculously priced. I couldn't believe they were asking that much. But it was my job to ask for it, so I did. I sold a fair amount of ME4s, but 85% was ME5s, top tier, because that was my job. Then when Greg said, you need to take that price up to $73.90, I thought he was a crook. I'm like, why? That's just so much money. And then he took it up to $76.90. And then he took it up to $77.90. And what I found is you actually sell more the more you ask for.
Patients want quality. To them, the difference between $69.90 and $7,500 isn't a big deal. What the big deal is, oh my gosh, I'm getting a really good quality hearing aid. I have patients that paid $9,600 for a hearing aid. I could have sold them for $69.90. I also have patients that paid $5,000 for a hearing aid that I should have charged $69.90. Which patient do you think was easier to take care of?
The one that paid more.
The one that paid more was a breeze. He loved his hearing aids. He was appreciative. He was respectful. He didn't just drop it unannounced. He made his appointments. He was great. The one that I gave this huge monster deal to, biggest pain in the ass I had. So one of the things we have is limited thought on price. So make sure that you get that taken care of yourself before you get to the close. If you do think there's going to be a money issue, come to terms with yourself before you present price what they need to pay. If you're thinking, I don't think they can afford this, these are $7,800. I know that's a lot, sorry. You've lost it. If you have confidence that, they got this. I know you can do this. $7,800 will be taken care of.
Honestly, that's why I like the slide before that you had too. So I was going back to the basics when you're going to test and ask them, where do you go on vacation when you're doing the demos?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, if it's Maui or somewhere nice, you're like, okay, I think we probably afford something nicer. No.
Yeah, you're doing that throughout the process. Okay. So you get the price negotiated, you get all that done, you get everything ready to go, you generate the contract. Do you guys do cycle notes or do your PCCs do the cycle notes? Who does your cycle notes?
I do.
Good. Do you guys write them on paper and the PCC type them?
Change it up. Sometimes type, sometimes they'll write, sometimes write, and I'll have them type it.
Okay. How many of you just put what they purchased and how they're paying? Honestly,
My purchase is my worst notes usually because I want to get right into the
You're in a hurry,
contract.
right?
Yeah.
You're in a hurry. One of the biggest things you'll find, your returns and cancels, is your notes. If you have really good thorough notes when you're a closer, if I leave Spencer really good notes on every deal I do, whether it's handwritten or typed, he's going to be able to deliver with confidence and without fear. And when the patient says, he said I was going to get a TV streamer with this and it was supposed to be rechargeable and everything, if I put in the notes what was offered and all the details, Spencer could say with confidence, no, he offered that to you and it was supposed to be another $1,000, but you declined it. So this is what we discussed. If you'd like to do that, I still can make that happen for you, but it'll be additional monies. Most of the time, buyers are liars. I hate that phrase, but it's true. They're going to do whatever they can to get that little extra deal.
We just had that one on the open house last one.
What's that?
Where she thought she was getting rechargeables, but all your notes were nothing was ever said.
Yeah.
So I had to try to.
But if I'm leaving really big notes, it kind of leaves you in the middle.
It's gonna be in the middle.
I just said that.
Yeah. In the middle, man, and then I divide it.
Yeah. And I'll admit I have events where I don't do as well, so that's something I have to remind myself on. Make good notes. Now, if I don't get them, inputting notes is even more important. Like Curtis was talking about, I love going into open houses behind someone who takes good notes because I have this big old long history of what's happened, and I can sit down with the patient and say, "Hey, you were in 3 months ago, and you were going through this. I'm sorry that happened. Is all that resolved?" "Yeah." "Cool. All right. Well, I'm glad it's resolved." So these are the options we were talking about. Are you ready to proceed? You can get right into it because you already have it, and they also see that we're a class act that takes good notes. We actually care enough to know that 3 months later. So there's a lot of great things you can do with notes. So proper notes is very important.
Well, even if you're in a hurry during an open house, and like Nate was saying, yeah, sometimes I'm in a hurry and I just click through it to get through it and then put the order in. You'll always have 5 minutes here or there between appointments or a no-show or this or that. Go back in as soon as you can and add those notes. You can always go edit the outcome and type all this stuff in. The earlier you do it, the better, because you'll remember more details that you wanted to put in there.
Are closers encouraging consultants maybe that are less experienced or that you're a little bit unsure about to use the fit that you use for the demo?
Yes. Yes. And that's something that I do at every event, and I'll actually get to that here in a minute. But I like to teach the provider I'm with my fitting strategy
a lot of the reasons why that, because the demo was off of my strategy and they loved it. So I need a consultant to really produce that. Most of the time I'll actually go in, especially if they're new, I'll do a first fit program and get it exactly how I think it should be set and save it and call it first fit and then put in the notes, load first fit right into the hearing aids and then fine tune, and then I'll teach the consultant on there what I would do next from that point, and they can choose to apply it or not. I do tend to teach my fitting strategy in every open house, even when I'm with a veteran. I'll teach my fitting strategy. Here's the thing about fitting. It's art. Every artist is going to have a different brush stroke. So it's okay. So you need to make sure the consultants know that when they're in the offices. That I'm teaching you this is what's worked for me, but that doesn't mean it's the only way. This is another tool for you. Use it as needed. Here's the problems with this method, and here's the pros. Now, I've also seen this method work in this situation. So you can teach multiple methods. So you want to teach the providers how to fit, that's going to give you a lot better results. Okay? So you get everything in for the notes. You generate the contract. Do you apply for financing before you generate the contract? Or when do you apply for financing?
Huh? When you have to say yes.
Yes to what?
To make the purchase.
Okay. Yeah. I like to do financing before you even select what model to get.
Especially with healthy people going to 10K to 3,300.
I like to, and typically the way I'll get to that is, so tell me, are you typically cash folks or do you like to make monthly payments? And often they'll say, well, normally I like to pay cash, but this is kind of a lot. So mind you, in their mind, they're still thinking possibly $10,000, $12,000. So like, yeah, I probably will need to do monthly payments on this. Okay, not a problem. Let's see what we can get you approved for. Okay. Then you use Ally, which is a soft hit. You run that, you get an application. Now you have the parameters you work with, and you have a calculator. So what kind of monthly payment are we hoping to achieve? 150, 180? What are we looking for? Oh, that's going to be too high. Okay, let's try to get it around 120. What do you get at? Yeah, I can do 120. Perfect. Okay. So then you go into the selection. Then you select the device. You get the discounts, and you can use your discounts to get them into that price range where they're comfortable. So how much down payment would you be looking at doing? Well, how much is required? You know, that's a personal decision. Most people do about half. You know, but you know, I'm not picky. What are you comfortable with? Well, if they think 250, they'll do 250 every time. If they think 500, if you give them a number, that's what they'll offer. But if you just throw a number like, yeah, most people do about half down and the rest on payments, what do you feel comfortable with though? I can't do half, but I could probably do $2,000 down. Now you have a pair of $8,000 hearing aids, $2,000 down. They've committed to $120 a month. With Ally 7.99, 48 months, you're in the ballpark. Now you have some room to work. Okay, let's see what we can do to get you the best possible quality hearing aid in that range. And then you present the price list, go over the discounts, get them to where they need to be, and get them to say, you know, I can make this work for you. Would that work for you? Perfect. And then you go into what color would you like, or you know, whatever closing techniques you like to go from there. You get all that information, so now you have their financing done, you have their down payment commitment, you have their selection, you have all the details. You go and you type the notes out, you get all that together. I personally run all down payments back in the office. Because often when you take them up to the front PCC to do the down payment, something gets lost in translation, and they end up walking out without doing the down payment. You don't get the proper amount down. They go up front, and then they, instead of doing 2,000 down, they do 100 down. There's a loss in communication there, so I take it right there on the spot. So I'll take their credit card. So when I ask, I go, so did you bring that card with you today? Yeah. You swipe the card or type it in, however you do it.
A swiper?
I have a swiper, and it took an active DD to
These
get
things are
it.
expensive, aren't they?
Swiper
you carry with you.
It's a little backwards. Yeah. I carry one with me because I got tired of the rural areas and our.
That's the only reason I go up front, is I want to bypass that whole address per se conflict.
I'm going to go ahead and lobby for us all to have them because it's necessary.
It's nice.
It really is. But
Yes, it's, yeah.
I had a denial at your
It's a
office
no-brainer, really.
because of P.O. Box.
It saved me so much time since I started carrying one around. I don't know how many times I've
had to cut, especially the Y.
Yeah, then it gets awkward. Like, I swear I have enough money in there. You're like, well, it's probably just your address. Well, the address is right.
So you talk about killing energy. That kills energy.
Yeah.
Take line. So wait, we call him solid. Oh yeah, I got to push this through.
So you swipe the card. They haven't seen a contract yet. Nothing. You've taken their down payment. You have their commitment on their financing. I print off the financing page form, the calculator. So I go and have that all ready for them to show to them, go over the details. So they've made their commitment to get the hearing aids. They've already paid money. They've already done all these commitments. And then I print the contract. And before I go to the contract, I go, okay, now, this is very important. I'm doing this to help you here. And unless you're 100% committed to doing what we need you to do, unless we're 100% committed to delivering that, it'll fail. I promise you, we will do our part. Can I get that same promise from you? Can I have your commitment to do this right? And like, yeah, let's do it. Okay. And because I have that commitment, I'm not going to let you off the hook, just so you know. And they kind of laugh. Okay. I don't let you quit. Just let you know that right now. And then I pull the contract up and I set it down.
Clears.
Clears. Different states have different things. Some states you can charge a restocking fee on and whatnot. I call restocking fees quitters fees. I'm like, just so you know, we have a $500 quitter fee or a 25% quitters fee. I don't let you quit, so don't worry about that. But if you do decide to quit, I'll keep you some of the money, just so you know. Right. Okay, that's fair. And then you move forward. Don't make a big deal about it, and they won't. Okay? And then at the end of the day, I tell them, look, when this works, you have to keep it. Not because the law says so, not because this contract says so. It's because I'm giving you my commitment to help you, and you're giving me your commitment to succeed. I drill that commitment at the end. And they're like, okay, I'm on board. We're good. Let's go. They're excited. So then you pull it up and you have them go to contract and you say, okay, one last thing I'm going to tell you. Often, buyers are more steps in. It happens. Oh, it's not going to happen with me. That's what they all say. Here's what happens. The further you get away from this conversation, you start to revert back to, you forget how good the hearing aid sounded. You start to wonder, oh, do I really need these? And you start to get that thought in your mind. I want you to know when that happens, it's normal. It's okay. That happens to most people. Don't worry, we'll take care of you. You have my commitment to do that. You use commitment a lot. Once they have that commitment, they're like, okay, all right, you're going to take care of it. The cool part is when they call the next day, I want to cancel. Hey, didn't we do that commitment? Yeah. Well, that still stands, right? All right, I'm just scared. And I go, I know, I get it. But remember, I'm going to take care of you. Okay. And you don't let them return. You don't let them cancel. So that commitment's very important when you're going over the details. Any questions on that?
So, Aaron, you print out the contract, you go through it with all the patients. You hand it to the consultant for signature before.
If they're available, most time I want my consultant in the room with me the whole time. So if I'm on pace, I'm able to have them from start to finish. They're there when they're signing. The consultant swings up, they sign with me. If I'm behind and in the other room, I'll often go in the other room and have them sign it. I'll interrupt can you sign that limit? Spencer reaches the door. All right, thanks. The patient sees him doing the signature. Oh, geez, what's going on? There's a little bit of excitement. If that's not possible, I'll tell the patient, look, only thing that's missing on this contract is your provider's signature, but he's going to sign that and go over it with you again when he delivers the hearing aid. So rest assured, we'll have that signed.
Okay. I think that's a good segue. They're going to sign off on everything when they sit down with you.
A lot of states have a mandatory second signature at delivery anyway.
Yeah.
So I do the contract, I go over signatures. When I go over the contract, I do go over every detail. Now, I kind of paraphrase, but I do go over detail. For example, we don't work in California anymore, but we're all familiar that I did work there. They have what's called the Solomon-Beverly Act. And then some of our states don't have contracts, so we transfer that information to our contracts. And basically what it is it has 5 or 6 things that you can't return for. You can't return for mere change of mind. You can't return for cosmetic concerns. You can't return if you damage them. You can't return. It gives you reasons why you can't return. I'll often, if I have a patient I'm a little bit worried about, I'll have them sign each one of those. Just initial. You want to give yourself, and here's the thing is, often people are afraid to do that because you might scare away a patient. Well, if that's going to scare them away, you really didn't sell them. It's not a sell until they're 100% committed. A 90% committal is not worth putting on in the computer. And I have, in fact, deleted contracts because they backed out during the process. And when that happens, okay. It doesn't look like it works. If you're not ready, then we're not going to do this. I've lost some sales over it, but you know what? You get concrete sales. Okay? It's the opposite of just try it. You need to drive that.
I've used paper copies for that sometimes. I want to get the commitment. Maybe you don't have the financing 100% secure. I don't want it to hit cycle.
Don't put anything in cycle unless it's real. I mean, here's the thing: is when I worked with Curtis at a furniture store before we started working here, and with Dexter, we called it wallpaper. That's all it was good for. It's just paper. It doesn't mean anything. It's not real sales. So do it right or don't do it at all, in my opinion. Okay. Any questions on any of that?
The only time I've done that is I'll delete it right after. I'll put it in just to get their contract signed. Hey, I know I want to do it. My spouse will probably say yes. I just got to get the A-OK from her. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and get everything ordered, right? I'm getting everything ordered and set up, and then as soon as they leave, it's deleted out of CycleNet, but they sign the contract.
You put it in cycle, put it in cycle.
Yeah, and then I'll delete it. And then I'll delete it, and then I'll call them, that night and just talk to them, just make sure everything was good to go.
Now, in those delete situations, don't run a credit card, because once you have payment, you can't delete it.
Yeah. I just use hard copy. I'll just print something out and have them sign it. It basically never hits the system.
Well, and I usually will just take a picture of their card on my phone and delete that, or write it down and then delete it. And I'll just say, it'll get ran later, but I'll make sure.
It's more of a soft close. It's not.
Yeah. But in CycleNet, I'll put cash, $500 or 10% down, because I can delete it as cash. But on the contract, it shows that they did put down $500, but it hasn't hit their bank account yet anyway.
So we'll talk more about returns and cancels tomorrow as well. Kurt's going to go over it a lot. But one of the things that we see when a lot of people start fresh, when you're a new closer in our company, you see the Jareds of the world throw up $251,000 events, and you see Curtis throw up 180, and then you're in an open house, and I gotta throw a big number too. So you get a little bit of willy-nilly and trying to throw extra sales in there, and it's close, so let's go ahead and do it. And just try it, it'll be okay. The problem is it leaves a wake of disaster behind you. It leaves cancels, it leaves returns, it leaves headaches, it leaves confusion, it leaves upset people. And it actually turns our providers' minds against the program instead of encouraging the program. So you have the power and ability to boost their morale in their sales, but you also have the ability to crush it if we do it inappropriately.
It's not just for $180,000 like that you're shooting for. I mean, sometimes just keeping up with the 25. I don't want to be in last place. I need to hit 100,000.
You will for the
and this is a part of being in open houses. You have to have thick skin. You have to be able to handle the pressure that's created. Not just pressure from other open house people trying to perform, but you got Steve, Greg, like we're putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into marketing a month, and into this one event we're putting thousands of dollars into marketing. You mess this up, you're pissing off the person who's paying you, right? And so then there's that added pressure, but now you got the consultant who gets paid or not based on your performance. And if you do a poor job, then you got the consultant like, I could have closed that, right? And especially if you're going into a store, let's say Dexter is going into a store with one of the top performers who's been in our company for 10, 15 years, and they're a top performer, added pressure even more so. He's not going into a rookie's open house. He's going into an open house with a top performer that possibly even beat him last year. Oh boy. All right, so how are you going to handle that? Yeah, it just puts more and more pressure, and you got to have the confidence and the swagger of like, there's a reason why I'm here, move over.
But don't just go into the office cocky and
right.
You need
that humble like cockiness though is what.
Yeah. Be arrogant enough to be successful, but humble enough to listen.
Yeah, and there's truth though. There is a humble cockiness that you need to have. There's that line of arrogance that you're walking in, and they're like, dude, I beat you. You don't want to come across that way, but in your mind, you have to have that confidence, like, I can do this, and I can handle the pressure, and I can sell anyone that you put in front of me. That's the confidence internally that I need to control that dialogue. Like, again, hold my beer, watch out. I know you were a top performer, but in my mind, I'm saying, hold my beer. I got this. Let me show you why I'm chosen to be the closer here.
Physically take a beer and hand it to the consultant.
Yeah.
Cold. And the only thing I add to all this is don't lie to yourself.
Yeah.
If you're putting in an order to jump ahead of someone at the end of the week or just to get something on the books, like, oh, thank God, I got something showing. That everything you've talked about's right. It burns the bridges. You know, you don't want to be the guy that they call Steve about and say, I don't want them back. It makes you. It doesn't do you any bit of good. It makes you look like a fool, and you're lying to yourself. Why put something in that's not solid? It does nobody. It's like throwing enough shit at the barn door to hope it sticks, right?
And to be brutally honest, we're all guilty of it as well. Every one of us have had an event where we're in that position where we're at that line and we cross the line sometimes. I've done it. I've had events where I've done these things. So learn from experience, the weight that I left behind was horrible. It's not fair.
And we do give our consultants the freedom to say, no, I don't want that person back. And it starts getting frustrating when you are doing open houses and then people are like, no, I don't want him back. I don't want him back. I don't want him back. And you're like, damn, I'm burning bridges. And that's, yeah, we want you to have that option. They're a guest.
Yep. Does that make sense? And a lot of this is really targeted aimed towards our core group here. You guys are going to be not only closers, hopefully someday, but your current providers. And those are the same principles you can apply in your office. You know, just throwing up numbers to impress Greg is fun, but it doesn't help anybody. It just creates headaches. Okay. Seth doesn't care if you have a big number.
and something.
Sell lots of grenades.
When you have
the units anyway.
The only and I'll probably talk about this more and more, but the only thing I'd add going over the contract, especially if it's a state where if they work, they keep them. I keep it very simple, and I tell people, you know, if at the end of the day, if they're not working for you, we don't expect you to keep them. But how are you hearing right now? I get that like instant commitment from him, and I've never had somebody say after I've demoed and I've already confirmed all this, they're not hearing better, right? So I joke about it. I say, I can't fake you hearing better. It works, right? This is only the tip of the iceberg. We'll get these even better at the end of the game, at the end of the day. But I just want you have to know this. It's in the paperwork. But you're already hearing better. This isn't going to be a problem, right? Well, no. You want to make them almost sound like they get to a point where they're like, well, that's silly. Why would we even talk about this? I know they're working. You know, and you put in a little laugh somewhere in there. You know?
All right. What, Jared, do you still use that form?
Order form? The Jared form, the offices call it?
Yeah, not nearly as much as I used to. I'm typing it because I know what's on there.
Okay.
And I'm typing receiver size, tips.
You put it all in the outcome note.
Yeah, putting it all in the outcome note. They put 500 down, the financing, their social security is going to be on the price sheet. 90% of the time I put their social security number on the price sheet so I don't have to ask for it on delivery. I'll write it down there, I'll put the price sheet in there, so then if they ask about it on delivery, you know, hey, they have this price sheet, well, oh, is this the one I'm talking about? And as you can see, you got 1,000 for this and 1,000 for that. You know, so they have that in there, but I'm a lot better now at entering things in cycle. That's something I've been working on.
That needs to be the ultimate goal to get in cycle because it gets lost on the paper sometimes. So yeah, cycle's what matters.
You lose 1 or 2 sheets and 20 cells.
Okay. So from there you have payment, you have down payment, you've collected it, you've got signatures. Then the next most important thing is scheduling a delivery appointment. And if you can get them delivered within just a few days, you need to. If we need to pay a little extra shipping to get it here faster, we need to. The faster we get them in their ears, the better your retention rate will be. So we talked about earlier scheduling, make sure that the week following is open so you can start slotting them in and come up with a game plan. I did an event, I believe it was with you, Spencer, where you delivered like 15 sets on Saturday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good.
So he delivered almost his whole open house on Saturday, and the great thing is he started working. The next week he went back to normal, so it was great. So make sure you have the delivery schedule because that's yet another commitment. So the patient has swiped the card, they've signed, they've given you verbal commitment, they've They've scheduled an appointment, they have an appointment card, they have multiple commitments they've made at this point, and they are solid. What I like to do with the old country bumpkins and the farmers is I reach out and I shake their hand. I said, honestly, I apologize. I know this is a lot of paperwork and a lot of hassle. If I could do it on a handshake, I would have anyway. You look like a man of your word, right? We got a deal, and I'll shake their hand like, you got my word. I said, okay, and you got mine, and everything's good. And I tell you what, that handshake with the farmer is a hell of a lot more important than anything else in the world. They'd rather sell one of their children than go back on their handshake. We got a farmer right here. So that's real important. Okay, so you have that commitment, you have all those things, you get all the paper together, you put it in a nice folder, preferably the smaller one of the two because it has the warranty information in there, the welcome trifold size. You get photocopies of everything, you fold it up, you take them up to the PCC at that point, get your demos back. You go up to the PCC and say, and you welcome them to the family, you introduce them back to the PCC. The PCC takes the information and then you start that communication. She's going to take care of you and she's going to be your liaison or your coordinator from here on out. She's going to get you taken care of. Make sure she understands. And the PCC at that point can explain the future appointments, how they're going to work. I'm going to call you the day before to confirm. And they create that bond. I want the bond to be between the patient and the consultant and the patient and the PCC. So when a patient asks, hey, can I get your business card? I don't carry them. Because the person who's going to take care of you is Spencer. It's not me. Here's his card, and I'll write my name on it for you, but he's the one that matters, and if you ever do need me, he can always get a hold of me. I don't want them to walk around with my business card. Okay? I don't want the commitment with me. And when there's an issue in the future, I want them to trust Spencer's going to take care of it instead of thinking, well, I need to talk to that Aaron guy. Okay, so you want to make sure that you build the rapport to get the process, but you don't want so much rapport that they need you to do it. Does that make sense? Yeah. Cool. Any questions? All right. So one quick thing in the scenarios, because of time, we're not going to actually do this the traditional way, but the third-party insurance and true hearing. The third-party true hearing portion, I do want to share one quick thing that I try and teach the providers when I'm in the office, and I will on occasion even do this with the patients. So the way I explain our modern industry insurance hellhole is what I call it. Okay. Now I work in a lot of rural areas where people are typically more conservative minded, and as we all know, politics can be a little bit sticky. So I will explain it in a way that it's explained. So, I'm not sure if you're aware, but every time you turn on the TV, you see advertising for Medicare now covers hearing aids. Call this 1-800 number. Call this, we now have hearing aid coverage. I want to kind of teach you guys how to overcome that. The reality is, in 2017, Elizabeth Warren, she passed what's called the Over-the-Counter Hearing Aid Act of 2017. And what was that Hearing Aid Act? Basically what it did is it blurred the lines between basic amplification that you can buy over the counter and hearing aids. It used to be that we had to call amplifiers. We had to call them assisted listening devices. Because of this act, they can now call those hearing aids, which they're obviously different. It's kind of like calling an aspirin morphine and morphine aspirin. You're kind of blurring the lines between prescription and not. The reason why they did that, we didn't understand the industry until 2020. All of a sudden, every insurance company in the world all of a sudden had insurance coverage for hearing health. They now cover hearing health. Everybody's advertising it. So I did the research. I called those 1-800 numbers on the TV. Some of them I called 20, 30 times. And every time I got a different insurance broker, a different insurance salesman. And I talked to them about it. And I looked into their plans. They offer things like True Hearing, Hear.com, Amplifon Hearing, all these marketing companies that actually don't cover hearing aids. What they do is they refer you to a provider who will get you the hearing aids at a discount, but they only give you a handful of visits. They don't give you all the aftercare that you need. After 30 days or after 90 days, depending upon the program, you have to pay out of pocket for the aftercare. All they really did was take me out of the care. So they're getting you the hearing aid for the cost of the hearing aid, but then you have to pay for me separately. That's all it really did. The insurance companies actually aren't paying anything. All this really did was give the insurance companies the opportunity to call amplification, mail order amplifiers, hearing healthcare, or create these companies that are marketing companies.
It's an excuse to sell you insurance. Because of that, we at Miracle Ear don't want to participate in those programs because we don't want to be limited on the amount of care we can provide you. So we charge you for both sides up front. So you don't have to worry about that. We make sure that you get what you need, and we also give you the care. So if you have any questions about that, I can get you more information on True Hearing. In fact, I can even get you the hearing aid option that's available through them. Is that something you'd be interested in? 9 times out of 10, like, no, I've already tried amplifiers. I want to hear. Okay, well then let me take care of you. I don't know if you guys know this, but if you call Blue Cross, who has True Hearing assigned, and you get the benefit information from them, they'll hang up the phone with you and call the customer. They'll call the patient and say, hey, I want you to know we have hearing healthcare too. It's through True Hearing. So rather than
healthcare.
So it's going to be United Healthcare. So instead of hiding from it, I tell the patient exactly what it is, what to expect. I'll print out the PDF from their website, exactly how the program works, and I'll highlight how the aftercare works. Ryan was talking about it a little bit earlier. You have after the 90 days are over, then you don't have aftercare, and you have to pay. And then there's an asterisk that says, and there's a copay involved. You have to pay for additional prices. By the time you pay that $500, $800 a year, which is the industry average, you end up paying the difference anyway, and you have an inferior quality hearing aid. Then you have to go out and find your health care because the person who did it probably isn't going to be your provider. So when you explain to the patients in that way, 2 things happen. If they're a conservative, political-minded person, they hear the word Elizabeth Warren, they're turned off. Okay? If they're on the liberal side of the side, they hear the insurance companies making money, they get turned off. They don't like the insurance companies making money as it's marketable. It basically just spoils the whole program for them, and they're like, okay, well, that's the truth. And everything I just said can be factually found by simply looking for it. It's all stuff that you can show that existed. Once you present that, they're like, okay, not a problem. What do we need to get from you? And you're good to go. Any questions? Comments?
I can say I use this a lot lately, just ripping off the over-the-counter mandate and saying this exists and here's why it's not going to work. And I quote that. It's not quite as perfect as that, but I touch on those things. It's remarkable. It works really well. Don't be afraid of it.
They like the fact that you put in the effort to learn their insurance coverage. You're not just there to help them. And you're offering, would you like me to tell you your options through them? I'll give you that to you too. You can go over there and do it. But let me tell you why that won't work.
My favorite line, you know those insurance companies, they're like, you know those insurance companies, they don't want to give you any dime, they don't have to.
Yeah, they're in to make money. Yeah. So you can kind of use a little trigger words in there, no matter what side of the political divide they are, they're going to bite onto and say, okay, I get it. Stick it to the man. No. But it's kind of a thought process. So don't be afraid to educate patients. Don't be afraid. Now, with a lot of the other aspects of that is I use the word managed care. I said rather than take care of you, they want to manage the care of you. Those programs, we call them managed care because they're really not taking care of you, they're managing you. And the patients kind of buy into that too. So there's little things you can teach them about the true hearings and whatnot. Okay. Okay, any questions? All right, so the last part goes into performance. How do you measure the success as a closer? How do you measure your closers as a franchise owner? And how do you manage yourself? So we're going to get a little bit revealing. Here's all of our office's KPIs, okay? So on the KPIs, you have your gross revenue, your net revenue, your closing rate, your ASP, your return cancel rate. Those are the top things you're looking at on a daily basis for me. I look at it every day. But you guys should at least be checking in on yourself pretty frequently. Here's ours. The young man back there in the back room, Jared Mace, is a beast. Okay? Absolute beast. He's a savage. He's done $3 to $4 million a year for the last 8 years. He's one of the best in the world. He's an absolute savage. I honestly tease him a lot about being the grandfather of this, even though he's 10 years younger than me. But he's taught a lot of us what we know. And we've been able to contribute back and share information, but he's consistently kills it. So absolutely kills it. Looking at his line, he's done 18 events year to date. He's averaging $132,984 per event over 18 events.
freaking slaying it. Ironically, 18 events here today is part-time. What do you guys even do?
I know.
The net here is 118. Okay. The net here is 113,000 per event, with a return cancel rate 7.14. If you ask me, that's ideal. Okay, that 12 to 15% is where you want to be, and I'll explain why here in a minute. Okay. Number 2 in our company is Curtis. His per events are fabulous. Curtis is averaging $116,000 per event with 105 net. He's only got an 8% combined return cancel. And when I showed Curtis this, one of the first things he said, he goes, "Ooh, I gotta push harder." Because he knows he can have a little bit better return cancel. And when I say better, I mean a little bit higher and get some more sales. If you're not pushing, you're gonna miss out. So you gotta find that sweet spot. So if you're a closer that has no returns and cancels, you're not really maximizing your ability, okay? But if you have somebody who's 40, 50% return cancel, there needs to be correction, okay? Out here is the projected gross and the projected nets. Like I said, this year, these guys here are basically part-time, but they're still gonna do $3 million this year in sales. So fantastic job, guys. The third guy sucks, and then the rest of us are down there, okay? What's that? Okay, so those are the things we want to look at. You want to look at the average event. You want to look at the net. Net is very important. Who cares if they throw a bunch of sales up? If it doesn't stick, it doesn't matter. It didn't happen. Okay.
Now, I'll say something about that third guy though. Aaron's what I call a road warrior. He's on the road more than just about anybody in our company. And I used to do close to I think both of us used to do close to the amount of events you did. And to do it year after year like Aaron does and produce at the level he does, it's really impressive. 100%. So, I mean, you're trying to gloss over your numbers, but he's on pace this year, as you can see, to do a net of $4 million. You know,
that's nuts.
At the end of the day, that's damn impressive. And for how long he's been doing it, you know, those numbers will just keep getting better and better.
And I will say this as well. I talked to other open house people across the country, and nobody's doing that. I mean, that's nobody's doing $4 million a year net.
They don't have
when they talk about $4 million, they talk about gross because they don't count that. Because other open house people, they're getting paid on basically gross, other than what cancels that next week. They don't count net. So they don't do $4 million net. No one does that. Like that's one of a kind.
And to average that, you know, net that you can see Aaron is doing that many events, that's good.
And you guys also, one thing you guys don't see is, although we say every event is a great event in our mind because that's the mindset we go into it. He also has some that he's picking up that it'll have again those 12 appointments, 15 appointments. And when you're looking at that average, to average that much over 27 different events, that is damn impressive.
There's something else that's important to point out here is that there's a mindset out there that the more open houses you have, the higher your cancel and returns will be. This is franchisees that are maybe not in this room. The Olson Group overall has year to date a 10.9% cancel and return combined rate. The system is 10.7. So knowing how much emphasis and how much this business is driven by open houses goes to show how much they analyze the numbers, they look at them, and they work to make sure that it doesn't get out of control. But it shows how much their other HCPs, some of these guys are sitting in the room, but among all the other folks that are out there, are working diligently to make sure that the cancels and returns aren't spiking as well. So it's a huge focus that these folks do, and it's a huge accomplishment to know that they are 0.2% difference from the system as a whole, knowing that a large portion of the revenue that's generated comes from these events.
Well, thank you.
So, something to be really proud of, honestly.
100%.
Yeah, and that's all of us working together to make each other better. Because you see us all taking notes. I mean, it's not just you guys taking notes, we're all learning from this, and that's just the culture that we have, is that we always have room to grow and get better. And hopefully, everyone in here can take that mindset back, that no matter how good you are, you can continue to get better and continue to be coachable and learn, and that's the goal.
Well, the only thing I'll say is, if you look, there's not a bad provider on that list, and we're looking to add more of you guys. So you got some big shoes to fill. You got some big shoes to step into, and I know you're more than capable of it. So we're excited to have you guys on the team when you guys are ready. So, all right. So anyway, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. The other thing I want to show you guys real quick is look at the close rates. Close rates, 60 to 70% close rate. Those are real numbers. We also monitor that. We make sure that we're not faking those numbers. There is some fudging in there that happens. We're not wanting to, but those are legit numbers. When you go into an office, if you have a closer that's closing at 30-40%, and your consultant's closing at 40-50%, you're going to tarnish the reputation of the company. You're going to tarnish the reputation of the open houses. So you got to make sure you have providers that are capable of doing that for the franchise. Maybe 3,500 on average sales opportunity, but that's counting. I'd say probably 40% of the opportunities that we see on this list didn't show up, or didn't have a hearing loss, or were 1-year-old hearing aids. So when you look at that, this number here would actually be closer to $6,000 or $7,000 per opportunity. Okay, again, huge return on investment. So we're putting a lot of money back to the bottom line for our business owners. So
it is fascinating, though. I love looking at numbers as well, and it's fascinating too, because you'll see the numbers at the end of the week as well, and those that are not full, again, just averaging it out. That's one thing. This is the Friday before, but if you were to look at the following end of the week, it changes as well. Because if not all people do this, but if it's slow, are you getting the phones? Are you getting third parties tested? Right? And those count against your closing rate as well. You added another HAE into that, right? So at the end of the week, you'll see that 36.7 or 36 go to 42 because you were able to get third parties, spouses. You had a couple 2-hour downtime that you decided to make some phone calls. You got people that didn't show up back in, right? So you'll see those appointments increase as well. So that's something that it's fascinating, that it's not that big of a difference from 32 to 33. If you're looking Mike Gibson to Curtis or Chase to Curtis, you're talking a 1 appointment average difference, but you're talking a $25,000 to $30,000 difference net at the end of the week.
And here's something that Steve does for us. If you go into an event and you have a full Monday, a full Tuesday, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday are kind of sparse, and you go in and you knock it out of the park on Monday and throw up $30,000, $40,000, he now has the budget to go out and buy a whole other round of newspaper ads for you. Or get marketing extra hours. So when you throw up that big number at the beginning of the week, you're feeding the fire for him just to throw money at the event so you can capitalize more. So the more effort you put in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the better we can feed it. Now, if you go in and bomb Monday, Tuesday, we can't throw more marketing at it. We can't pay for it.
It's really a great best practice that is not done enough, because you have to be able to pull that trigger quickly. So that's a huge nugget right there.
Yeah. So here's the thing, and for the franchise owners, when you have an explosive Monday, Tuesday, don't be afraid to spend, because chances are they have chemistry. You get more people in front of them, they're going to annihilate it. When you have a tough Monday, Tuesday, don't pull the trigger. So, okay. All right. The other thing that's important on this numbers here is to look at the types of appointments that are coming in. We do have the mix. I didn't put them up here, but whether they're current patient mix or new patient mix, you'll find that the good open houses, the ones that are doing $200,000, $250,000, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is almost already full, 2 weeks in advance with current patients. And then marketing hits and double books. And then you have second round of marketing, which triple books. And then you end up working Saturday, and you end up seeing 70, 80 patients that week, and you do $200,000. And then you have madmen like Jared, who literally
sitting at $200,000 at an event and going, we can do more. Pulls a marketing list and finds insurance patients that have full coverage and goes literally door to door sometimes to say, hey, we were trying to get a hold of you. Did you know your insurance will cover a brand new pair of hearing aids for you? Whatever it takes to have success is the mindset. Never rest on your laurels. When you're there on a Friday and you're sitting at $150,000 starting the day, well, let's do 200. Let's do 250. Let's do $100,000 today. What's your biggest day?
72,000.
72,000. That's monster. And I'll tell you right now, when you're doing events, doing a $20,000, $30,000 day, you walk home, especially, you guys have seen the way I talk when I do my role plays. I pour everything I have into every appointment. So by a $20,000 day, I'm dragging my ass out of the office at the end of the day. You give me a $40,000, $50,000 day, I honestly just want to sleep right there on the floor. A $70,000 day, I think I'd suck start my pistol. But to do that 5 days in a row is insane. It's insane. So it takes stamina, it takes mindset, it takes, I mean, he gets up and works out. So those are the things. It's a physical thing, it's a mental thing. It's a tough game to do those things. So it's awesome. Okay. So these are some of the records that we have in our offices out there. So you can see this is our core closing group right now. Brett Ogata right here did $168,000 in Walla Walla. Right? 3 weeks before that, or four weeks before that, I did an event and did 87, I think. And the same list that Jared ran, I didn't. Brett did, and took the extra effort and freaking blew it up. Absolutely slayed it. On top of that, 3/4 of the way through the week, he actually saw some opportunities down the street in another store, arranged an empty schedule, and went over there and had more sales at the other office. Just maximized every opportunity to return on investment. Killed it. Chase is in here. Chase, by the way, is Spencer's brother. I did 176, but look at this guy. 251, 206, and then there's another one on here that was 235.
We did like 225 in Cali.
In Tacoma.
We're only talking this year.
This is only this year. This is only this year.
205 was it coming?
231, I think.
No, 241.
241?
238.
Yeah.
That was him and Mike.
He's broke 200 probably about 8 or 9 times. 11, sorry. $200,000 11 times. I've been doing this 2 years less than him. I've never broken it. My personal record is 188. In fact, I don't think any of us have ever broken 200 besides you. So it's kind of like the 4-minute mile. Once somebody breaks it, we all need to figure out how to do it too. So start with you in 2 weeks. We're doing it. Okay. Oh, you go back. It doesn't work that way.
No. You have to hit it higher in here. A little too
I
short.
can't reach that. Up here's the court the goals.
Reach for the stars.
Okay. Up on the top, you can barely the goals. For 2020, we had the goal of $100,000 per event, and our net would be 90 with 10% return cancels. About a month and a half ago, we challenged ourselves to raise that bar. So now we're up to 120 event and 108 net per event. So that's the expectation. That's what we're shooting for. Okay, and then we wonder, why are you guys in this room? And this is the fun part. You guys already know about Oreos. But Steve Howell, he's at 1,068,741.
Just to clarify, you pulled this as of Monday, correct?
Yeah, what have you sold this week?
See, I did.
It's not easy for you, huh? Just calling it.
I've slipped down.
Spencer, $925,000. Now, something about Spencer real quick. Spencer, when he first started with us, he started in March in an office in the Bay Area, which those of you who don't know about the Bay Area, don't go there. He started in March, and you ended up doing $1 million that first year anyway, starting 3 weeks late. His very first year in the industry. First year in the industry, he just blows up, absolutely annihilates it. He became an open house closer, went back into a store after relocating to Oregon, and then his first partial year again, does it again. Now this year, here we are in August, he's about ready to break it again. He's a machine.
All right.
Reese. Yeah, he does okay. 885,000.
The important thing is he's beating his little brother. Big brother. Dexter, 831,000, won Charles Holland last year. Wow. Killing it. Okay, and that's a new restorer, 4-year-old. And he did kind of breeze over Reese, only because in October he's going to be one of us, and so he doesn't get kudos anymore. We don't get trophies.
That's a whole nother level. Good luck.
Okay. But no, Reese, really, you're doing a great job too, obviously. Steve and Reese both are joining the team in October, so you guys are leading your stores and being part of the team, which is awesome.
I hope you knew that.
What's that? Nate, 756. He was another one that we also stuck in California and absolutely slayed it down there, and then you left for a little bit and then came back, and now you're slaying it again. Here's the thing about where he's at, it's right in the middle of COVID hell. Is to still be throwing up those kinds of numbers is awesome. So that's fantastic. Why are you here?
I was going to ask you the same question.
So Riley, I give him a hard time because he took over the store I once loved, and he's freaking slaying it. $750,000. You're going to hit $1 million easy. I threw a bet down with him that he wouldn't hit a certain goal, and if he did, I'd buy him a duck call. And like 2 weeks later, I even forgot about it. He goes, "Hey, here's my address. Send the call." So I did. So he got a duck call, but he took over. He took over a store that I did $1 million in. The person after me didn't, and then we had somebody else come in who did, and then it went back down below $1 million, and now he's going to restore his $1 million store. So that's awesome. So that's good. So the reason why you guys are in this room is you are top tier. You guys are the ones who are going to be groomed to become us soon.
Something I point out too, just real quick on this, and let's forget it. Look at the return rate for like Spencer and Dex and even Research, 2.1.8%, and you know.
I mean, look at that though. I mean,
look at
5.9%. Nate, look at that 4.4 Dex. Jeez.
I mean, that
7.4.
That just goes to show you, you know, they don't have a council.
Steve's hit $1 million with a 20% cancel return rate.
Okay, that's great. So let me preface that. Let me preface that a little bit. So what Steve's had to do is run the whole territory by himself and chase us around and deliver hearing aids, and then put trainees in behind him to do the aftercare. So a large percentage of that is not Steve's fault.
Oh yeah, but I mean, still $1 million. I mean, that's crazy.
That $1 million is not Steve's fault.
That's not my fault. Okay. So what did you do already this week? You stopped. Yeah, you stopped and you delivered hearing aids on the way here, and you
delivered, and then I follow ups.
I did an event with him, and we had a good event, and then he goes, "Man, I'm so tired. I gotta go home." And then the next day, I look and I see sales from him in another city. I'm like, "I thought you were going home."
I almost left and got up.
So he's working hard. It's really impressive.
Got everybody loaded up. We're ready to go.
But one thing I will say that we talked about earlier in the week of grade yourself 1 to 10 on these things, your sales, your mindset. We show you this because this is the sales part of it. Not a single open house person that we have ended up. Were you number one at the end of the year when you were a consultant?
My office was, but I wasn't a normal consultant.
Oh yeah, okay. So none of us, as the consultant, have been number one. We're not looking for the number one salesperson. That's not what we're looking for, right? They also have to have that whole package of, do they know the industry? Do they know what they're talking about? Are they able to, perform at a high level, work as a team, be a good, fit for the company? Are they coachable? Is their work ethic there? It isn't just this, right? And that's one of the things that I wanted to point out, that it's not just, Steve Howe's chosen just because he's the top, and if you look at Reese, he's below Spencer. I mean,
some of us are missing an open house from these numbers too, though. So,
We'll check back in 2 weeks.
200,000 puts me at number 4.
It's
Let's
do it.
2 weeks, man. The problem is I worked with him 2 more times this year.
Oh, where is that really? I go. So.
Yeah, we're gonna do another 500 between us, just those 2 weeks. So, just kidding. All right, but what Jared's saying though is absolutely spot on. We had a closer who was hired on the same day as me many years ago, who sold a hell of a lot more hearing aids than I did his first year as well. He actually outsold me tremendously, but his net was $800,000 less. It was ridiculously less than mine, because he would sell them and he refused to learn the aftercare. And then he became a closer and he didn't do as well. Okay, so just being able to sell hearing aids, that's only half of that. If you're not a technician, if you're not a care provider, and you can't be a leader and you can't teach, we don't want you. So it's plain and simple. There's another gentleman that should be in this room right now. Only 2 of you in this room are reading him. He hasn't gotten his license yet. He's struggling to learn to get his license. If he had his license, he'd probably already be promoted. He's amazing. But you have to have the core in order to be successful. So that's what we know. We need to make sure it's a full package. Okay? Any questions? Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, thank you for sharing the numbers. I think there are people out there that wouldn't believe the ASPs and the return and cancels if they didn't see it. It's amazing.
It's awesome. That's fantastic.
Seth, what do you say company-wide for the ASP?
Oh gosh, just had that. Hang on one second. 2562.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, and the close rate for the system is 44.9. 44.9.
And a 25 ASP.
And a 25% ASP. Yeah. That's
we're different. Come on.
We're built different.
I just feel like that's just how much we're worth. We're worth more with what we provide, right?
The value is on both sides. You say that with a smile, almost like you don't believe it, but I truly believe it.
Yeah, the value you provide, Spencer, and you guys honestly, if you get to see the aftercare that Spencer provides, it's hard to beat. Just rolling the red carpet out. Always there. The follow-up is just tremendous, that he's worth every penny. And we need to have that level of confidence in the aftercare and service that we provide, in the presentation, how we talk about the technology. Everything just has to be consistent. And a lot of those objections, they just fall to the wayside because they believe it, because everything in your being says that you believe it. So I'm more likely to believe it.
So, and to hit these kind of numbers, week after week for consultants and closers, you have to just be completely consistent. If you throw up 171 and then the next 3 are 50 to 60 grand, that's where, if you're going to become a closer, you have to really strive for tenacity and really go on that extra mile, because, I've seen many times where people hit a huge number and then it's like they almost get lax. They're like, all right.
Well, even in getting into the open house program, I've seen consultants that we've, introduced into open houses where they got comfortable. They stopped growing. They stopped challenging themselves. And once you start doing that, you're either going up or you're going down. I honestly in the past 5 years, probably $100,000 into training and coaching, I'd say, and that's probably on the low side, because once you get to a certain level, it's not making leaps and bounds of change. We're all looking for little things, tone of voice, head tilts, body movements, right? And the same thing is I'm looking for that 1% that I can get more mental clarity, more sharpness, more focus, more memory. Those are all the 1% changes that we're all looking for. And if you're not looking for those, then you're not going to be a part of our group for a long term. You got to have that desire when you're a part of our group to just keep learning and keep growing, because we're going to be challenging you. And if we find that hey, this person's not growing, then they're dying, and then pretty soon they're not a part of our group anymore.
Here's the other side of it, guys. Think about it this way, a real simple way to look at it. If you only net $2 million as a closer, and you're capable of doing $1 million as a provider, you're going to lose some money. And you're not going to be home with your family ever. You'll actually make less money closing than you will in an office.
A lot of people think, oh man, I'm gonna go make a killing. I know those guys make $300,000-$400,000. I've yet to do that, by the way. Okay.
This year's your year.
This year's my year. I might actually do it. But my point is you have to have that commitment to the process, and you can't be a one-trick pony. If you only have one way of doing it, you'll fail. You'll be that guy that does $2 million the whole year and makes less money. You have to be able to be Jerry with some patients. You have to be able to be Curtis with others, and you have to be able to be me with others. You have to be able to be passionate and angry and just connect with people, and then be able to, with Jerry. You have to be able to do all the parts. Okay? It's about being well-rounded. When I was just passionate and caring, I averaged $70,000 a year. I learned to do a lot of the things that Jared does, and I learned to do a lot of things that Curtis does, and now I'm $108,000 this year. Okay? I'm not the number one per event guy, and I never have been. I have never taken first place in a month in the Pride Report. I've never been first place.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I've won the whole I've won the whole damn year. I've won the whole